Staff: Commandant Terrelin, Dr. Nimel Primat, Bioscience Team Leader, FEEP, FOOP and FOP, Bioscience Researchers, Vesi Khan, Archaeology Team Leader, Ilse Rasmussen, former Science Team Leader, Mox Kalrin, Engineer, Suye, Security Lieutenant. Labour: Dr. Helena Crone, Dig Support Team Leader, Professor Arton Daghdev, Dig Support, Ilmus Itrin, Dig Support, Parides Acosta, Dig Support, Marquain L, Dig Support Intended, Acceptable Wastage, Clemish Baruda, General Labour, Armiette Grail, General Labour, Alaxi, General Labour, Vertigio Kiev, Excursions Team Leader, Greeley, Excursions, Hakira, Excursions, Jeremy, Excursions, Okrich, Excursions, Shua, General Labour, Frith, General Labour, Booth, Maintenance. Part 1. Liberté. Chapter 1. They say never start a story with a waking, but when you've been hard asleep for 30 years, it's difficult to know where else to begin. Start with a waking, end with a wake, maybe. Hard asleep is, I am informed, the technical term. Hard because you're shut down, dried out, frozen for the trip from star to star. They have it down to a fine art. Takes 11 minutes like clockwork. A whole ship full of miscreants who are desiccated down to something that can... Well, I was about to say survive indefinitely, but that's not how it goes, of course. You don't survive. You die, but in a very specific, flash-frozen way that allows for you to be restarted again more or less where you left off at the other end. After all, the shunting about would kill anybody, the permanent, non-recoverable kind of kill, who wasn't withered down. They pump you full of stuff that reinflates you to more or less your previous dimensions. You'll note there's a lot of more or less in this process. It is an exact science, just not one that cares about the exact you. Your thought processes don't quite pick up where they left off. Short-term memory isn't preserved. More recent mental pathways don't make the cut. Start with a waking, therefore, because in that instant it's all you've got, until you can establish some connection to older memories. You know who you are, but you don't know where you are or how you got there, which sounds terrifying, but then let me tell you what you're waking up into. Actual hell. The roaring of colossal structural damage as the ship breaks up all around you. The jostling jolt as the little translucent bubble of plastic you're travelling in is jarred loose and begins to tumble. A cacophony of vibration coming through the curved surface to you, the death throes of the vessel which has carried you all this way, out into the void, and is now fragmenting. There's a world below that you know nothing about, not in your head right then. And above you are only the killing fields of space. The fact there's a below and an above shows that the planet's already won that particular battle over your soul, and you're falling. The oldest fear of monkey humanity, the one which makes a baby's rubbery hands clench without thought. Such a fall from grace as never mankind, nor monkey, imagined. All around you, through the celluloid walls of your prison, you see the others too. Because it can't be hell without fellow sinners to suffer amongst. Each in their own bubble sheared away from the disintegrating ship. Faces contorted in terror, screaming, hammering on the walls, eyes like wells, mouths like the gates of tombs. You'll forgive the overwrought descriptions. I am an ecologist, not a poet, but mere biology does not suffice to do justice to the appalling sight of 100 human beings all revivified at once, and none of them understanding why, even as you don't understand why, and the vessel coming apart in the rack, and the world below, the hungry maw of its gravity well. Oh, God! The recollection of it makes me sick to my gut. And of all things, in the midst of that chaos, to remember I am an ecologist. Out in space, where there isn't even an ecology. Was there ever a less useful piece of self-knowledge? Some of us haven't reawakened. I see at least 2 bubbles whirl past me in which the occupant remains a dried-out cadaver. The system's failed. Acceptable wastage is the technical term, and that's another unwelcome concept to suddenly have remembrance of. For there are always some who don't wake up at the far end. They tell you it's the inevitable encroachment of entropy over so long a journey. Maybe it is. Or maybe those who don't wake up are the most egregious troublemakers. It's hard to recognize anyone when their skin is stuck to their skull without the interposition of familiar flesh, but I think I see my old colleague Marquain L. go whirling past. She's been shipped all the way out here from Earth, even at the minimal expense they've boiled the process down to, yet they might as well have just thrown her into the incinerator for the same effect. With the reminder of that minimal expense comes another piece of knowledge. Another couple of my neurons renewing a severed acquaintance, bringing understanding that's relevant but unwelcome. That this is intentional. It's no traumatic wreck of the Hesperus. Not a bug, but a feature. Sending people into space used to be expensive, and for people anyone cares about, it still is. You're encouraged to keep them reliably alive in transit, with actual medical care and life support and sporadic wakings to check on their oh-so-delicate physical and mental well-being. And, saliently, you're encouraged to arrange a means by which to bring them back home again, their tour of duty done. Big, expensive ships that can do complicated things like refuel, slow down, speed up, turn around. But if all you want to do is deliver some felons to a labour camp on a remote planet, because it's literally cheaper and easier than sending machines to do the same work, then you don't ever have to worry about them coming back. Because they won't. It's a life sentence. One-way trip. More unwelcome revelations fall into my head, even as my head, along with the rest of me, falls into the pull of Imno 27G. I should be beating my newly revivified fists against the inside of my bubble, except it's whirling round and round, having dropped out of the disintegrating ship, and the world below is growing in size. The void has become a sky, yellow-blue. Can you have a yellow-blue? Not on Earth, but this is Imno's sky. Blue for the oxygen the planet's biosphere has pumped into the atmosphere as a byproduct of its metabolic pathways, just like on Earth. Yellow for the diffuse clouds of aerial plankton. Or they're yellow-black, actually, because of their dark photosynthetic surfaces. Blue, yellow, black should not be a colour, and of all things it should not be the colour of the sky. We fall. At some point the chutes open. Filmy, transparent plastic, already biodegrading from the moment it contacts atmosphere. Like the ship, it's designed to last the minimum possible period of time to do its job. The ship, that unnamed plastic piece of trash which was printed as a single piece in Earth's orbit, no more than a one-shot engine and a pod to hold us all like peas. An egg case, perhaps. Designed to carry its corpse cargo across space to one of the current planets under activity, as the mandate's expansion department terms it. To carry us to Imno 27G, then break apart in the upper atmosphere. Fragmenting into pieces, even as the one-shot medical units resuscitate its cargo from cadaver to screaming lost souls tumbling to our doom. While some of us don't get the wake-up, others who do won't survive the descent. Doom is what we're all going to, sure enough, but it's less drawn out for some than for others. My bones jar as my chute deploys, and while I see others similarly wrenched from the teeth of the ground, I also see the handful whose chutes have failed drop away, still screaming, as they remember just enough to know they're about to die all over again. I don't die from not waking up, and I don't die falling from the edge of the atmosphere either. I'm not written off on the ledgers as acceptable wastage. They have to work out very carefully the precise level of expense that's necessary and the precise percentage of failed deliveries, meaning dead people, this entails. Because who wants to spend a single cent more than you have to when you're shipping convicts off to die in a distant world's work camp? People who've gone against the system and are now going to pay their dues permanently for the rest of their lives. People like me. I hear the figures later. 20% acceptable wastage. If that sounds like an absurd loss of investment, then you don't know the history of people shipping other people against their will from place to place. They put maneuvering jets on the pods, little plastic things. One shot. As I fall, it seems to take so long, I see them fire. Each one discharges its blast of bottled gas and destroys itself in the process. If that allows me to land where I'm supposed to, then good. If I end up somewhere distant from the work camp, then they aren't going to waste the work hours it would take to retrieve me. I'll die, trapped in my bubble or outside it, because IMNO 27G is full of things that will kill you. Especially alone, and with only half your head together. Not that there has ever been anything in my head that would help me survive on this alien world. But that doesn't happen to me either. I come down with everyone else. Those of us not covered under the wastage provisions around the same place, where they're waiting for us. The camp's commandant has sent out the heavy mob, just in case we somehow managed to form a revolutionary subcommittee on the way down. On seeing the riot armour and guns, the minimally lethal public order pieces I now recall from Earth, which only kill you an acceptable proportion of the time, I remember there had been a revolutionary subcommittee I was part of. Not obviously on the ship, because we'd all been flash-frozen corpses. And not on the way down, because we'd been far too busy screaming. But back on Earth, before they'd infiltrated our network, tracked our contacts, arrested everyone we knew for a discounted friends and family betrayal, I had actually been part of the problem, so I'd earned this. Back on Earth, I had been stubbornly proud of the fact, too. In the prison attached to the spaceport, in the cramped orbital quarters, I had known that, yes, I was going to be deported to the camps, but at least I'd tried to do my bit. Even a lowly academic like me. Right now, after plummeting to this doom, then seeing the death squad/welcoming committee, I regret it all. If a political officer magically manifested, offering a pardon if I signed a confession, I'd reach for the pen. Much unlike the song, I regret every one of my life choices that has led me to this point. It's a moment of weakness. My bubble deflates around me. I have a fraught minute of fighting it off to stop the clammy plastic suffocating me before they cut me out. They have a special tool for doing this, like a heated knife. I gain a shallow, shiny slash along my thigh to testify to their general lack of care wielding it. One more person becomes wastage when they're the last to be cut free, and by then it's too late. All with intolerance, you understand. And that's it. We're down. I look up into an alien sky. Chapter 2. I want to be still, but they won't let me. We stumble and sway and try to make words happen with numb, clumsy tongues. The heavy mob grab us and shake us, shoving us about. Not so much physically moving us as just lesson one in how things are going to be from now on. A heavy hand on my shoulder, a little formal handshake that makes my teeth rattle. And all the time I'm scanning the faces of my fellow damned souls. My mind keeps skipping, and I can't even remember why. But then it comes back to me. Mark Twain. Mark Twain was on the same ship. Was part of the same consignment of expendables. My friend, my colleague, my fellow hellraiser and political delinquent. It can't have been her face I saw, dried to her skull and whirling away into the abyss up there. That can't be the end of such a brilliant mind, a celebrated career. A friend. I stagger into the others, gabbling, slurring. I paw at them. But every face is a stranger. She's not here. She died, like we all did, back in Earth's orbit when they desiccated us, and her promised resurrection never came. Mark Twain L. had been in the next cell to me, in the port holding facility, and we'd been able to talk through the wall. There'd been a knack to it, once she worked out that the scratched point in the wall hid a bubble in the structure that carried sound through. The whole place wasn't much better constructed than the fragmentation barge they were going to ship us out on. If you put your ear and jaw to that one point in the wall where the scratches were, you could hear the person in the neighbouring cell if they put their mouth to the matching point on their side. The scratches were there from prisoners before us who'd found this out and had the fellowship to think of those who would come after, to save us fumbling about for the right spot. After all, it wasn't as if anyone in those cells would be there for long. I think about them now. Some prisoner on the very cusp of being shipped off on the barges, perhaps about to become acceptable wastage in turn, finding some way of marking the wall just to help a person they'd never met and would never know. Just because of the one thing they'd very definitely have in common with that successor. Being enemies of the mandate enough to be deported off-world. Mark Twain was in the next cell to me both physically and ideologically. We were perpetrators of sibling unorthodoxies, even though she hadn't, to my knowledge, become involved with the harder-edged layers of resistance I had. The subcommittees, and everything that entailed. That was me, the soft-handed academic, deciding to stick it to the mandate. Trying to be more than an armchair agitator. And yet we were put in neighbouring accommodation, waiting for the barges. That, more than anything else, told me I'd been taken up just for my scholastic misdemeanours, and the other stuff had never made it into my file. We had both been rising stars in the same field, and were about the same age. There'd been a conference up on one of the big luxury orbitals where Mark Twain and I, and another colleague, Ilmus Itrin, had been inseparable. The Three Musketeers. We talked out of doctrine science over the fancy tea set they'd printed out for us, loudly enough to twitch the ears of our respective faculties down on Earth. The grasp of the academic mandate had seemed loose right then, and we believed in the freedom of knowledge and the inevitable triumph of reason. As the rigid scientific orthodoxy looked like it was finally in full retreat, we were spinning out all sorts of ideas in our fields. Xenobiology was the hot topic, after all. Humans had set foot on other worlds, and on some of those worlds there had been life of a sort. It seemed inevitable that the next probe would yield the big discovery we all knew must be out there. 10 years before that, when I was a student, it had all been very different. Orthodoxy was like a hand at your throat. If we had anything to say that didn't fit within the narrow spaces between those clenched fingers, it was whispered in secret. Unredacted textbooks got passed hand to hand like the samizdat novels that they were constantly arresting people for printing. The first discovery of extraterrestrial life had thrown academic mandate into a spin. What if we inadvertently discovered a reality that didn't match the dogma? Horrors! Except, over time, it all fell with intolerance. The looked-for upheaval to our understanding of the universe never happened. No aliens turned up to break our laws of physics, or demonstrate there was a better way to run your civilization than the way our authoritarian overlords did. So, over the years, it felt like the grasp of orthodoxy relaxed. Enough for Mark Twain, Ilmus, and me to say the unspeakable over good coffee and printed strawberries up at the 19th conference on the further prospects of life. with mandate officials one table over, hunching their shoulders and pretending not to hear. They were yesterday's men, we knew. We were the future. Now I'm in the future, and it's not what we thought. That iron hand was just shifting its grip, maybe relaxing to see which parts of its contents would wriggle the most, so it could apply properly targeted pressure. Let nobody tell you the mandate isn't patient. Here I am, 30 years from Earth, and it's still all part of the long-term plan. They gave us enough rope, and the purges only started after every loudmouth malcontent had been given a chance to identify themselves. Or else for the Internal Investigations Office to flip enough people to ensure that even the close-mouthed dissidents were accounted for too, on someone's little list. They actually missed me the first time, when they picked up Ilmus and most of the others in my small circuit. Me and Mark Wayne and a handful of other survivors were left, like isolated teeth in a jaw jollied up by the police in the interrogation suite. We wept for the decimated faculty, for the great minds who had been spirited away. In private, we mopped our brows and were thankful it wasn't us. And we dared to believe that internal investigations was fallible. Maybe there were even sympathizers amongst their ranks. Why couldn't we infiltrate them for a change? Except it wasn't like that. They were just giving us more rope in case we could fashion them some additional nooses, so we went into hiding. We wore new identities as effective as fright wigs and false noses held on with string. We tried to work out who'd sold our friends to investigations. We wouldn't make it so easy for them, we told each other. We'd spot the spooks and the informers. We wouldn't break. But everyone breaks, and there are far too many informers to spot them all. They got me before Mark Wayne, and in our neighbouring cells at the port holding facility, she never asked me if I'd sold her out in the end, if I broke. She didn't want to hear the answer. I was the last person on Earth she was going to talk to besides the deportation staff. So we danced around it and spoke of other matters. Earth matters. The last chance for a lot of things. And now I have seen every surviving face, and none of them is hers. My glimpse up above in the rack of the barge was exactly what I thought. She's dead. Or rather, she never came back to life. One of the most incisive minds of our time has become no more than acceptable wastage. And I, all unworthy, am still alive on an alien world. Here's a brief primer for the incurious. Humanity had journeyed to 11 exoplanets at the point in time when they packed me off, as in actually set foot on them. Unmanned missions had been to, I think the last count was 78. The 67 lacking that human footprint were either still under committee review, relegated to automated exploitation, or simply canned as not being worth another look. There's a lot of rock in the near reaches of the galaxy. Of those 11 we'd been to, 9 had produced life of their own, while the other 2 were rich in mineral deposits and situated problematically enough that a human hand on the tiller was necessary. And how glad I am, even though I've just seen how I might have died played out in a variety of ways, that I haven't been assigned to any of those. Shipped out to be a cog in a mining operation on an airless, toxic rock somewhere. Not that the presence of life necessarily means air or a lack of toxins. Life, though. 9 worlds with life of some kind, out of 78 surveyed. That might sound disappointing to you, but to a xenoecologist like me, it's fantastically exciting. My predecessors in the field were very worried the number might turn out to be 0 out of 78, or out of any number you care to mention. That would have been appalling. We'd have all been out of a job for starters. 6 of the 9 living worlds have nothing on a macrocellular scale. And I'm not talking about cells necessarily, not like Earth has. But the life on these is composed of individual units too small to see with the naked eye. perhaps forming colonies or randomly aggregate communities like coloured crusts at the edges of deep-sea vents, or building lumpy, unimpressive reefs that are basically just stacked graveyards of past minuscule generations. So, 3 worlds out of 78 had actually produced life on a scale familiar to a child of Earth. Again, it'll sound disappointing to you, but it's bloody amazing to me. 3 out of only 78. The galaxy abounds with life. I hadn't visited any of those worlds until now, because there were 2 lists of academics who were chosen to go on a trip to the outer worlds. One was composed of individuals in good ideological standing with the academic mandate, and I have never kissed enough arse or compromised enough scientific principles to be on that. The other list was composed of those who had transgressed, danced their way through the show trials without actually being executed, and then been deported on the one-way fragmentation barges, which I have in fact just had my solitary ride on. It could have been worse, I decide, as I stand here and get my first look at this new world. Quite aside from the possibility of mining rocks or studying alien germs for the rest of my abridged life, I understand that another of the 3 worlds, Imno 11C, or Swelter, has a mean temperature of 84 degrees centigrade in the temperate zone, and is geologically active enough that the air's mostly smoke. The life there, by all accounts complex and fascinating, exists in slow migration along deep-sea vents, in a lethargic ecology powered by geothermal energy. It's basically snails all the way down, or at least blobby mollusk-looking things with shells made from the heavy metals the critters need to get out of their systems to avoid being fatally poisoned. Getting fatally poisoned is, I am led to believe, the second most common cause of death amongst the labour camp workers on Swelter, after catastrophic pressure-crushing accidents, because the seas are very deep and water is very heavy. In contrast, the relevant moon of the 3rd planet, Caleb 3P, or Tartrap, is really fucking cold. And dying from being really fucking cold is, I understand, de rigueur there. It orbits a gas giant out in the far reaches of that overpopulated system, and only tidal heating from its parent planet prevents it from freezing solid. It has seas of liquid hydrocarbons and a complex ecosystem built up of exotic chemosynthesis. Everything there is very big and very slow, so much so that we don't know how most of the species actually produce little big slow aliens, because none of them have got round to it in the several decades since human researchers arrived there. In contrast, Imno 27G, my new home, is a paradise. It does not feel like a paradise, not to any of us. We stand there, still in the crinkly paper one-pieces they put us in when they froze us and shipped us out. The clothes, if that's even the word for them, are already falling apart. We end up holding disintegrating handfuls in front of our relevant bits, pinning the wretched garments together at shoulder and hip like we're at the galaxy's cheapest toga party. It's cold, too. I know, intellectually, that it's morning, and 27G has a serious diurnal temperature swing that means we'd be sweating buckets by noon and then freezing by dusk. And the air smells of burning. I also know, intellectually, that this is from byproducts of the local photosynthetic pathways. The fact that we can smell what the air is like is already one up on either Swelter or Tarpit, because if you take a deep breath of the atmosphere on either of those, you'll end up dead in short order. So I am very, very lucky indeed. I have 77 potential problems, but being on Imno 27G isn't one of them. For the avoidance of doubt, and for the slow students at the back, Imno is the Astro Discovery Mandate program that revisited this star system. It was the 27th one the program renamed under the new conventions, and this world I have just put my feet on is the 6th out from the star. We don't call it that, of course. We call it Kiln. And back on Earth, I assumed this referred to the temperature fluctuations. But I was wrong. Kiln had a secret that nobody back at Mandate HQ had been telling. It's easy enough to bottle up information, after all, when it takes 30 years for word to get back to Earth, and there's only one state-controlled channel. Our bubbles have burst around the cleared field, artificially flattened and still with machine tracks all over it. The welcoming committee are keen to get us into the camp proper. We can see the familiar chain-link and hard-plate walls of it rising into a grimy plastic dome, a real taste of home. The deportation camp Marquain and I were held in was made of just the same stuff. I do my best to take a look beyond, because it's an alien world. And fine, it's the alien world I'm going to die on, but you have to be curious, surely. Right then, I assume they're going to just have me digging holes and cleaning privies, never to emerge again, so I want to see the great outdoors at least once. There's a forest. They've cleared 100 meters of space between it and the camp's walls, but I catch a glimpse of it before they hustle us inside. They're not exactly trees, and not exactly plants, honestly, but the basic physics of solar collection produce a convergence with those, even if they've started with very different building blocks. And the essential stuff of Kiln's biology is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, as well as those familiar building blocks like amino acids, which can form entirely of their own accord without any actual life present at all. Life on Swelter, and even Tar Pit, has an overlap with Earth, and Kiln even more so. But still very alien. Incompatible. Reaching the same ends by different means. The trees look like chonky vases crowned with a great rosette of black petals, 20 meters across in some cases. There's no dendritic structure at all. No branching from bough to branch to twig, the pattern that repeats ad infinitum in earth biology, from trees to the passageways of the lungs. Here, there are just those big, bulbous tuber trunks and the extravagant whirl of enormous leaf, petal, sail things that are the photosynthetic surfaces. They're almost black, eating as much light as they can, not even greenness escaping them. The swollen trunks are yellow-orange, only slightly different in colour to the dusty, burnt-looking ground. We see no motile life in that first brief snatch of Kiln, though it is out there. The cleared ground keeps it at bay, at least during the day, at least long enough for us to walk across it. Then they get us inside the camp's fence, kicking the laggards and beating us with gun butts. Most of the others are only too glad just to get under cover, away from the alienness. It's me who dawdles, staring. It's me who takes the blows on my back and shoulders. Not even properly professional brutality. There's almost an edge of hysteria to it. There's a distinct sense of hurry, with plenty of mirror-visor helms glancing at the tree line. They next herd us into an enclosed chamber just within the gates, leaving us there and gassing the fuck out of us. Something eye-watering and acrid sears my throat and stings my skin. It goes on for a good 3 minutes, which I know because I'll go through it plenty more times, and eventually I just count the seconds. Everyone is given a solid lungful of the stuff. When it's done, one of my fellows, a woman, is on the ground wheezing, gasping, clutching at her throat. She's dead even before our guards come back in, or else they were politely waiting for her to die before they returned, just to save themselves the trouble of not helping her in person rather than not helping her remotely. It was an allergic reaction. I'm told about 0.5% of people can't take the decontamination. So at least my odds were pretty good when it came to this particular death. I mean, honestly, I've survived so much by now, I should be feeling immortal. But I'm not feeling immortal. I don't think I ever felt quite so mortal in my life. I remember how it had been in the justice camp, waiting for my trial. I was so bloody defiant. The principled scholar in opposition to the fascist regime. Let them do their worst. I would stand on the scaffold and spit in their eye. Except it hadn't been the scaffold. My execution is going to take place over years of privation, light years from home. Whatever the minutiae of the desiccation process, I suspect in most cases defiance doesn't survive rehydration. They finally let us out of the airlock, the decontamination chamber, and we see what's under the camp's dome. The usual, of course. The local earth bonded into mockcrete and shaped into low, unlovely buildings. I can instantly tell you which is the labourer dorm, which is the workshop and infirmary, or maybe the infirmary/research facility. It's always reassuring when the science needs sick people on hand as a ready resource, yes indeed. I see the expected network of gantries, towers and upper residences where the staff and guards live, and from which privileged vantage point they can look, spit, and if need be, shoot down at we lesser beings. They'll have the communications and control up there. They're linked to the satellites and whatever orbital infrastructure's in place for Kiln. They'll have the lifeline to Earth. After all, they're due to go back someday, unlike us. But all of this is just home cooking from my perspective, and not what I'm interested in, because the camp buildings make a ring, and what they make a ring around are... For a brief moment, I think the central structure is made up of dead trees, because the walls of it are of the same rounded shape. My second assessment is that they're fossils, based on the stony-looking spires rising past those broken vase structures. Spires like upright leaves with regular projections, now weathered and broken off. Gigantic fossils of an earlier age of this alien world. There's only so long I can kid myself, though. Only so long I can keep these prodigies trapped within the realm of bioecology. These have been made. They are buildings, or the ruins of them. Kiln once boasted a civilization, and the shape of some of these ruins looks enough like the pottery ovens of old Earth to give the planet its name. We've not just found another iteration of life here, we've found other minds. And 3 complex ecologies out of 78 worlds is one thing, but one other intelligent species in the whole universe cracks all our assumptions wide open. For a moment, I forget that I'm a prisoner because my mind has just been freed. The guards muscle in before I can assess it further and march me off to go before the commandant. I haven't been in the camp 5 minutes, and already it seems I'm in trouble. Chapter 3. I'm still clutching my paper rags to my privates as they shunt me up the gantry stairs, which is a recipe for barked chins and grazed knees, and leaves me precious little modesty by the time I get to the top. As though they've driven me up there just so I can exhibit my wretched physique to all and sundry. I'm trying to ask questions, which they're not interested in answering, unless you count physical violence, which, in my experience to date, has a certain finality as a conversational gambit. "What did I do?" I demand, and by the second time it's more pleading and begging. There aren't many good reasons to be hauled off to see the big man, and I can't see why they'd need to make an example of someone right now, given all the varied examples that our delivery method provided us with, but that's the only thing I can think of. They're going to dangle me from the scaffolding just to make sure everyone else is sufficiently educated as to the way things are run around here. A final irony. The career academic ending his life as a lesson. When I'm shoved into the complex of buildings up there, I frantically reassess my expectations. Torture, perhaps, or a little recreational beating. Maybe it's in the guards' contracts that they get 1 out of each shipment for their personal diversion. After all, their lives must be short of entertainment otherwise. I look for the thumbscrews and the electrodes, the big truncheons and the easily washed-down floor. The lead guard cuffs me about the head and then rips the last of my tatters away. I brace myself for the latest, maybe the final piece of oppression I'm to receive from these faithful servants of the Mandate. The Mandate's business is control. If the Mandate didn't want to go to space, It's not as though there'd be some interstellar underground railroad ferrying dissidents out of their jurisdiction. If the mandate didn't care about extrasolar life, then it could destroy and bury the data from the probes which had gone to Swelter, Tartrap and Kiln and the rest. It's not like your friendly local revolutionary subcommittee would launch its own competing space research program using bottle rockets and string. So, cover up all evidence of extraterrestrial life, then. Say it's all star stuff, but none of it organised in a particularly energetic way, so everyone can go back to their textbooks and forget about little green men, thank you very much. Except, of course, the mandate never has the degree of control it wants. Word gets out. It always does. Little cells of interfering academics like yours truly would end up poring over the details and know that something was out there that the mandate didn't want us to know about. Simply uncovering that much would be a morale-boosting victory for us, and from that statement, I think you can truly see how trivial we all were in the greater scheme of things. Perhaps because the bureaucrats and tame scholars of the mandate were equally trivial in their outlook, they wanted to deny us even that miserable triumph, and so didn't cover anything up at all. The data arrived and was duly released. Life in the universe, worthy of study. We academics raised our voices in a clamour demanding action. Or rather, we didn't, because by the time the announcement was made, action was already underway. Every world out there with life was getting a labour camp and a science team, along with mining concerns and the like, exploiting concentrations of rare elements. It's only really the rare elements, you understand. There's no point in bulk shipping the common stuff over a distance of light years. It costs too much to ever make back your stake, and you may as well just do something similar within the solar system. Cost is, of course, the problem. You might ask why the restrictive, oh-so-narrow-minded mandate is spending its valuable resources shipping people like me off to Kiln to go look at aliens. And yes, the simple threat of behave or we'll deport you to an alien world by the absolute cheapest and nastiest way has some use as a stick to threaten people with, but it's not as though the mandate is particularly short of sticks. Why look at aliens at all? Because, as I said, the mandate's business is control. I don't mean that they're worried about a Kilnish invasion fleet, or they want to turn the snails of Swelter into colonial slaves, or anything like that. I mean philosophically. The mandate was very keen on building a detailed model of the universe. From subatomic to universal, they wanted a textbook explaining how it all fits together. And that sounds suspiciously creditable to an impressionable scholar. The mandate is big on academia. Plenty of scholars live happily in their ivory towers, writing papers politely refining one another's critiques. Big on the arts, big on the sciences, especially big on humanities and philosophy. What's not to like? From my point of view, what's not to like is how they have their methodology absolutely backwards. The neo-scientifico doctrine looks powerfully sound on the face of it. All that investigation and understanding our place in the universe through detailed study of those other worlds. But after a while, you work out that they're starting with our place in the universe, and the goal of all that work is to draw some nice straight lines from what we found to what it means. And woe betide you if that's not where the points on your graph are leading. Trivial, like I say. And our academic quibbles, those of people like Ilmus and Marquain and me, are all equally trivial. But such trivialities got us all deported into space the cheapest way, and Marquain didn't survive the trip. Except what I just saw today. The ruins on Kiln. That was a bit more than trying to prove the undersea life of Swelter was equivalent to this or that stage of Earth's prehistory, or show how the sluggish metabolic pathways of Tartrap fit the ideas enshrined by past luminaries of biochemistry. The stakes went up after what they'd found on Kiln, and I realise now they really can redact the data if they try hard enough, because not a whimper of it had found its way to our debating rooms back on Earth. In that room, the brutal servants of the Mandate give me new clothes to replace the flaking paper envelope they sent me into space with. Real clothes, weirdly antiquated. Not that Mandate styles vary much over time, given how much they value conformity, but the height of the stiff collar, the way the cuffs clip about my wrists like manacles rather than buttoning back, is old-fashioned. The overlap of the jacket, fastening all the way across the left breast, almost under the armpit, is that faux military style of 2 generations ago. The way formal clothes looked when they'd sent Commandant Terrelin and his expedition out here. An unintentional statement about the ideology of space travel. Earth is crowded. The solar colonies are at economic capacity. Yet you'll notice that when I was talking about why to send us out here to study, I didn't even mention sending us out here to live. It isn't deportation to the colonies out beyond the solar system, just the labour camps, serving specific industrial or studious purposes. There are colonies, but only within the solar system, and even then tightly limited and regulated. Keeping someone alive on half-habitable Mars is expensive. Keeping someone alive on Titan, or in the sky factories above Venus, is murderously expensive. Why not colonize the exoplanets, most especially halfway congenial Kiln? Places where we can walk under the sky without instantly freezing, burning, or suffering explosive decompression. Surely the Mandate, global superstate that it is, wants its space empire. Let the clothes tell the story. Here on Kiln, the Mandate is a century out of date. I imagine Commandant Terrelin sitting up there in the antique uniform of his day, a man on the far side of middle age who will be getting on the boat in 10, 15 years to go home for a state-sanctioned retirement. Going home to an Earth he won't recognise, despite the Mandate's best attempts to halt time and control progress. Even the perfect state of governance shifts in 1,000 little ways. 30 years have passed on Earth since they sentenced and sent me away. If there was a revolt here on Kiln, it would take 30 years for word of it to get back home, and another 30, plus mustering and prep time, to send a response. In which time, who knows what would have happened at either end of that ridiculous thread of whispers. The Mandate isn't interested in spreading humanity throughout the galaxy, not even to our nearest neighbouring stars. Clenching their fist around the solar system is enough of a test of their authority. Freezing time by redacting history and monitoring every little act and reaction. Allow people to set up in living, breathing colonies across the vast interstellar gulfs, and you've de facto lost control of them. You've created not dependents, but rivals. And so the work camp on Kiln, like all of its siblings on other worlds, is something different. Nowhere anyone's going to call home. Something locked down and militarized and given over to a ruthless ideologue the Mandate knows they can rely on. I picture him, brutal, slab-faced, not a new thought in his head save those that come in by official decree. A monster given sovereignty over monsters, who in turn have sovereignty over we prisoners. In my new outfit, I am braced to enter the lair of the beast. The guards give me no choice about it, shoving me onwards, and so I enter the presence of Commandant Terrelin. He doesn't look so bad, honestly. Balding, sideburned, a style as oddly quaint as the outfits we're both in. Sitting there at the far end of a plastic table as his flunky serves us dinner. Actual dinner, spun out of an actual food printer, just like Mama used to make. Raising his white cup with a twinkle, he invites me to join him in the traditional toast. The continuing mandate of humanity. And I do join him, of course. I can be anyone's hypocrite if it gets me fed. You may ask the question, Commandant Terrelin says, as I drink. I watch him warily, because maybe this is one of those loyalty tests so beloved of middle managers who want to play the petty tyrant over their underlings. Maybe the question is, in fact, forbidden, and I may not ask it. Recognizing that fact would show my compliance with orthodoxy, or otherwise I'm a dissident. Given I've been shipped out here for unorthodoxy and dissidents, then maybe that makes me, what? Dissident squared? A dissident's dissident? The man who cleans the privies, anyway. Or goes in to fix the nuclear reactor wearing a paper apron as protection. So I don't ask until... Ask, he prompts, all genuine civilized charm as he sips from his delicate cup. It's not as if the question hasn't been burning in me ever since I saw that strange structure. And eventually I can't keep it in, even if I want to. The words pour out of me thusly. Who built those ruins? Good, Terrelin agrees. Who? Not what. Orthodoxically correct. I was hoping I could find a use for you here, Professor Daghdev. He's obviously listened to the pronunciation audio that came with my permanent record, eliding the middle G the way everyone in the prison service hadn't, on the rare occasions they'd even cared I had a name. I know you, of course. It's a small field, Terrelin says. As I was only a student when they sent him out here, he must mean he receives the approved academia with each fresh delivery from home, and has been keeping tabs on the xenoscience sections. Not exactly surprising for a man sitting on what he has here. I have a mad moment when I wonder if my entire arrest was triggered at his behest, just to put me at his service. But no, I earned my sentence. Besides, he'd have had to have sent the order back when I was sitting my first exams. We were both no strangers to longevity treatments, but nobody's that patient. The camp did have a standing order out, though, I discover later, for any academic of appropriate credentials who fell into the prison service. An order that had been sent from Kiln, back when the first research chief here started going off the rails, which had arrived on Earth just in time for my fall from grace. Maybe that also meant a few borderline cases, the mildest of the unorthodox, like my friend Ilma's, had been nudged over the boundary into deportation just because there was an explicit request for them. Someone back home probably got a nice little bonus for every scholar they sent on a one-way space mission. Eat, Terrelin invites. I've just reached the very, very hungry stage of post-revivification, so I do. It's good. The camp commandant and his senior staff eat as well on Kiln as the faculty did back at the Panoptic Academy. Earth proteins, I take it? It's partly an attempt at a joke, ho-ho, partly a genuine worry after I've already peristalsed my first mouthful. We experimented with the alternative, Terrelin tells me. Unsuccessfully. I can show you the results if you like. The twinkle is still there, but it's frozen, become a sharp-edged shard of glass. I'm being reminded of our relative stations, just in case the sharing of bread gives me any delusions of companionship. Professor, he goes on, the iron fist back in its glove without obvious transition. I would appreciate your professional opinion and assistance with the quandary this world presents us. You are in a position to render a considerable service to human science and knowledge, if that was ever important to you. It was, I get out, around a mouthful. It is. Not so important that you didn't get yourself sent here, Terrelin says, as his man comes over to top up his cup. He swills it, peering in with a divinatory air. The food is reclaimed biomass, he says. It's all so maddeningly close, and yet you couldn't eat it as it is. There's no going out to bag an alien for the pot. Except, eventually you could, and that becomes problematic. No. A reverie comes over him that excludes me. a tantalizing trail of half-spoken breadcrumbs that peter out maddeningly in the middle of the forest, leaving me... where? At the mercy of the wolves is where. But the twinkle has returned to his gaze again, and I understand it's at least 4 parts an act. He wants me to be curious, and to be worried, and to be his, luring me into collaboration with him by the hooks of my profession, as well as my understanding that my fortunes are entirely his to hoist or cut loose. You know what they call this place, of course. Imno 27G, I pronounce fastidiously, the proper formal name. No dissidents here, no sir. And? I shrug inwardly. Who am I kidding, exactly? Kiln. Kiln, agrees the Commandant. And something was baked here, Professor. There are dozens of these settlements, or monuments, or shrines across this part of the planet. Small, similar, but not identical. Evidence of a widespread common culture. They were built by a process we can't quite understand, but most definitely raised artificially, no natural phenomena. The work of sapience. There are records of past study, and doubtless you'll be granted access. You've seen what we have out there, and you're thinking, actually, why don't you tell me? What are your first impressions, Professor Daghdev? I blink lazily over it to give myself thinking time, sounding out my inner scholar and trying to work out what those impressions are, and then whether I want to be candid about them with this man. But they're so meagre they're not worth dissembling over. It looks simple, small scale, so it must have been small groups or very small builders. I'm thinking some level of early human development as an analogue, pre-agricultural maybe, or just in the transition. Or I'm thinking termites. What if I told you there was drainage? Signs of higher and lower status chambers based on interior space. Evidence of a stratified civilization with all that must inevitably require. Surely law, philosophy, consideration of their place in the universe? I nod cautiously. Because big and small chambers, drainage, and even air conditioning for when it gets hot are all termite things too. Wouldn't it be a grand joke if everyone was writing erudite sociology papers on what turned out to be a glorified colony insect, or Kiln's nearest equivalent? Commandant Terrelin reads it in my face and smiles condescendingly. Quite, he says. And if I told you they had a power network? Except we don't know what it was actually powering. Source? Solar. Life cracked solar power on Earth billions of years before we made the first artificial panel, and I nod cautiously again, but don't say anything smart in case it cuts dinner short before the dessert trolley is wheeled in. Once more, Terrelin reads me, sure enough, and his smile widens. There's writing, too, Professor Daghdev. Not translatable, obviously, but writing, decoration, art. For the first time, evidence of true thought evolved on another planet, in another solar system entirely. The greatest discovery humanity has ever made, waiting to be announced across the mandate the moment we actually have something more than weak speculation to announce. Because where are they now? Our best guess is nobody's lived here for 1,000 years, but there's no sign of war or deliberate destruction. The only damage can be put down to time or our own study methods. My heart, my mind, they race. Writing. I don't believe it. A lot of things can look like writing, especially if you're desperate enough to find it. There are fossils called graptolites, so named because they look like alien cursive scrawled in the ancient rock. I maintain my veneer of diplomacy, wondering if he's baiting me. There are a lot of reasons a settlement can be abandoned. Or a whole region. He nods, as though I've passed another test. Geosurvey suggests the planet was wetter back then. But we're in a relative ice age right now, with the polar oceans frozen over, the forests shrunken. But this... We've compiled a bestiary of the life on this world, and you'll get to see those files too, of course. It's only a fraction of what's out there, but it's nothing that might have built this. A whole world, yet nothing that could look you in the eye and know you. Nothing that isn't just a beast, even if it's an alien beast. Where did they go, Professor? We haven't even found the remains of anything that could have built these places. No precursors, no stone flakes and axes. Nothing that could ever have evolved into a sapient builder species or devolved from it. We haven't found the tools they used either. And in that absence, we can't even understand how. Do you understand me? He's standing now, making the table creak where he leans on it. I look into his pouchy face and see an unexpected earnestness. They'd sent out a mandate man, but a scientist too. When Commandant Terrelin takes the slow boat back to Earth, he wants to have findings to present. A solution to Kiln's mysterious, vanished civilization. I am very glad you survived transit, he tells me. I'd hoped there would be two of you here with me. The other didn't make it, which is always unfortunate. The journey to Kiln is dangerous. Spoken with the assurance of someone for whom it hadn't been. The other had been my friend, colleague, and comrade. And these mealy words from Terrelin are Marquain L's eulogy. She deserved better. Kiln is dangerous too, he adds as an afterthought. The turnover amongst the regular labour force is high. Contamination is a constant problem. Back home, that means coming into contact with dangerous ideas. Out here, I understand a more biological connotation. You're threatening me. I've finished the meal by now, drained my cup, and feel I can roll the die a little. Professor Daghdev, the Commandant tells me, you are a convicted dissident and heterodox thinker. You have been sent to the extrasolar camps. Because they know, back home, what our situation here is, you are diverted to one of the least lethal destinations within human reach. But Kiln will still kill you, sooner or later. It kills them all, the labour. It's what the labour is for. It's what you're for. But, in recognition of the assistance you can provide, I am offering you the opportunity for it to be later. He claps his hands and his people appear to clear the table. The guards are there to clear me off too, hoisting me out of the chair. A flunky takes the chair even as my backside leaves it, and I decide they will feed it into the incinerator so not a trace of me might remain to trouble the Commandant. Perhaps they'll scrub me from the air too. I hope that we will have many conversations in the future, Terrelin tells me. I look forward to hearing your theories once you have had a chance to study both the ruins here and the local ecology. An unparalleled opportunity to practice your discipline. How your colleagues back home must envy you. Again that damnable twinkle, inviting me to chuckle genially as the guards virtually hold my feet off the ground. Ignoring the fact that those colleagues I had, who were loyal enough not to be shipped out in the fragmentation barges, are retired or even dead of old age by now. For now, I will have my people show you to the labour dormitories and the life that the less privileged here enjoy. I find that tends to focus people a great deal. A few days thinking time. Obviously, a proud and idealistic opponent of everything the mandate stands for would require that. He stares me right in the eye, pretending to tremble a little at the terrifying academic with his dangerous theories. I won't even ask you to formally recant your heterodoxies, Professor. That will simply sit implicit between us, once you become a contributing member of our community here. They take me out of his rooms, down from the elevated reaches where the masters of the camp live. They remove the clothes they'd given me, strip me naked, then beat me a little when I try instinctively to resist them. Just a little, nothing that would disable. A very precise and courteous brutality, like an hors d'oeuvre of broken glass served on a silver tray. They next give me a coarse, one-piece jumpsuit of artificial fibre over paper underwear. One guard has a syringe bolt gun affair, and they tag me, shooting a metal bolt in over one collarbone in a sudden and incapacitating spike of pain. The collar of my jumpsuit buttons neatly to it, as though the whole thing is simply to dissuade me from running naked into the woods should the urge take me. It's a tracker, I understand. My clothes and my implanted tag constantly talking to the camp's admin system, telling them where I am and what my vital signs are doing. Right then, with the pain and the shock, they're spiking hard enough that I hope I'm giving some monitoring snoop an aneurysm. Chapter 4. Ah, the life of a privileged academic. I'm not being ironic here, given I've just had a metal bolt shot into my collarbone. I'm thinking about the actual life I actually had, not long, but also several decades ago, before the first big purge. There are some old fortune-telling cards that turn up every so often in backroom junk sales, or passed hand-to-hand between collectors of occult and banned artifacts. Not the sort of thing you'd expect a hardline scientifico like me to have seen, but when you dabble with radicals, you meet all sorts. Plenty of different and utterly opposed groups have an interest in bucking against the mandate back home. Every so often, circles coincide. The subcommittees overlap to plan some joint operation or share resources. It almost never works. You spend so long staring at your own people for signs of faltering, how can you be expected to trust some pack of fetish-fondling spiritualists? I remember leafing through a deck of those cards, though. Didn't think much of it at the time, save that the art was very fine. They were antique, or at least lovingly reproduced from an earlier age of more baroque tastes. There was this one card that recurred to me later, when I understood how things had actually been every day of my dissident life. A carefree youth with a dog, dancing about on the edge of a cliff and utterly clueless about it. That was us. We academics playing at revolutionaries. Putting forward our unorthodoxies because everyone knew the mandate didn't care enough to slap us down. Pushing the envelope of acceptable thought with our purely theoretical treasons, pretending they were important, while we knew the mandate knew we were only boffins farting about. And who really cared outside the pages of the journals? Except it turned out they were important. When we told each other excitedly this was our way to loosen the mandate's intellectual grasp from within, someone was listening and taking names. When we told each other we were serious revolutionaries, some of us actually were, sliding into practical action while maintaining the veneer of a weekend dissident. And then suddenly there were boots kicking indoors, forcing some of us to flee while others didn't get the chance. The brute squads swooped in with their jackboots and dawn raids. Marquain and I, tipped off before we could get far enough down the list, abandoned our tenured rooms, our books and our institutions, and went on the run, throwing ourselves on the mercy of all those contacts we'd previously disdained because our genteel academic revolution had been the only right way to do things. And of course they caught us anyway, because here I am on Kiln. But we dodged the first wave of arrests and deportations, winning ourselves almost an entire extra year on Earth. For all that year, we wondered who it had been, because that's how it always goes. Someone is taken in and steamed in the interrogation suite until they crack. They give over the names, exaggerate the crimes, what was said and done, because by then they're desperate to have something to sell, to buy their life back. Or else someone had been through that transformative process long before, conducted secretly enough that none of their fellows ever knew they'd been turned. Someone in those meetings listening to every bold word of treason. A poison in the heart of the subcommittee. Or there were several someones. You hear stories of when 7 out of 10 people turned out to be on the mandate payroll in one form or another, including the leaders. All that effort just to trap a few witless fools who'd never have strayed if not for the prearranged inducements of professional traitors. After Marquain and I escaped the first cull, of course everyone we turned to was thinking the same thing when they actually took our calls. Was it you? Are you unsound? And the moment you ask that question about anyone, then the answer always becomes yes. Nobody trusts you. Your ongoing good fortune itself becomes incriminating. So the various reactions I meet when they chuck me in the Labour blog aren't really surprising. Ideally, I'd have wanted a closer look at those central ruins before my comeuppance, but now is not the time for me to recommence my career as a serious academic. Now is the time I'm hunched about the crippling pain of the bolt, while a pair of Terreland's bully boys half shove, half carry me across the compound. From under the dome, the sky appears more brown-grey than blue-yellow-black, I note inanely. The light is weird, but not as weird as it was outside. It's more like the Earth's sun through the smoggy air of the industrial districts I went to ground in. Home. I have a blurred view of those big, kiln-like structures looming over us, 3 stories high at least, with the broken-off, fronded veins even higher between them. I gibber something about looking at them, but it's not really scientific inquiry that motivates me. Just a desperate thought that if they stop hauling me around so energetically, maybe it wouldn't hurt as much. And I have a presentiment of what I'll run into the moment they leave me alone with my peers. Because, like I say, I'm used to the looks you get the moment you catch a break. On the run, amongst the gutter dissidents, you do your best to look as wretched as possible. Not because someone stronger will take anything you have if you flaunt it, though that happens, but because everyone's eyes will say, "Who did you sell to buy that?" I've just been to dinner with the Commandant. They very publicly took me from the line to give me this special treatment. Terreland wasn't just buying me with a drink and a snack. He was making sure I was spoiled goods for anyone else. I know I'm going to get a kicking the moment the guards leave me alone, and make absolutely 0 friends amongst the Labour. That was his intent as much as the carrot and stick routine. If he wants his tame scholars to help him solve Kiln's academic quandary, then he doesn't want to share them with anyone else. I'm making such a fuss that my escort is forced to pause a few seconds beside the ruin, more to change their grip than to indulge me. I stare up at the impossible things, these alien works, built. Incontestably, intelligently built. Supplied with power, too, Terreland said. A network of communities, were they? Spread over the planet. A civilization, was it? Reduced now to just dry relics like this. Think about human history. We've gone up and down more than once. Drought and cooling events hit Earth's past too. It's easy to see how a thronging society can collapse if you've expanded to agricultural capacity in the warm period, then a little ice age comes along and you've got the same number of people but only a quarter of the food. Except it isn't as though humanity became extinct after the Bronze Age collapse. We muddled on, just fewer of us, in less complex societies for a while. And even in those places where everyone bailed on the region and went elsewhere, we weren't tidy-minded enough to clear away all our own bones and tools and things to frustrate future archaeologists. So where were the remains of the kiln makers of Kiln? I admit, given they've just bolted a staple through my clavicle, most of this erudite speculation comes post facto, but I like to think at least the germ of the question is there in my pain-racked brain at that moment. The Labour block is a low, flat-roofed building, with one side of it made from clear plastic so nobody has privacy and the sun's your alarm clock. There are cameras inside too, but I'm used to living under surveillance. Welcome to the mandate. I'm absolutely certain the inmates know exactly which corners and edges aren't visible and how keen the audio receptors are, all that. Not even for the purposes of holding a good revolutionary subcommittee, but just for basic, everyday living. Inside, the centre of the space is taken up with hard plastic slabs assembled as tables. Later, I'll discover there's a whole changeover routine morning and evening, and those slabs also serve as the beds once you slot them into their wall mounts. I'm dumped down next to one of these mounts, just a moulded slot in the wall. There are about 300 of them, lining the long space of the labour block. My new home. The badge they plug in over my particular niche, as well as the bolt they drove into me, identify me as 2275. By this time, the pain has dulled enough for my mind to think through the unpleasant implications of that label. They don't reuse numbers, I divine, and they have a maximum operating capacity of 300 in this, the sole labour dormitory. And I'm very aware they don't ever send the labour home. There's no end to someone's sentence after they deport you to the extrasolar labour programme. I have a brief, bleak moment of wondering where the graveyard is for those who've been used up before me to further the mandate's researches here on Kiln. Then I reassess the logistics of deep space supply and understand I've not been bleak enough. Nobody is going to bury the dead on Kiln. One corner of the labour block is a reclamation unit, to make sure none of those useful Earth-made molecules go to waste. Organic chemistry is incredibly versatile after all. The majority of the elements in your body are the same as in the plastics that come out of an all-commodities printer. The clothes and plates, the chairs and blunt cutlery, it's all at least partly reclaimed people, as is the food. A narrow spur of the dorm interior runs down the unit's side with slots so we can feed scraps and used goods in. The big slots for bodies are on the outside, not to spare our feelings, but just for practicality. Later, I'll understand that, putting our society's hideous pragmatism aside, there's another reason nobody has dug out a little cemetery plot outside the dome, with headstones and dates, and taken from us so young. The incompatibility between Kiln and Earth biology is a bridgeable gap. It reaches for us. It would have uses for our dead. I notice there are surprisingly few people in the labour block right now, except of course it's towards the end of a workday, so people are working, while the main body of my admissions class are being shown the ropes of their new professions. I've missed induction. I don't fit. It seems I have a precious hour or so of rattling around the dorm before Kiln closes on my every hour like a vice. I try to spend it lying on the floor in agony, but the score or so of people who are there come over to look at me, and possibly give me the aforementioned kicking early. "He's for excursions?" asks one of them. That sounds jolly. I think I might like an excursion. Straw hat, bucket and spade on the sunny beaches of Kiln. Maybe life here won't be so bad after all. I'm quite disappointed when one of the guards grunts, "He's dig support." That sounds like actual work. I don't particularly notice the guards leaving, but when they're gone, I'm left with the muttering. I know it without having to look at any of the mutterers. It's distrust, distilled down to the sound of human voices. I hoik myself up until I'm in a sitting position with my back to the wall, the better to ward off the blows. The score of my fellow labour are standing round me, a loose and distant crescent. Not the boots incoming close knot I might have expected. They look lean, tough, and ugly. They are people who have survived Kiln thus far, which is as much of a survivor as you can ever get, what with 2,000 dead since the camp first set up. One of them finally comes closer, bending over me. I flinch back and he says, "Get your hand off your bolt, you twat," without much actual rancour. When I do, he reads out what's stamped on it. 2275 Daghdev. Pronounced wrongly, but if I start correcting people now, I'll never stop until someone punches me in the mouth. I squint at him. He's a solid, grey-haired man, the oldest here, and older than me. There's a lot of pockmarks and scarring under one eye and down his cheek, as though he once had some bad skin condition which ended up with something being lasered out of him. His bolt swims into focus. 1611, Kiev. 1611. That makes him one hell of a survivor. And he's going to be important. We're going to get to know each other, me and 1611 Kiev. But all that's in my future. Right then, Kiev just grunts. I'm not excursions, so he has nothing to teach me. I learn later that he and his team, the people there, have just come back from doing their job. They have one day in the dorm until they need to go and excurse again. But I won't share the perils of their lot. I'm not one of them. More, I'm dig support, who, I will soon learn, excursions view as soft-handed class traitors born with a silver trowel in their mouth. But the anticipated kicking doesn't materialise. Kiev would probably even have helped me up if I'd been interested in doing anything other than lying on the ground in a fetal position. 1611 Kiev has survived this long because he doesn't give a damn about factions, feuds, informants or enemies, or anything other than living one more day at a time on Kiln. Right then, he is not my friend. But he's not interested in being my enemy. It's not something he feeds off. He has no ideology. So the whole kicking, spitting and finger-pointing can wait an hour or so until everyone else turns up to find me there. In which time I've got over the worst of the pain and pulled my wits together. Then they arrive. More excursions, as well as domestics, maintenance, and, in the midst of them, my own tribe of miscreants, the elite scum everyone else resents. I brace myself for the muttering, and it most certainly comes. Some of them just want to take it out on the fresh meat because entertainment's scarce on Kiln if you're Labour. Some have heard from others in my batch that I was given the special treatment. I'm an object of suspicion. Doubtless I'll find my bed short-sheeted. There are no sheets. And poisonous spiders in my boots. There are no spiders. There are worse things than spiders. There are a lot of tough-looking bruisers amongst that company. All of them with more than enough suspicion to come at me. One in particular, in fact, meets my gaze with a definite, I know what you did sort of stare. What saves me from a truly professional kicking from the hoi polloi is my academic credentials, by which I don't mean the natural respect of the working man for the professional scholar, but that the academics already present have very personal grudges and push to the front of the line. Honestly, it's like a faculty reunion in here, since the Kiln camp has those standing orders to secure any halfway qualified dissident for its unique research needs. So it's not just that there are lots of eyes on me, it's some sets in particular. A knot of people shove almost eagerly through the crowd with a sort of fascinated horror you'd get at public executions. Familiar faces. My fellow dig supporters. I meet the gaze of Ilmus Itrin, my colleague, my friend, who was never a revolutionary, just a nonconformist on a personal level, who wasn't quick enough when they came for us, and ended up on the boat before mine. I meet the gaze of Parides Acosta, those hawkish features now half hidden behind a bristling beard. Back before it all went sour, he and I had sat side by side at every subcommittee meeting. Devotees to the cause of undermining the mandate, because it seemed like a consequence-free game at that time, in those salad days before the purges began. There are others, too. Names I don't know, names I've heard or seen on papers, but faces I recognise. Luckless students of fallen masters or enfants terribles murdered in the crib. It's a small fishbowl back home. The Venn diagram of academics in fields related to mine who've also been politically or criminally incautious has limited overlap. I look particularly to Ilmus again, but they're hanging back. My oldest friend, and they won't even look at me. Parides isn't so shy. His angry stare asks the question I've been primed for since leaving Terelin's quarters. Was it you? And I want to have it out right there. To jump up on a table and orate to the whole labour bloc, aided by a presentation with 3D models, graphs, and a thorough bibliography, everything I've done between then and now, ending with when they finally kicked down my borrowed door and sent me here. I want to establish, through the exercise of scholarly logic and beyond a shadow of doubt, that it wasn't me who shopped us all back then, who dragged Ilmus down, even though they'd never so much as handed out an inflammatory pamphlet, who had them haul Acosta out from mid-lecture, the eyes of 100 prim little students widening in horror as the enforcers muscled in and dragged him off. He'd fought, they said. He actually decked one of them, broke his hand against the armour plate, but still floored an enforcer. Ilmus is slender and willowy, and if they were the one going for me, I'd have been able to hold them off until I could get some words out. Parides Acosta was always a big man, and the Labour camp has made him hard too. He's had an extra 11 months of Kilnish hell compared to me, and quite reasonably wants to know if I bought that extra time on Earth with his name passed to a mandate interrogator. My mouth crams with words as he shoulders towards me. All my proofs and protestations stand ready. Yet I can't. The opportunity doesn't come, and there's nothing I could say that would establish my innocence sufficiently anyway. That's how they always get you. Everyone has a plausible excuse for why they weren't there or why they didn't get the big hammer when the mandate came round with its correctional tool belt on. Sometimes they just go easy on someone for no reason other than to foster this atmosphere of uncertainty and mistrust. Or sometimes your closest friends really are passing your name to the authorities. You can never know. And so we fight. We, the men of science, go at it like schoolkids. I'm no shrinking flower myself, and I was on the run, living like a criminal for a year, even though my body has been dried out and rehydrated in the interim. And even before that, when subcommittee business got rough, I'd thrown punches and got into scraps. Parides' fist only glances off my temple, and mine socks into his shoulder without moving him much. Then we start grappling, slinging ourselves back and forth as the rest of the Labour jeer and cheer. He tries to ram a knee right into my academic credentials, and I try to yank a fistful of that wiry beard out. There are tears in his eyes. His yellow and brown teeth are bared. He tips me at last, throwing me into a table. The edge of the slab is like catching a truncheon across the kidneys, just like when they took me back on Earth. I come back swinging, but by then 3 of the guards have rushed in. The crowd melts back to the fringes of the dorm, and the thing that slammed into my other kidney really is a truncheon. I'll be checking my piss for blood for the next day or so is my best guess. They lamp Acosta too, slapping the pair of us about, and then push over some short man who's had nothing whatsoever to do with any of it. Having wrung out the maximum amount of amusement from the situation, they finally leave. In their place stands a hard-faced woman in prisoner overalls, her hair shaved close to her scalp. "Parides," she says. "Fucking back off." The expletive comes clipped and neat from her lips, as though she learned it from a textbook. Parides Acosta scowls at her and me, and the world in general, but does as he's bid. Her bright bird eyes next turn on me. "Daghdev," she says. Daghdev, the same error of pronunciation Kiev had made, someone who's only seen my name written down. She's not hostile, just short with me. I look into her bony face, the cheekbones protuberant as thumbs, the chin like a knuckle. Her bolt says 2019 Crone. "Helena Crone," she confirms. "From the Misler Research Institute." I fight down the ridiculous academic snobbery that, in another life, would have had me sneering. Oh, that place. And passing some comment like, "I suppose someone needs to hold the test tubes and run the statistical analysis." Because that's a life I've not inhabited for a while, since the purge and going on the run and all that. I just nod. I don't bother with declaring my own schooling, and it's a wonder she does, honestly. Some habits are hard to break, and some become the teddy bear of normalcy people cling to, I suppose. I run dig support here, Crone tells me, prodding me in the chest with a finger that feels like a sharp stick. She's weirdly, almost skeletally thin. I learn later that some people never really take to the reclaimed diet here. Every meal is a daring flirtation with yakking her guts out, apparently. Because when you're labour, nobody cares about your intolerances or even your allergies much. Acceptable wastage. But Crone has survived despite this, clinging on with her brittle nails and becoming head of my new department. Dig support. Such an inspiring name. It shows in my expression, and she smirks. Such a long face? Latrine duty isn't how I want to die, I say. I like the sound of excursions. We help the research team with their work. The ruins, the ecosystem. You'll get dissection subjects and data processing and all the decontamination you can eat. 1611 Kiev has hung about like a vulture, in case I fall into his remit after all. Now he gives my shoulder a push. Not an assault, not bullying, more like a man testing the structural stability of a wall and finding it wanting. Fuck about, he tells me, and we'll get you on excursions soon enough. Then he strides off. And that's how I discover I don't want to be on excursions after all. Our mission here is, Crone starts. In that moment, she's every moderator struggling to retain control of the panel. Don't fuck this up for us. We've got a good thing going on. That's our mission, says Acosta, butting in to jab me right in the metal bolt and sending a jolt of agony through me. They fucking hate us. All of them. There's no indication if he means the prisoners, the guards, the mandates, the vanished local architects. We get to study, though. They don't waste good scholars in this place. So you study and you hand in the right results. I stand my ground. As Acosta muscles in again, I do my best to muscle back from a definite position of weakness. Crone isn't having any of it. She kicks him behind the knee and shoves me in the chest. She's smaller than both of us, but she has bony elbows and knows how to use them. What my learned colleague is trying to say, she tells me, is I don't care whatever the fuck heterodoxy had you sent here. Whatever theory you had they didn't care for, or whichever way you wanted to stretch the bounds of human knowledge, that's over now. It's not like you get the chance to publish. We give Terlan what he wants, or we give him enough that he doesn't consign us to excursions. You get me? What does he want? I ask. Then certain things fall into place, and I say, he's not a philanthropist, is he? They nod. My heart sinks. Just when I thought things had stopped getting worse, fate has one last turd to drop in my begging bowl. That one particular gem of mandate scientific doctrine that we ripped the piss out of back when we weren't prisoners or fugitives. It is, I suppose, as fitting a capstone, gravestone, to my academic career as any. Chapter 5. If we'd held sweepstakes for who would end up on the fragmentation barges, you'd have bet on Ilmus Itrin. And, as it turned out, you'd have been right. Ilmus, the nonconformist. You have to understand that a big part of the mandate was based on the absolute nature of knowledge. You can't dictate properly unless you have a list of things that are right and lawful against a list of things that aren't, and never the twain shall meet. The mandate is very into polar binaries. It's in all their rhetoric. What? They'd say. You don't want this unpleasant circumstance we're forcing on you? Then you're obviously in favour of this absurdly exaggerated opposite we've just invented. Or countless variants on that. You don't want these laws? Then you must want rampant anarchy, was the one you saw trotted out most often. And with a good enough speaker, that kind of argument, shouted from the enshrined pulpit of mandate-approved media, can sound very persuasive, mostly because there's never anyone there to argue back. The idea that there might be shades of possible in between any two opposites was anathema to mandate thought, and this crept into their scientific orthodoxy too, which was where I most often struck sparks off it. Ilmus was someone who had rejected binaries all their life. Small wonder they were high on the list when the scholastic purges first came. Scholastic purges? Ilmus echoes when I say it. Of course, they were on the barges before the name ever got coined. After they became widespread enough, I confirm. After people outside the institutions got wind of what was going on, they needed a name for it. So they cast it as halting the corruption of young minds. Think of the children. You know, the usual. Ilmus, who has had more than their share of this in their life, nods. We're doing chores at the moment, just our allotment of the labour block work everyone has to do. Dropping plastic plates and blunt spoons into the reclaimer to be spat out anew for the next meal. Elbow to elbow. It's been long enough now. It's time for them to screw up their courage and accuse me outright. Ilmus and I worked on exoplanet analysis together, constructing ecological webs and biochemical pathways from the decades-old data sent back to Earth. Focusing on the microbial worlds, and later swelter and tar trap, we looked at the differing ways the building blocks of carbon-based life could be assembled and still work. Ironically, we were always waiting for the Kiln info to come through. We were just desperate to get another data set. They kept this world thoroughly redacted, though, and now we both know why. Now we have our dream, to see it for ourselves. Be careful what you wish for. So I understand a certain flavour of academic orthodoxy preceded us here, I say heavily, given Ilmus is still clammed up insofar as what I'm waiting for is concerned. Yes, well, it's exactly as bad as it sounds, Ilmus agrees. Ideologically. Commandant Terelan, he doesn't know much about science, but he knows what he likes. Surely what they found here knocks all that into a hat. Not according to Terelan, they say. We're, right on the very cusp of finding something convergent, apparently. It's out there in the jungles. The wild man of the outer worlds. I make a disgusted noise, which lingers like the last trump. Ilmus is staring at a handful of beige cutlery, crudely printed so that everything's slightly misaligned and twisted. Like life, I think. Because when I was 15, I wrote crappy maudlin poetry, too. I realise they're not going to say it. I'm going to have to. The words that make you look guiltier than anything in the universe, but which have to be said. It wasn't me, I whisper. They never took me in. I gave them no names. I mean, I'm here, damn it. If you think, Ilmus says brightly, that nobody here is a snitch, then, well, you won't last long. How was the Commandant, by the way? Did you bond over dinner? I don't even know what that was about. He's seen my writing, apparently, and wants me on side for his pet science project. Ilmus shrugs. Oh well, don't polish your halo, mate. He had me up there too. Has Crone over every so often, along with the actual science. I mean the team, The non-labouring academics. Our direct bosses. Wait, he had you in? I say, peeved that I'd been getting the 3rd degree for the same thing, but again, entertainment is scarce in the camp. Our Commandant, mate, is an intellectual. Proud of his credentials. Likes the company of educated souls, even dissident convicts, don't you know? So long as they toe the line now, which I did. I let him have his compliments and his choice of pronouns. But I know I didn't pass my name to the mandate back home, and I know Crone is a time server and a bootlicker, but she was here long before I came. Then here's you in on the next boat. After 11 months of Earth I didn't get. How was it, old pal, old friend? How did all that freedom taste? Fucking awful, I tell them flatly. Living in squats and out of people's basements and attics. Always listening for the jackboots. Trying to skip jurisdictions to get to one of those mythical districts where the rules are lax and you can loosen your collar, except I don't think they exist. They're just so the traffickers can charge you all your worldly goods to get into the back of a van and have your throat cut, or else be dumped on enforcement's doorstep with plastic ties around your wrists and ankles. Ilmus, please. I didn't. I wouldn't. I see their face shift. Their desperate need to forgive is running up against all the places they've been hurt before and making headway despite the pain. Or maybe it's not even that. Maybe making the decision to trust me and pretend they believe it wasn't me is just easier than hating me. Because having me as an ally here is better, even if they'll never trust me all the way again. And I'll take that. It's better for me, too. Then a hand slaps down on my shoulder. It's 1611 Kiev from the jolly-sounding excursions. He hasn't come to put his bucket and spade in the hungry mouth of the reclaimer. He's come to show me the business end of the machinery, which sounds like a threat now I say it. I reckon if a big deportee loomed over you and offered to show you how the reclaimers worked, you'd take it as a prelude to his body was never found. But I see that Kiev actually means it. The reclaimers are janky, and they get jammed easily, so everyone needs to know how to sort that without adding some loose fingers to tomorrow's mix. Kiev's hand stops on my shoulder longer than it needs to. It's not an intimacy thing. I'm more solid than he was expecting for a Ponzi Academy boy. His grip tenses thoughtfully before releasing, like a cattleman evaluating livestock. So Ilmus won't spit in my face, and the dust-up with Parides was barely worth the bruising. The storm hasn't broken over me yet, but it's going to. I notice a number of the labour gathering nearby, with a lot of eyes on me. I wait for the moment someone decides to knock me down and kick me again, to teach me about being Terolin's pet. I think through the Commandant's gambit as Kiev shows me how to retain my digits when the Reclaimer's little cog teeth are chattering for them. The implicit promise Terolin made to me. Be good, and you'll get a treat again. Life under a life sentence can be better, or it can be worse. He showed me the first, and now I'm seeing the second. Or maybe worse is relative. I haven't seen excursions yet. As it turns out, I've got a fair amount of worse to go. The Reclaimer Gubbins access is on a spur off from the big living space of the labour block. There's a corner of the structure that's machinery and a narrow corridor alongside it where Kiev has brought me. It's an awkward space, twisting around the buttresses and projecting process of the works, perfect for bruised elbows and banged heads. It's also mostly outside surveillance, I discover, so the ideal opportunity for my awaited comeuppance. Another hand lands on my shoulder, and of a decidedly different quality. A pincer grip that grinds bones together. I brace myself as it turns me effortlessly around, expecting a gang of big, unsympathetic men and women. And this is exactly what I get. A dozen of them. Some scarred, most shaven, almost bald. The man who's using my shoulder like a stress toy has a hand particularly suited to the purpose. It's prosthetic up to the elbow, his jumpsuit rolled and slit around it because it's bulkier than a real one. Garish red and orange plastic like a child's toy. His face has all the sympathy of rough-poured concrete. No soft academic, no armchair revolutionary. The real kind. Thrown bombs and corpses. The sort of rough-handed thug that a genteel man like me would obviously have nothing in common with. Something he's about to make abundantly clear to all. Kiev stands there for precisely half a second and then takes a step back, ducking automatically under an overarching pipe, making it not his problem, because it's not his problem. I meet the eyes of the man who's got my shoulder and understand this is going to hurt, and there's no way out of it. The pincer grip drags me sideways a step, until I'm in that narrow clip of the reclamation corridor that the Labour block cameras can see. "You like the taste of the Commandant's arse, then?" he says. I really don't know how this is going to go, which, in a way, should tell you that more things are going on here than I've let on, because it must look pretty damn obvious to you. "I didn't ask for it," I say, loud enough for all. "I don't want trouble." "You probably think we'd all like the taste of yours now you're the big man," my interlocutor tells me for the benefit of the crowd. "Not really," I brace, for all the good it'll do me. He hits me with the real hand, which feels like cheating. It's still quite capable of driving the wind out of me. The plastic hand yanks me upright again, when all I want to do is retch the Commandant's fancy food out of me. He slams me against the lumpy side of the reclaimer. I feel the panel, the one Kiev had opened to show me stuff, twist out from its brackets, and the excursions man twitches forwards then. Me getting my arse handed to me isn't a motivation, but someone's going to have to fix that. Just a twitch, though. Kiev's solid and tough as a strip of leather, but he didn't last this long on Kiln by being anyone's hero. I'm hoisted even higher by my collar. Luckily, the exquisite pain of having my collarbone bolt yanked about distracts me from the strangling. He leans in very close. "Just so you know how it is," he growls in my ear. "No special treatment for fancy boys like you." I make some inarticulate sound of confirmation, and he drops me. The relief is blessed. I stay on my knees to demonstrate my penitence, and because right then I honestly cannot stand up. He crouches beside me, companionably, pinching the back of my neck to tilt my ear in his direction. He leans in close, his breath on my skin. The clatter of the reclaimer hides the soft-voiced threat the others must assume he's saying. Instead, he whispers, "Sound?" And I have to fight to make sure my pain and suffering are still on full display, because this is the message I've been waiting for. This is what all the fuss and fury were covering. The fact that he and I have a long history, that we're hiding from the rest, just like I hid it from you. "Sound, Clem," I manage, eyes squinting sideways until I can meet his gaze halfway. He's not ever going to apologize for what he just put me through, and I'm not going to ask it of him either. I understand it's how these things go. The rules of the playground, putting on a show. Now everyone will know I've been soundly chastised by the labourer body politic and paid my dues, or at least this instalment of them. This buys off the fancy dinner, or that's the idea. As much as if that plastic fist had karma moulded across the knuckles. This is Clemish Baruda. They packed him out on the boat before Ilmas's ride, 2 before mine. He's no academic, though. It's pure chance we've ended up in the same corner of extrasolar hell. His revolutionary cell collapsed, his subcommittee got infiltrated, and he was sold out. But not by me. He's had a chance to think it through and clearly decided I was never in a position to do the dirty on him. So he made sure it was him giving me a going over rather than anyone who'd have me pissing blood for a week. Because if Clem did think I'd sold him back then, this little interview would have gone very differently, and maybe I'd have made a donation to reclamations through that open panel. But we're square. We're sound. We make a big show of me letting him help me up, knuckling under to his authority, accepting my place in the food chain. He's got me by one arm, and I recognize the woman on the other as another of my old confederates from back home. It's been 2 years on Kiln for the pair of them, and I only see one other from that class. Their fellow insurrectionists were either sent elsewhere, executed, or have already been fed posthumously to the reclaimers. Clem's fellows don't look like they think I'm sound, though. I'd like to think that my also being here, however much later, should stand me in good stead, but I remember what Ilmas said. The Labour bloc has its share of mandate informants, just like everywhere I've ever been. Like every academy class, every revolutionary subcommittee, every drinking den and dissident meeting or study group. There's always someone. They don't even need to buy you with a promise not to deport you on the barges. They can just promise you slightly less brutality at the other end. We're cheap. The mandate makes us that way. It's fear of the whip, not greed, that turns us all into potential betrayers. I realise there are guards outside looking in. They've worked out something's up, though if Clem had wanted to stuff me into the reclaimer, he's had ample chance. Through the Labour block's one transparent wall they stare, and I almost want to wave at them. In the same faceless, dark visors and plastic plate armour that hasn't changed much over the decades and light years. They have the mostly not lethal crowd guns, but the actually quite lethal pistols too, as well as chemical sprays and truncheons, all the symbols of a happy and well-adjusted state. Things I've seen used more than once. There are just a couple of them, but their presence is more than enough to cow all of us. Even Clem looks away. I nod, as if he's made some point I'm agreeing with. Very, all friends here, officer. I put a hand on Clem's arm, because I still remember how this is done. The simple finger code. Tap and clench and release. Where are we? A necessarily vague question given the limits of the tactile language. He removes my hand, showing every outward sign of distaste. His living fingers on mine say, soon. I feel a lurch, a thrill, horror, excitement, nausea. Though that last is probably just because he did actually hit me quite hard. Back in the Labour living space, I'm shown how to upend the tables and turn them into bunks. Then I finally collapse into mine and count my bruises. There's a brief span of time between that and lights out, and Ilmus comes up asking how I am. I try to work out how much they're involved in it all, in Clem's side of the business, that is. I attempt to communicate the question without asking in words that a neighbour might overhear and pass up to the gantry level where the free people live. He's... just stay on the right side of him, Ilmus says about Clem. It's okay. He's sound, I say. A neutral word, of significance only to Clem's cell and their immediate confidants, such as yours truly. Ilmus was never a part of that life. I didn't want to put them in danger. Much good that did any of us. Sound, they agree, weighting the word precisely. We stare at each other, almost desperately, scrabbling at the silence. Ilmus was never revolutionary subcommittee material before, but I see that's clearly changed since they were shipped out here. Clem has been recruiting and organising, even under these conditions. Soon, he'd said. I'm in a penal colony on another world, in another solar system. Seems hopeless? Except, contrary to the mandate's fond imaginings, the universe isn't a place of binaries. Control is not either absolute or absent. It's a gradient, and here we are at the shallow end. The mandate's writ here is finite and thin, a veneer of authority over an angry, pulsing vein of resentment. Full disclosure. Yes, I was deported for my crackpot heterodox thinking. That's enough to have you sent to the extrasolar labour camps in purge season. There was a whole extra-rich seam of reasons, though. They only missed them because they already had enough on me and never dug deeper. I more than earned my place on the fragmentation barges, which will, soon enough, come back and bite me. I'm given a crash course in the logistics of the Kiln labour camp from Ilmus. It's a lot to take in, and my head is still swimming with the names of the people I've just met and must absolutely keep straight and remember. The old faces who had beaten this path across the stars ahead of me. People I've heard of professionally but never met. New arrivals in my life who are still powerfully important because my life has shrunk to this one place now, and everyone here could be crucial. As I lie on my bunk, and they try to bury me with names, I clutch at the web of stations, relationships and labels, refusing to drown under them. And while I should be sleeping, I try to build mnemonics in my head to cover everyone around me. All the people who were as unlucky as I was in being shipped out here, but as lucky as I in that they survived to reach Kiln's surface and embark on a life of hard labour. The names circle about like agitated birds in my brain. Dig Support, Helena Crone, Parides Acosta, Ilmus Itrin. Revolutionary Subcommittee, Clem Baruda. Excursions, 1611 Kiev, personal name unknown. The enemy, Commandant Terelin. And beyond that are the basic sections within the labour force, divided and conquered as we are. Dig Support is the cushy number, and because of that, everyone else will resent me. Excursions is the worst assignment. Despite Kiev's longevity, turnover there is high, and I'm going to find out why very soon. Don't fret about that. Between these poles of privilege are the following intermediate stations on the road to hell. Domestic, meaning going up top to do menial work for the Commandant, the Guards, and the Science, those real academics I'll be reporting to shortly. Domestic is also theoretically a cushy job, except the Guards get frisky and are absolutely at liberty to treat prisoners however they want. A lucky domestic can cadge a lot of favours. An unlucky one can find themselves dumped into reclamation because someone woke up cranky and wanted to start their day with an over-enthusiastic beating. You win some, you lose some. Maintenance is a small but select group of prisoners who have some kind of hands-on mechanical skill, tasked with keeping everything running under the eye of those same guards. This immediately seems a slipshod way of managing things, and I say so to Ilmus. They tell me every part of the labour camp system is robust with redundancies, and as long as we have reclamation, printers and decontamination, it's all gravy. Maintenance is relatively cushy too, except when something actually does fail, when it's punishment detail all round. Finally, general labour, not to be confused with either excursion or dig support. This is the actual hard labour detail, originally working on the ruin the camp was built around, and now being sent out into the great outdoors after excursions have blazed a trail. There's a key difference in the way general and excursions are treated, I understand, part economy and part punishment, but nobody out-and-out explains what. The majority of prisoners are general, and it's seen as just one step up from excursions in any event. I'm used to the way things are done on Earth. Machines, surely. Big machines for the heavy work and small for the fine work. And yes, there are machines here, but they're limited, dumb, and cheaply printed, absolutely requiring constant human operation and supervision, with a lot of the brute labour still being done by hand. This is me and Ilmus after lights out, by the way, talking it all over. Them huddling by my bed where they're out of sight of the window wall and cameras. We're speaking in the lowest mutually audible murmur, but apparently this is standard labour block shenanigans. There are at least 2 other whispered conversations going on in the dark. Ilmus explains the brutal economics of it all to me. Machines are expensive. Humans who've fallen foul of the mandate's justice system, on the other hand, are in ready supply and can be shipped out relatively cheaply if you freeze-dry them and don't have any intention of bringing them back. Plus, Kiln has some delightful atmospheric factors that aren't kind to the delicate intakes of complex machines. What about humans' delicate intakes, I ask. This, Ilmus says, is why general labour is bad and excursions is worse. Filter masks only go so far, apparently. Decontamination, then? I note. Something of a belated revelation. But that means... what? Biological compatibility? Or extreme incompatibility? It's complicated, they say. Then the denizen of the next bed along is kicking at us to shut up, and Ilmus finally slinks back to their own bunk. Chapter 6. The next day, Crone takes me to meet the science. That's how we refer to them. In the same way as law enforcement back home was the filth. It's an odd crop of researchers out here in the extrasolar camps, and it must be hard to keep the places staffed. Aside from a few mavericks who are just mad enough to want to see xenobiology in its native habitat, while still considered sound enough that they're not going to go native and hand over a spaceship to some kind of horrible alien spider monster, who can you find to take the trip? You have to source researchers simultaneously orthodox enough to wave a big old flag for the mandate's preferred ideology, and low status enough that an objective lifetime out of circulation isn't going to dent their career prospects much. The losers of the academic circuit, then, without either the spark to be rebels or the nous to get ahead in departmental politics. But, dull as they surely are, they have one big advantage over firebrands like me and Ilmus. They get to go home. It's a sentence, but with a full stop at the end, not just a trailing ellipsis that only closes with death. And when they arrive back, an entire generation will have ticked over on Earth. Perhaps they hope to return in a great triumph, publish and be lauded, found a new institution and have something named after them. Perhaps they'll fill dead men's shoes in their old alma mater, armed with their unique experiences. I don't know any of the science from before, anyway. They're people who left Earth years before I did. And it's weird to think that when I began my own interstellar trip, they were still on their own ships. The expensive ones, good for more than a one-way trip. They were in transit even then. I have a dizzy moment thinking about these distances, these travel times. They don't fit in human minds. Now I've arrived, and they've been doing science to the place for years already, grappling with the world's quandaries, mounding up great reams of thought that I'm going to have to wade through if I'm to make any kind of contribution here. I can't make it work in my head, and so instead the whole thing becomes like ancient times, when you sailed past the horizon and dropped off the edge of the world, and nobody heard from you again. With Marquain dead, I'm the only new addition to dig support from my particular ship of fools. Crone and Acosta take me to see the chief biologist of the science, under whose auspices I'll be slaving, and whose triumphant return and future publication history will be built on my back, I'm sure. Not that I'm bitter, you understand. Another name to add to my list, then. Dr. Nimel Primat. A dark, fleshy woman around my age, walking stiffly with an artificial leg from mid-thigh. Her prosthesis is of a decidedly better vintage than Clem's hand, but she carries a cane too, swapping it from one hand to the other every so often. Her injury was a year ago, I learn, but she's still adjusting to the replacement. She stares at me for an uncomfortable period of time, no expression on her face. Its natural cast is one of narrow-eyed suspicion that makes her look profoundly disagreeable on first meeting her. And she is relatively disagreeable all round. Later on, after working alongside her, I come to realize she is very aware of the precise set of boxes I identified earlier that she ticked to be given this particular, unenviable posting. And simultaneously, she knows that she has immediate subordinates, not convict Crone, of course, but other members of the science, who are ready to take her down a peg if they can. All the usual departmental fun and games, except now she's on a hostile alien world, and privileges of rank include things like not being eaten while out collecting field data. She's already one limb down on the whole business, so a certain level of disagreeability is perhaps to be expected. Life hasn't exactly gone how she thought it would for Nimel Primat. Arton Daghdev. She pronounces my name as though I'm some newly named species in a field she doesn't much respect, but at least she says it almost correctly. I have no idea from that if she knows me from the last 2 decades of publications, shipped out ahead of me and still in transit when I got on the ship. But no, I promised myself to stop thinking about it. Earth has been excised from my life and my future, and all thoughts of travel time and relativity in the rest can join it. Helena Crone makes an abortive gesture. "We should," she says, ushering, but not ushering anyone in particular or towards any particular destination, just trying to avoid something, I realise afterwards. Primat pauses, teetering on some decisional fulcrum I'm not informed enough to understand. I think she's coming down on Crone's side of it when the rug gets pulled out from under her, because a couple of the camp guards turn up with their guns and truncheons, telling the pair of us that the commandant is having breakfast and would be delighted if we'd join him. Crone has already magically put 2 meters of extra space between herself and us. Primat waves her away, directing her to make sure dig support is supporting the dig, I assume, doing whatever it is we actually do. It's only Primat and me who are invited. On to Commandant Terrelin, then. Twice in as many days. I really am the favoured child of the extrasolar forced labour community. The plates and cups at his breakfast are of a delicacy which confirms the printer he has access to up here is an order of magnitude better than the one in the labour block. We take tea, Terrelin, Primat, and I. She's cagey, saying nothing unless directly questioned. Terrelin's genial, his attention gliding off me as though I'm only there in effigy, as though Primat brought an image of me or my personnel file. "So, you've seen your new recruit to dig support, Dr. Primat," Terrelin says, nibbling a rusk of printed bread. It's not a question, so she doesn't say anything. Then Terrelin raises an eyebrow and, by the alchemy of expression, retroactively transmutes the words so that they were a question after all. "It's always good to have additional help, Commandant," she confirms heavily. "What with turnover?" "Turnover, yes." Not quite in sync, but treading on her words so that I know something like this conversation has played out before. "But I want to give you a warning. About Professor Daghdev, Dr. Primat. I note the stress on my honorific and unstress on hers, emphasizing that back home there would have been a very different power dynamic between the two of us. After he left my quarters yesterday, it suddenly struck me that perhaps you might assume it was just the usual regrettable ill discipline of thought that led to his presence here. A mangled chain of weasel words masquerading as a justification for deporting someone off-planet because they said something you didn't like. Primat doesn't even look at me. If I'm a personnel file, it's one she hasn't opened. She makes her face into standard expression when confronted with authority number 17, willingness to be enlightened. According to his files, Professor Daghdev is something of an organizer, Doctor. Terrelin tuts over the wickedness of the world. I go cold, waiting to see how far this is going to go. His activities back home resulted in a number of otherwise blameless academics being drawn into his sphere of unorthodoxy and subsequently being taken up. Some of them are in dig support even now, as a result of allowing themselves to be swayed by his rhetoric. People who arrived before the professor here. A roll of the eyes and a shake of the head. Commandant Terrelin is inviting Primat to draw her own conclusions about why I might have remained free for a span while my poor acolytes were thrown to the wolves. I grind my teeth, but not too much. Because he's just displayed the limits of his knowledge where my past is concerned. "So do make use of him," Terrelin says. "But be careful to keep him on the straight and narrow, won't you?" "I will," Primat starts, but the eyebrow informs her that his words weren't a question after all. "I think he should be shown the current example," Terrelin says. Primat goes still. He adds, "Don't you?" to indicate that this time she's to speak. All she does is nod, though. "Professor Daghdev," she says when we're out. There's that same stress on the title, and I wonder how much professional envy is going to cost me. "Xenobiology, yes?" "Xenobio and xenoeco," I confirm warily. "Then you'll appreciate this," she tells me. She stalks lopsidedly off, juggling her cane, lurching down the gantry steps with perilous haste, always just managing to catch herself on the railing before a full fall. She leads me across the open centre of the compound, but not to those intriguing ruins. Instead, we go to what I'd taken for a storage shed, perhaps. There's a sideshow to see in there before anything else. A cautionary tale. Catch it while you can. We finally stop in front of the spectacle and look. For a long moment, nothing is said. The ghost of the commandant hangs invisibly over us until the words are drawn out of her. "He was in domestics," Primat explains. I stare past the clear plastic of the container at what's on show within it, and feel my stomach, heart, and various other inner parts of me sink. I'm saying that just in case you think, oh, excursions, everyone knows how dangerous that is. But no, domestics, Primat goes on. Honestly, I don't actually know how dangerous excursions is, although I'm getting a hell of a crash course in it via tangential reference. He was assigned to science quarters. Cleaning duty, Primat tells me. But there, he decided he would steal some of our samples. I don't have the first idea what he was going to do with them. Whether it was for someone else, or he just thought they were... I don't even know. There's the slightest fracture then in her voice. She's been making it very hard, cold and nasty, the ruthless department head who considers me no more than a walking piece of lab equipment to be used and expended. I hear the brittleness there too, though. At least some of it's an act for my benefit, so I put her right to the top of the list of people not to fuck with. Dr. Primat is someone who has been fucked with in the past by a variety of superiors, peers, and subordinates, I guess. And as well as gratifying the commandant, this sort of thing is her best chance at future fuckery preemption. Or maybe there's more to it than that, because she goes on with, "There are always little mutinies brewing, Arton." She's a first-name kind of person, apparently, or she is with professors who are her new subordinates. The samples were dangerous. A concentration of one of the outside agents we've isolated as most resistant to routine decontamination. And so the commandant decided he should be given the chance to contribute to the science. Still keeping her voice flat and businesslike, as though she's going over my work and pointing out errors in my maths. "Watch him." "I've seen enough of him," I say, and try to turn aside. But her fingers pincer the back of my head just above my neck, exactly where Clem had grabbed me, so I still have bruises there. Apparently this is the Kilnish equivalent of a handshake or something. She holds my gaze on the tank just so I absolutely and unequivocally understand what's going on. Past the cheaply printed, scratched plastic is the amazing, deteriorating man. He's ripped away most of his coveralls. The bolt that they were clipped to went with them. I can see the raw, puckered hole where it should be. His number, name, and identity have gone with it. He no longer counts as human to the mandate system here. Or perhaps at all. You'd think that terrible wound would hold my eye, but it's shouted down by the noise of the rest of him. His skin suppurates. Hives and blisters rise across it, which he scratches desperately. They burst, and I see a faint haze of particulate matter released, fogging the air around him. The skin also ripples, the first translucent layers healing over the rifts and then beginning to swell again. His mouth is opening and closing, but his sounds are trapped inside the tank with him, until Dr. Primat activates some microphone and I hear liquid shouting. Nothing a human throat should be able to make. As though he's crammed full of the alien and it's demanding to be let out. Woven through that appalling cacophony, I catch the words, "Where are you?" and "Speak to me." From somewhere on the gantry level, a shrill, hooting reply issues out, echoing across the compound like the call of a lonely ape to its mate. Primat shuts off the audio sharply. The call from above is repeated once, then no more. I stare at her, wide-eyed, because that was from inside the camp, but it couldn't have been from anything human. Her own eyes are wide too, nakedly scared for just one moment before she collects herself and reminds herself who's in charge. Kiln. Kiln is in charge. Any control we think we have is purely illusory. But she draws the illusion about herself like the Emperor's new clothes and takes comfort from it nonetheless. "What the fuck?" I say hoarsely. There was supposed to be more to that sentence, something eloquent and befitting my professorship, but honestly, there's just too much going on. I'm physically shaking. It's not even the horror of the sights. It's something in the quality of the sounds, the inextricable blend of the utterly alien with very human loneliness. "Your first lesson in Kiln biology, Arton," Primat says. She's being very pointedly brisk schoolmarm and pretending it's to put me in my place, when I can tell it's far more about maintaining her own emotional equilibrium. "Why don't you give me your first impressions as a scientist?" I blink. I don't want to be a scientist right then. I'm too busy being an empathetic human being. It's interaction going on inside him, I manage. Not just reaction. 3 out of 10 go to the back of the class, but it does at least encapsulate the major wrongness in what I'm seeing. Actually, no, the major wrongness is that there's a man in a tank being tortured, but from a scientific point of view, the details of the torture are nagging at me. The perennial question we ask of the universe's stage magician: how is the trick done? Primat now turns her back on the tank, and rather than face her, and it, I do the same, side-eyeing her as she begins to lecture. Awkward, but preferable. Life on Kiln uses a toolkit of molecules with about a 2/3 crossover with Earth life, because certain molecules form naturally, given the palette of elements commonly available to the universe via the exhalations of stars. You understand, Arton? The universe has a direction. This is one half of the motto of scientific philanthropy back home, and I pointedly don't chime in with the standard rejoinder. Behind us, something thumps the clear plastic, and I hunch my shoulders against it. Primat ducks outside and starts limping across the compound, still pontificating, and I dog her heels gratefully. She's all business, all clinical, and I'm not fooled for a moment. I think it's been a while since she did this with a live subject in the tank, and she's forgotten how distressing it is. 2/3 shouldn't be enough, I say. I'm doing it too. The cool science act, because it papers over what I've just seen and heard with a veneer of professionalism. Walls it up like a madwoman in the attic. And what was that terrible call we heard answering the man? Primat isn't going to tell me yet. Time enough for that later. The rest of the science and dig support are already hard at work when we return. It's only Primat and me who've been skiving off on this horrifying jolly. On our way to the steps, through her laborious stop-start climbing of them along the gantries, I'm presented with the essentials from Primat. Basically, it boils down to life on Kiln being very complicated. Life is, in general, complicated. A rule my colleagues and I have observed wherever organic life has been found is that it has a tendency to complicate itself once you have the basic building blocks of evolution. Meaning competition for resources, and a sporadically fallible system by which characteristics can be inherited, or in some other way alter over time. We've found multiple mechanisms, and some without any commonality with Earth bio at all, But the logic is the same. And once you have that logic, life becomes complex over time, as new variations slot into new niches that then create the opportunity for further niches still. A continually expanding idea space of what life can do to make a living. But life on Kiln is really complicated. The hereditary encoding has considerable sideways transmission, Primat explains as she leans on the stick and takes the steps one at a time. Having your chief researcher lose a leg apparently isn't reason enough to let her use the damn goods lift. What she said can be decoded to mean that, firstly, the vehicle Kiln life uses to transmit information down generations isn't quite genetics the way we know it, though it serves the same purpose. And secondly, hereditable traits can be transplanted between the genome equivalents of organisms, jumping from species to species rather than just being passed on within a single lineage. It happens on Earth, but only with bacteria and other very simple sorts. On Kiln, it apparently occurs with large and complex organisms too, via some means of trait selection not yet properly understood. This gives rise to a kind of rapid response evolution. Everything is adapting to everything else constantly. A lot of symbiosis, Primat says, catching her breath at the top of the stairs. Cut something open and there's something else inside it, wearing its skin. That finally breaks my scientific reserve, and she smirks at my expression, for a moment just as unprofessional. Oddly, I like her more for that. A bit of showmanship, a trait lacking in most academics under the mandate. So what happened to him? I ask her, because it's obviously what she's waiting for. The sample he stole was discovered gestating in an excursionista who'd been too long between decontaminations, she explains. It had bridged the gap. And abruptly all that humour's gone, and there's nothing in her but the grim and serious. Gap? I don't understand. Then I do and wish I hadn't. How exactly, if Kiln life doesn't have anything like compatible genetics? Because it's not about genetics. It's about molecule shape. Still recovering from the climb, she half sits against the gantry railings, which groan a little. It's the same as how a virus forces your cells to unlock, so it can do the dirty in you. How any part of your body does what it needs to. It's all to do with how your proteins curl up, keys and locks, all that elementary school stuff. Well, molecules are molecules on whatever planet you go to. So some of the local spores or macro germs or whatever the bloody hell we're calling them have a whole key-cutting shop as part of their toolkit. We are an utterly alien environment to them, but they keep trying until they find a way to unlock us. They get into your gut and your lungs and start trying to find a niche. It's like that immigration mandate campaign, you remember? Let one in, let them all in. I recall the posters from my childhood, the great swarm of cartoonishly villainous undesirables designed to encourage people to shun strangers. Once one organism has found a place in you, it creates an opportunity for others, Primat says. They proliferate, take over, as you see. I do see. Madness, Primat says. If he was free, it'd be like rabies. He'd be running about, desperate to infect everyone. Then it'd eat him from the inside, just deconstruct him and turn his biomass into Kiln biology. When will they decontaminate him? I ask. I mean, if this was for my benefit, consider me duly chastened by this example. Now let the poor fucker out. It's for everyone's benefit, Primat tells me. He's past any hope. Once the ravings set in, that's the limit. The incinerator's the only cure. You can't save people. He's here for all of you, the labour. I'm showing you this, because the Commandant thinks I somehow need additional reminders of how this is a bad place and I have to behave, I finish for her sourly. She's furious with me for just a moment, then humorous, swallowing down the temper. I know you, Arton. Professor Daghdev. A good attempt this time. Almost right. I've read every paper. You were at the cutting edge of the discipline. You must be very disappointed in me now. Her fingers, they look pudgy, but she has a grip like a crab's, take my upper arm. I know you. I could chart your fall from grace through each essay you published. No surprise you're here at last. Don't start thinking you can take liberties, though. They will break you. I had dinner with the commandant and breakfast, I tell her. Maybe he'll come toast you with the good wine when you're in the tank, she tells me. From now on, Arton, you are a champion of orthodoxy. We are here to find out what happened to the people who built these ruins. Do you understand? That very deliberate emphasis. This man, he's here for me, too. For science, as much as for labour. To remind us what we need to find. Scientific philanthropy, right? The universe has a direction. That trite little slogan again, the one we all used to take the piss out of back when we were bold, unorthodox free thinkers, confident the mandate wouldn't care about us. Except this time I've learned my object lesson, and I just complete the close-minded couplet with, and the direction is us. I'm confirming to her I've knuckled under. I'll be a good boy. No tanks for me, thanks. But inside, I'm seething. Chapter 7. For 4 days they have me doing stat analysis. I'm not even allowed to go into the lab areas. I certainly don't get to see the ruins again, and worry I never will because that's covered by a whole other arm of the science, an archaeology wing that Primat has no say over and with whom she's constantly jockeying for resources. Anyway, for now it's stats. I sit at a neutered little glorified calculator and run all the usual statistical tests on data that comes through to me shorn of any context. I learn precisely nothing. I feel like the worst parts of being someone's undergraduate assistant. And this, I understand, could easily be my entire life from here on in, until the guards, the commandant, or the planet kill me. When the day's done, sometimes I'm asked to sweep up, too. At other times, domestics takes over that enviable role, and I can slope down the gantry stairs with Ilmus, Acosta, Crone, and the rest. Everyone's tired, and nobody's willing to spontaneously start a series of lectures about what the hell Kiln's deal is. The little cautionary tale I picked up from Primat and the man in the example tank are literally the most anybody's told me about what's going on. At night, I'm mentally worn out by all the mathematical nonsense they have me doing, but physically still jangling because my body is absolutely certain I'm in mortal peril and should be doing something about it. Sometimes I'm able to share a few words with Ilmus. At other times it's Clem Beruda sloping over to my bed under cover of darkness, or me creeping over to where he and his familiars are holding a huddled conference. The Extrasolar Revolutionary Subcommittee of Kiln. I sit at the edge and listen. I learn a little, but more about the dynamics of the camp than the world. One night, Clem elbows me because I've been drifting. "You in?" he murmurs. "Oh, this place got you?" Because he knows me. He knows that every place I've ever ended up was because the science, the finding out, mattered the most to me. And Kiln is a great big abyss of finding out, waiting to be plumbed. "If we turned this place over tonight," Clem puts to me, "and you could get on a ship and go home tomorrow, would you?" Of course I would, and I tell him I would, and yet my maddening ignorance is a hook in my head, and the line tied to it leads out beyond the wall and dome that separate in here from out there. I never thought I'd see another world, real alien life. I'd never have chosen to be deported, but I'm here now. Except, for the first few days it seems I'm not going to see it, even though it's there. But then, finally, one day, Primat hauls me from the stats work because they've got something new in, and apparently it's time for me to get my hands dirty. There's something in the lab. It's been thoroughly decontaminated, but the brute dissection work apparently falls to dig support rather than the science. You remember how to operate a scalpel rig, Professor? Primat needles. She's lounging back on an uncomfortably narrow stool, using her stick as an extra prop. I remember wielding the knife myself, I say equably. But yes, I did training for the new rigs. Thinking that they weren't even new when I left Earth, except to someone of my vintage. To Primat, they're familiar tech. To our peers back on the home world, they're doubtless museum pieces by now. Weird little metal spiders of clamps, blades and saws. They're intended to be tireless and precise, where human hands are fallible. In my experience, they're a royal pain in the arse to actually get to do anything, but it looks like I'll have to dust off my skills. Primat was possibly baiting me for some do-you-know-who-I-am outrage, but I'm far too keen to actually see a thing, even if it's not from any kind of elevated position. So we go into the lab, and there it is, on the dissection table, under the poised limbs of the rig. It's my first-hand look at an alien animal. Basically, it's a fat ochre sort of worm thing with big, flaccid legs set too far back along its body. Maybe half a metre long, all told. No jaws, which aren't part of the evolutionary toolkit here, but the front end has a hinged arm with a spike on it, able to flick out and impale prey at a distance of perhaps half its body length. Liquefying and drinking your lunch is apparently de rigueur on Kiln. I take a probe and unfold the arm to full extension, and then let it slip back into its resting position, which it does with an unpleasant suppleness. There's no rigor mortis equivalent here. Every joint of the thing has the flexibility and range of motion that it did in life. Except a lot of it doesn't even appear to have joints, as I'd look for in an earth beastie. That looks nasty. I tease the stabbing arm out again and let it slither back. The spike is around 15 centimetres long, its distal half peppered with little holes it would use to slurp the lunch from whatever it got stuck into. Primat smirks at my expression. Humans don't need to worry as much. They don't stab us. Oh, they stab us. There's a moment when her eyes flick to the legs she wears, not her own. Most of the digestive enzymes aren't geared for what's inside us, though. It just really, really hurts, leaving permanent nerve damage that feels like parts of your body are on fire until you beg for death. All this is said very politely and straight-faced, and I can't tell if I'm being hazed or if she's dead serious and on a constant cocktail of painkillers. I wait for the punchline, but it remains unpunched. She nods at the dead thing on the table. This is your audition, Professor. Why don't you show me you've not forgotten your student days? It is, I confess, beginning to rankle. I opened my mouth for a martyred speech about how I wasn't going to stand on preeminence, so could she kindly stop throwing my, now revoked anyway, title in my face at every opportunity. Before the words can clear my mouth, I see the faintest twinkle in her expression, which all the po-facedness can't quite hide. Yes, she is absolutely goading me, and having fun at my expense. But honestly, I haven't seen anyone on Kiln having any fun so far. Even the Commandant looked like he'd taken a mouthful of wasps right before he sat down with us to breakfast. Despite being the butt of her single joke, I warmed to Dr. Nimel Primat very slightly. I turn my attention to the thing on the slab. It has a couple of grapply arms near the front, in addition to the beak, which prevent the whole thing from becoming too phallic. Then there's an uncomfortable length of wrinkled body, and the leggy bit. 6 tentacles looking deflated and ineffectual in death. A very different structure to the raptorial stuff at the front. I prod them, trying to work up the enthusiasm. In death, they are somewhere between cheaply printed uncooked sausage and rubber balloons full of watery jam. I feel my appetite slip out of the door, with no promise it will ever return in my lifetime. Some investigation reveals a compartmental structure, inflatable bits for liquids and gases. I discern this to be a paired hydrostatic and pneumatic system that would allow the creature to inflate separate bits of itself to rigidity with various response speeds and potentials for the application of force. No joints, then. Or rather, every part of it could be configured as a joint or a lever as needed. The screen next to me lights up on a signal from Primat, which I'd missed because I am now entirely fascinated by this thing. The image there shows comparable structures, scanned and laid open and anatomized to save me some time in getting up to speed. "It's very light," she says, "for its size." How big do things get out there? I think about the little glimpse of the great outdoors I'd had on arrival, still groggy from my forced revivification on the barge. Some of the tree-like structures had looked to be 10 or 15 meters tall at least. Very big and simultaneously very fast. Energetic critters, Primat says. Everything's a lot lighter than the same-sized things on Earth. There are a couple of lineages, we think, independently evolved at a best guess, which are sail beasts, we call them. The size of elephants or bigger, and they just spread themselves out and let the wind take them. As she doesn't show me the relevant images or give me any other context, of course my mind's eye starts seeing enormous globular elephants, pink ones, just taking deep breaths to inflate themselves and then bobbling off like dirigibles. Doubtless the truth isn't half as charming. And maybe it's not true. Primat's just hazing me again. "I'm guessing they're not candidates for our vanished ruins builders," I remark. "Vanished being the word," she says. "Vesikan's tearing his hair out." The name, from context, must belong to her opposite number in archaeology. Or would be if he had any. Polishing his scalp in frustration, anyway. The builders left their buildings, but they cleaned out all their tools and possessions very neatly, so the Commandant is relying on us to find them in the fauna. I look at the dead thing. It's a long way from putting on a suit and completing mandate citizenry paperwork. I don't see anything in this that could have... This is what Primat was waiting for. She jabs me under the ribs like a southpaw boxer. Hard enough that, if she'd been in the business of injecting liquefying enzymes, it probably wouldn't have hurt much more than it did. "This isn't just an excuse for me to dodge the company of my underlings, Professor," she tells me, which indeed had been what I'd assumed, honestly. "You are getting a crash course in Kiln biology, because you'll need it to be useful. You have your privileged place on dig support because your metrics suggest you have the capability to make a contribution. You're not here to publish papers, Arton." I'm duly schooled that her first name terms thing is not meant to be friendly, but is just as much her putting me in my place as her emphasizing Professor. I probably look sullen and hurt for a moment, before I drag my face back into the realms of impassive. Primat regards me, then sloughs off her stool and shunts me out of the way so she can instruct the scalpel rig. "Anyway," she says, "that's not the thing. The kiln thing. This is the thing. Look here." She directs the arms of the rig to cutting and prying at the back end of the specimen until she's separated the legs from the torso, if that's even the word. The parting is surprisingly clean. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of plumbing connecting them until she gets to the dorsal surface, where a kind of barbed organ connecting to the legs digs into the main body's spineless spine. She then slouches back to her stool, inviting me to pick up with my investigations where she left off. I stare at what she's reduced the specimen to. The flaccid, jelly leg part is now divorced entirely from the grabby, grub-like part, save for where the beak-looking element is firmly hooked in place. I re-evaluate what I'm seeing. Not specimen. Specimens. Symbionts, Primat agrees at my conclusion, gauging my reaction and finding me, I hope, agreeably interested. We're not even done. Let's see your best knife work. Make me an incision around where those holes are. Flagging up a scatter of pits in the hide of the leg beast, I cut, setting my professorship aside to show how obedient I am. The substance of the creature, as reported second-hand by the haptic telltales of the rig, is rubbery and tough. Either a natural resilience or an artifact of preservation or post-mortem processes. Inside the thing's body, I uncover a weird spongy maze of little sacs and connecting vessels, and... Young? I query. It was gravid. I've unearthed a nest of little things shaped like bullets, with flaps that were probably inflatable flippers when they were alive. They were possibly the young of the worm-like front half of this alien pantomime horse, living in the back end of the symbiont for safekeeping. Or hostages to good behaviour, or... A third species entirely, Primat says. Little macrobiotic mitochondria, we've discovered. They provide energy boosts for short-term high-speed chases. Leg batteries, basically. There's another critter you'll find here, highlighting a pouch set in the back of the arms at the front end, that produces the digestive saliva for the beak to inject. But that's not the thing. That's not even the thing. So while these and several other residents are entirely dependent on the host, that doesn't mean the same thing here as it does on Earth. On Earth, a parasite or symbiont is the ultimate specialist. The worm that infests the wasp, that breeds inside the fig, that strangles the tree, right? On Kiln, this sort of relationship is cross-species. The same organism can perform its specialist services for a range of different hosts. The whole biosphere is like that. Everything out there is 40% other creatures by weight, and by design. Not just because they're all infested with parasites. By operation of evolution, I correct. It's the mildest of reprimands from her captive professor, but she colours slightly. That's what I meant, she agrees, though we both know some strains of mandate orthodoxy go very hard for that design part. I'm showing you this so you understand just how difficult the work here is. It's like trying to think about animal microbiomes back on Earth. All the jungle of life that's a natural part of the gut biota, except here it's not just some bacteria and a fungus helping the digestion. A species on Kiln is a whole community at the macrobiotic level, and each part of it can quit the team and apply for a better position elsewhere if it doesn't feel looked after. Honestly, living conditions on Swelter might be worse, but at least the biology is simpler. Except nobody's going to care about Swelter when they find out what you've got here, I finish for her. But that's a double-edged sword. Because it's the job of Primat and this Vesican to present the findings on Kiln in a way that'll satisfy the establishment back home. And right now, I don't see how that's going to happen without some great big stinking lies in the mix. From shockingly close by, I hear a weird, high gibbering, a human voice twisted into something utterly other. I jump, and the scalpel rig spasms. I might have screamed a bit, honestly. Actual gibbering that makes me realise I've never really heard anything gibber before. It's the other voice, from before, that had replied to the poor bastard in the tank. That terrible, primal moment when you realise that the pair of you aren't alone, and you have no idea what the unwelcome third even is. Primat has gone very still, her mouth crunched to a flat line. The wailing and cackling goes on for far too long, horribly desolate, communicating a terrible, unfulfilled yearning in its tone, and thronging with other things it simply cannot communicate to our poor human ears. Then it's cut off very suddenly. One of Primat's subordinates pops his head round the door and says, "He's gone to poke the ape." Primat shoots him a look, obviously wanting the upsetting, inexplicable moment to just pass into history. I'm staring at her with my obvious, burning questions, though, and she looks away, saying, "The Commandant, he goes to look at her. Opens the radio link sometimes in case she..." I don't know what he expects. That she's suddenly started saying anything useful, but... She who? I demand, still profoundly rattled. It sounded like it was right next to the lab. "Rasmussen," she says. "Ilse Rasmussen." I stare at her, as well I might. Professor Rasmussen headed up the first science team to Kiln after the probe data had come back. Such excitement in the scientific community. The livingest world ever discovered. She'd set out before I was born, and her first reports started arriving when I was a student. That would make her... But she'd be over a century old by now, even if you subtract travel time. Primat's eyes have a frightened look, though the rest of her maintains her easy slouch. "It's the planet," she says. "It's in her. It won't let her die, and neither will the Commandant." "Are you telling me," I ask levelly, "that Kiln also has the secret of eternal life?" "If you can call it living." She laughs, hideously, inappropriately, covering her mouth in reflexive horror at herself. "Too much life, Arton. She's full to the brim with life, and it's eating her. But she won't die." "I don't get it," Clemish Baruda says later. It's him and me sitting up after lights out, tucked into the little corridor beside the reclamation plant access panels where the cameras can't reach. He's directed the machines to spit out cups of lukewarm piss to keep our spirits up. That's what he calls it. I have a horrible idea it's the established name amongst the labour for the one warmed-up drink our printers will vomit up. The name anticipates the taste, frankly. We speak in low murmurs. Not so much to avoid waking our bunkmates, whose ranks start practically within arm's reach, but because of the audio receptors that go with the cameras. Clem's people amongst the domestics' night shift claim that most of the guards don't actually keep an eye, or an ear, on what's going on, but who wants to take chances? Fuck around and find out what the inside of the example tank looks like. It's science, basically. Mandate science. I remember having a similar conversation with him, plus many echoes of it with others after we first met. Him sounding out the cranky, middle-aged boffin over why I'd risk my privileges for the revolution. Not quite believing it then, still not believing it now. I told him back then that you couldn't even start to understand the mandate until you got your head around its relationship to science, but he didn't get it. Clem's a practical man. He sees social and political problems, then finds solutions from within the same brackets. The ideology that creates those problems never seems relevant to him, but to me it's the root of all the evil. I try again. The mandate is simultaneously deeply interested in science and utterly hates it, I tell him. Science is what gives them their legitimacy. Their mandate, actually. Their justification for doing everything they do is that they have a logical, rational piece of thinking, which means it's the best way to do things for the greatest number of people. So they love science, because it gives them permission to do all the shit they do. Right up to the point someone puts together an inconvenient but cogent argument that gets in the way of how they want the universe to be. They want very specific answers from science. black and white answers to complex questions. Everything sorted into predetermined boxes. Clem, the pragmatist, makes a rude noise, albeit quietly. Guns give them the permission. I mean, yes. Obviously, yes. Or guns mean they don't need to ask about permission. But that's not how human nature works. This is your cognitive distance thing. He lifts the cup to his lips with his plastic hand. Cognitive dissonance, yes. It's not enough to be able to do a thing. People, human people, want to be able to believe it's right to do so. The first thing those in authority do after they've used main force and brutality to take over is paper over everything with reasons why they were right to do it, both because it helps you keep people in line if you can get them to believe it, and because it makes it easier to enjoy the spoils of your brutality if you convince yourself you've earned it. Human history is full of social conventions designed to salve the consciences of the mighty and curb the ambitions of the small. There's something in the way humans are wired that means we want to be right by some external measure. So we invent philosophies to tell us we were right to do what we did and we're allowed to do what we want. You find a god, basically, who tells you you're okay. And maybe it's actual God, because that's an easy out. God says. Why? If you're asking that question, then you haven't got faith and you're out of the God Club. Watch it, Clem murmurs. He came from one of the God Clubs, I suddenly remember. It isn't as though the resistance is free of it. You can have a divine backing for any angle of an argument, and it's not like religion just goes meekly away when persecuted. I get to my point hurriedly while Clem tops up the piss. From the machine, I should stress, not his personal supply. Anyway, you can have science in place of God. It feels good to talk like this, even hushed and crammed into a corridor. I haven't had a chance to stretch these mental muscles for a while. People have dressed up their justifications in a white lab coat since lab coats got white. Except science can also be powerfully inconvenient in that it's supposed to shift to follow what you've learned about the world, while doctrine is supposed to be iron. And the universe is inconveniently big and complex, you know. You keep moving out from your core need of, we have to justify why we get to tell you what to do, and the map keeps unrolling. There's always new territory you need to constrain to fit your social constructs, until you've built an entire model of the universe with you at the centre of it. Whether God put you there, or you're the inevitable product of evolution. And that's it, is it? They call it scientific philanthropy, I say, naming the doctrinal elephant in the room, which is nothing to do with giving to the needy and everything to do with being given to by creation. Orthodoxy says we're here to observe the universe, because the fine-tuning of the universe is such that it's a perfect incubator for a human-style intellect, for humans in general. The laws of nature and the cosmos encourage conditions that give rise to life as we know it, and that life was always going to become us. Hence, we were meant. It's manifest destiny all the way down, a mandate from the dawn of time. Meaning that our mandate is just the latest inheritor of a burning torch of meaning, the most perfect expression of the will of the universe. So long as you accept that the universe is specifically calibrated to bring us about. A pause. They're very big on it back home. It makes them feel very good about themselves. Another pause. You can see how Primat's got a job in front of her, though, because I don't see how anything like us could have come out of the mess I looked at today. Clem drains his cup. His look at me suggests he's never heard such highfalutin bullshit in all his livelong days. Well, it sucks to be you, is what he selects from his stock of responses. You go square that circle, I guess. I don't see how any of those words actually help the cause. How about The science is on a constant knife edge of anxiety because Terrellan wants pat answers that they can't really give him. It's all backbiting and rivalries, and Primat looking over her shoulder because her subordinates all want her job. Which means they spend way too much time performatively writing memos and displaying for the administration, and not enough time checking their printer logs. Clem goes still. You kept me here drinking this piss and listening to your nonsense, and all this time you had it. Not just a pretty brain. Yes, I have the little filmy bag in my hands. Inside it are 3 tiny complex parts. I don't actually know what they're for, whatever device Clem and his people are building. I just know the labour block printer is shackled down, so it only makes very specific items, and those poorly, whereas nobody keeps the same kind of eye on the printers up on the gantry level, where the science does their work. Clem had told me what they needed, and I'd bided my time until Primat left me alone to finish the dissection and advance my education. Nobody, insofar as I'm aware, suspected a thing. With the exchange made, we creep back to our bunks. I lie there, thinking about my own knee-jerk mental patterns, which needn't be any more rational just because they always pull away from the mandate's close-mindedness. Because something raised the ruins we saw. They were built, though we don't know how. They were designed with thought. There's art there, and something Vesikan insists is script, though I think Primat's not entirely convinced. For the Commandant's purposes, though, we don't even need the alien builders to have writing. Probably we'd be happier if they'd become just advanced enough to leave their relics before collapsing into barbarism. Except over which hills did the barbarians retreat exactly? Where are the hands whose ancestors raised those towers? Because I don't think phallic worm-spider monsters are giving us any clues. Chapter 8. Over the next dozen days, I learn how it's going to be. Myself and Ilmus, Crone and Acosta, and the rest of dig support doing all the menial donkey work for Nimel Primat and her handful of legitimate, i.e. non-carceral, assistants. We clean up and lay out, oversee the data entry and crunch statistics. We are somewhere between untrained menials and the sort of hard-working student assistants who aren't, under any circumstances, going to be credited in the end publication. I suspect we're all thinking about our careers back home and how we'd all had people to do this stuff for us, had taken them for granted, and hardly ever even spared them a thought. Humility is a humiliating thing to learn at my age. Dr. Primat herself is good enough about it after our thorny start, meaning she doesn't rub it in and mostly ignores us. The 3 men who constitute her team aren't. They're all younger than I am, younger than most of dig support. I wouldn't have wiped my arse on any of them back home. Classic underachievers and coattail hangers-on, which is presumably why they ended up here rather than in a comfortable common room back in one of Earth's respectable institutions. They are very aware of the shortcomings of their situation, not only having been sold an extrasolar lemon in place of a career, but not even being in charge of that lemon. Within dig support, we refer to them as Feep, Foop and Fop, after some spectacularly annoying cartoon characters from our collective childhoods. Everyone else has already gone their 3 rounds with that triumvirate of academic failure. As the sole newcomer, it's my turn to be shown my place. They recognise my name from the literature that's made its way out here. They know me as a rising star of the field, making waves, pushing the boundaries of orthodoxy. Fated for it briefly, before the pendulum swung back and that sort of thing became unfashionable again. Now, watching my morning star reach a Luciferian end here on Kiln clearly pleases them. Mostly because, I decide, it validates their own mediocrity. They ride me hard when I'm on cleaning duty, pointing out invisible stains and marks I've missed, making me do everything 3 times until my fingers are raw with the bleach. I bring them coffee that's somehow never quite the way they want it, and my statistics work is always sloppy and needs to be redone. Although honestly, my stats work is pretty sloppy. I'm used to having assistants whom I now consider uneasily I probably didn't treat much better. We're none of us angels in academia. One of our major exercises is taxonomy, which only highlights how utterly misplaced the mandate's messaging is. Mandate biosciences love taxonomy, always have. That reassuring ladder of species, genus, family, all that. Everything in its little box. The whole of creation anatomized in a spreadsheet. All those neat, branching depictions that coincidentally magnify branches of life, according to how close to the human they are, with humanity depicted as a kind of pinnacle, a fairy atop the tree of creation. And Linnaean classification was always a bit uneasy from the start, because Linnaeus himself was working in a period where deep time and the fossil record weren't much of a thing. His focus was on extant species in his present day. The same exercise applied to Kilnish life is flat out insane. Excursions bring us in more specimens, which Primat ensures have been thoroughly decontaminated, unlike excursions themselves, apparently. Dig Support then get to do the donkey work of physically describing each new instance of life, coding it and running the analyses to see where it plots out in relation to everything else we've found, in the hope that some sort of coherent tree will result. One that has a narrative and a direction and a useful gap where the ruins builders might be hiding. Except that cataloguing any given specimen means identifying anywhere between 3 and 30 different entities, some of which might be familiar from other combined critters, while others are entirely novel. So what are we taxonomizing exactly? What is the creature? Sometimes something comes in that's entirely novel, but it's been Frankensteined together by Kilnish evolution, out of parts that all exist already in our records. Simultaneously completely new and old news. There I am, poking through some damn critter that's infested with worms, bugs, and fungal-looking tendrils, not to mention the whole microbiome of tinier things which have mostly turned to slush under the decontamination. I use the scalpel rig to resect something that looks like the world's most suggestive carrot. Is it a new thing? I try to cross-reference it against the database. The best answer I can find is maybe. On the other end of my work table, Ilmus has the other end of the same specimen. This has turned out to be an entirely separate creature that's mostly visual sensors and whippy antennae, but with no guts or limbs whatsoever, just a lot of suckers it must have used to drain living fluids directly from other parts of the compound beast. This brings to my mind an artistic mode called exquisite corpse that's absolutely banned by mandate censors because it's basically sketchbook randomness and promotes indiscipline. You draw a thing, fold over the paper, then pass it on to the next person who takes up from the trailing lines you've left them. The results are a weird serial chimera of nonsense. Kilnish life sometimes seems to be the same thing moved into the field of biology. Paraides Acosta, also here, throws up his hands. We've seen this one. I spent 2 hours on this bastard creature and it's already on the system. It's just been given all the wrong tags. That's a problem too, of course. You see a thing in one context, which colours the way you describe it. Then the same commensal part can turn up doing something quite different, because of its current selection of partners, and you don't recognise it. Like meeting a workplace acquaintance at an underground meeting. I look at his data, jostling elbows. After our initial pugilistic clash, we're working together well enough. Labour block life doesn't leave us the energy for feuding in our personal time, and we're both pragmatists at heart. Is every damn thing just unique? I ask. I mean, you could go mad doing this. A bad choice of words, because from close by, the unseen Ilse Rasmussen howls briefly before her speaker is cut off. Everyone goes still, waiting to see if she'll repeat herself. she doesn't. A shiver runs from one to the next of us in sequence, as though we too are all parts of the same beast. There are species, Helena Crone insists. She usually takes on the mantle of champion of orthodoxy. There are regular combinations of symbiotes that constitute a Kilnish species, or metaspecies, macrospecies. The same parts in the same configurations creating the same animal. With variations, Acosta growls. And where do you draw the line exactly? I mean, it's mad. One of these things snacks on its neighbour, and 20% of the exchange is cannibalism because of their common parts. They say this place made people who built buildings. Parides, Crone warns. It's more likely, Acosta goes on loudly, that actual Earth humans used magic stone circle technology to come here and build ruins, than that anything like us could have come from this place. Enough, she tells him more urgently. Then Feep, or possibly Foop, is looking in through the door, as though he's scented sedition from his desk 2 rooms away. He squints suspiciously at the lot of us, then slinks away again. I keep having this dream, Ilma says after he's gone. I don't want to hear it, Acosta decides. I meet the builders, and they're like humans. Ilmus goes on as they work on the programming of the scalpel rig. Except, when I get closer, they're just kiln bits, kiln creatures squished together in a raw human shape. Thank you for that lovely image, which won't at all come back to me after lights out tonight, Acosta growls. Meanwhile, I palm one of the scalpel blades and slip it into the fold in my overalls, right next to the bolt in my collarbone where the detectors won't find it. Ilmus and Parides cover for me, standing so that neither cameras nor Crone see me do it. Because Clem is an enthusiastic recruiter, and life on Kiln offers little enough hope that rising up against the mandate looks like a good option. The thing I'm working on collapses with a disgusting squishing noise, some part of its internal structure giving way. The decontamination process, targeting as it does a variety of organic structures, is not kind to specimens. Can we not get fresher meat? I ask. Then look up to face flat stares from most of the others. Unacceptable risk, Crone says. Nobody's going to be bringing lively biomatter under the dome, Acosta explains. Even if we all suited up, something might get loose. As one, their eyes turn to a particular point, a wall that separates us from the perennial durance of Rasmussen, who I've still not seen. We wait for her contribution, but mercifully there's nothing. Our work is to biology what faking a set of books for the taxation mandate is to accountancy. There's the initial survey Primat's team is compiling, and then there's the official record that goes to Commandant Terrelin, written with words that are fewer, smaller, and much more orthodox. And soon enough, I'll be given a serious demonstration of just how ludicrous that can be. One day we receive new pictures from one of the survey drones, and Primat shares them with dig support. As a treat for all the hoops we've jumped through. There are satellites in orbit constantly scanning the surface, picking out interesting-looking sites according to some very humanocentric algorithms. Terrelin has a technical team, which apparently boils down to one bored engineer named Mox Calran, plus whoever he conscripts from Labour's maintenance on an ad hoc basis. Calran gets to look over the satellite imagery, dispatch drones to go take surface-level images and hope nothing tries to eat them. Where the drone imagery shows something is actually there, then Excursions is mobilised to go secure the site and clear it for further study. The satellite algorithm turns up a lot of false positives, apparently, the problem of asking a machine to see pictures in clouds. It probably throws up twice as many false negatives, except, of course, you never find out about them. This time, it's the real deal. A new ruin, the 29th to be located. Excursions are going to have a long trip in the near future. The drone footage is my first view of Kilnish architecture au naturel. It's immediately evident why the satellite has had such trouble picking out the signal from the noise, because you can barely see the structures under the greenery. Or the yellow-blackery, I suppose, given Kiln's colour palette. There's some kind of vine growth all over it, popping out in funeral rosettes that look like flowers but perform a function more like leaves. Primat prods me with her stick and asks if I notice anything odd. I'm already thinking like an ecologist, thankfully. The stuff around the structures is different to the vegetoid life in the surrounding forest. Endemic only to the buildings. I hunch forwards, staring at the buildings and wishing Mox Calren had given me more useful angles. The forest biome around the place is more of the bulbous ochre tubers, each wearing its crown of unfurled photosynthetic petals like a rakish, broad-brimmed hat. Tall lances poke between them, lifting little fists of sun-drinkers to the sky. Dark cords, like snakes with overgrown scales, climb up the sides of the larger life, leeching off them and maybe providing some benefit in return. There are the fantastical lacework structures of parasitic saprophytes, the pocked warts of galls induced by some motile species in need of a home. All of it is on a grand scale, according to the drone's reticules. The largest trees are 15 metres high and half again across the hat brim. I call to mind what I've learned about their internal structure from my dissections and the sciences databases. Their interiors will be riddled with airways and tubes, a complex lab of gas exchanges and reaction chambers. Some of the intake holes are big enough for a human to crawl into, as Acosta proudly pointed out once. And then die seemed to hang around the words, so obvious that it didn't need to be said. Then there's the ruin, detectable to my eye not because of the exposed work of hands, but because the life that cloaks it is distinct from everything nearby. Primat watches my reaction and then prods me painfully again. "Come look at something," she snaps and poles off, shunting a peeved Feep out of the way. I scurry in her wake. Any excuse to get out of work, frankly. Most of the rooms the science does its business in are inadequately lit and either frozen cold or stifling hot, as well as full of Feep, Foop and Fob. She takes the steps down to the ground under the suspicious eyes of the guards, who don't like her much. We end up round the back of the labour block, as though we're about to light up some illicit smokes without the commandant seeing. This is where the central reclamation tank is. The thing everything goes into once it's been used up and broken down. The thing from which every new tool and toy derives. It's hard up against the boundary of the dome, at the one point not reinforced by an armoured fence. Instead, the outside of the dome here is crawling with exactly that breed of alien vines I saw on the ruins in the drone footage. And by crawling, I mean that if I watch long enough, I can see hydrostatic elements pulse and shudder, so the whole network writhes slowly as its rosettes track the sun. There's a big round plate connecting the reclamation system to the dome. The plants seem rooted to it on the outside, partnered to ducts on the inside. I see cables plunging into the earth and guess that they run underfoot to elsewhere in the compound. For a moment I expect to see them writhe lethargically too. What am I even looking at? I glance at Primat and meet her eyes because she's watching me. "Power," she says. "The power of the ancient Kilnish. I thought it was geothermal, the bores beneath the ruins. There are glass-sided shafts descending deep into the ground below the structures. I've seen the geophysics scans. In part, though we think that's more to do with temperature regulation. This is what made the kiln of yesteryear go. It's a hyper-efficient solar collector. The ruins here were covered in it when people first arrived. Most of them are when they're found. Except the Kilnish didn't bother with cables. They just encouraged the stuff to grow wherever they needed it. They were bioengineers par excellence. Or else the way Kiln life works really lends itself to native intelligence relying on biotech solutions from a much earlier stage than human technology ever could. You're looking at the actual working engineering of the vanished Kilnies, Arton. Rasmussen figured it out in the early days, when things were far more hands-on and wild frontier around here. And even though that attitude's precisely why she's currently locked up in the attic, we still benefit from her discovery. Harnessed here and now for our use, providing the bulk of this whole camp's power needs, so that all the solar stuff you see up top is little more than a backup. We still don't understand a damn thing about whoever first pioneered this system. Makes you wonder what we could have had if we hadn't burned the vines and everything else off the ruins here to maintain quarantine. I make a thoughtful sound. It was about time I tested the boundaries of my intellectual cage. You know the quarantine's balls, right? Primat watches me. If you're not decontaminating excursions every time they come back, which you're not, then they're bringing stuff in. It's not really a quarantine. It's just minimizing exposure, she agrees. And they wash off excursions about once every 3 days, usually. Which was just infrequently enough for accidents. When excursions had come back last time, they'd been given a thorough gassing, and one of them hadn't survived. The decontamination had killed off something inside of him that apparently he'd been using. Something alien that had eaten a crucial human part of him and then sat there, until the deception had been revealed with extreme prejudice, and suddenly there wasn't enough of him left to stay independently alive. I don't explicitly refer to the incident now, but I reckon it's written on my face in big letters. It's a command decision, Primat says flatly. That's what your assistants told me when I mentioned it. They said I was welcome to join excursions if I wanted to study the phenomenon firsthand. That sounds like their management style, Primat says dryly. They're not fond of me, I think. They're not fond of me either. I look at Primat with surprise at her candidness. Her eyes are on the foliage clutching at the outside of the dome. Heading up the team here is the galaxy's smallest ever trophy cup, she says. But they still jostle about who gets to piss longest in it. She leans on her stick, the lopsided pose giving her an unwarranted rakish air. I meet her gaze, wondering what she's about. The expected belittling hasn't come. Perhaps she's looking for an ally, though I can't see that I'm much use. Crone is a sycophant to her face, but I reckon that's only skin deep. The rest of Dig Support don't like her much either. Who else is there? Terrelin is like a wolf at her heels, and I have no real idea how she gets on with Vesican, her opposite number in archaeology. Do I want her as an ally? To Clem and the subcommittee, she's the enemy. Almost everyone on the gantry level is. The moment hangs too long. Whatever she was looking for, from me, hasn't come. She limps off, and I need to keep to her shadow, or else the guards will decide I'm malingering. We go back to the airless hut to set down more records, and then construct the other records that we'll show Terrelin. Feep, Foop, and Fop eye me narrowly, as though plotting the demise of Primat's new confidant. Chapter 9. Commandant Terrelin, then. What sort of man is simultaneously consigned to and trusted with a venture like the Kiln labour camp? I meant what I said to Clem about the science. Kiln is important to the mandate, or at least certain sections of it. The universe is a pyramid. Physics leading to chemistry, leading to biology, microbes leading to worms, leading to vertebrates, leading to apes, leading to us. Then the broad mass of humanity leading to mandate officials, leading to the fine minds of the scientificos. Because why bother building a pyramid if it's not you on the very spindly tip of it? Yet none of those apex politicos would sideline their careers by being sent away, out of the loop and out of the solar system to the far reaches of human experience here on Kiln. They might have sent an obedient, unimaginative brute, as I'd first imagined, but a brute wouldn't find them answers. They might have sent, well, someone like me, I suppose. An academic whose mind and mouth haven't always kept to the windy side of orthodoxy. But then the answers they got might not be the ones they wanted. Instead, some unimaginable selection process has given us Terrellan, a man who is neither of those things, but can be brutal or intellectual as the situation requires. Or sometimes both at once. Primat had showed me the man in the example tank. They took him out, shot him, and fed him into the incinerator the day after that, in fact, as though the man's sentence had been extended for my personal benefit. And, knowing Terrellan's attention to detail, maybe it was. The wretch's punishment, the very existence of the example tank, had been at Terrellan's order. He is merciless, therefore, a brute. And yet, though he's no career academic, he reads the journals. He's taught himself the science, biological and archaeological both. I believe he takes pleasure in it too. Not so much broadening his mind, because he's an orthodoxist through and through, but honing it. He reads over everything that we submit, and nothing is sent home without his seal of approval on it. Primat confirms that her predecessor abruptly ceased to be head of the science, and indeed ended up bottom of the excursionistas, because he assumed he could slip some scientific sleight of hand past the commandant. A little free thinking, messages to academics back home, perhaps just trying to tell the actual truth about the biological mess Kiln represents. He thought Terrellan too dull to read between the lines, Primat says. And it's not simply that Terrellan's a time server, a follower of orders. Ilmus and Acosta, with the benefit of their additional year in the camp, reckon the man's genuinely invested in what we have here. An inquiring scientific mind and a rigid orthodox thinker, all crammed into that one head. Simultaneously driven to find out the answer and absolutely sure he knows what that answer will be. Which means, to academics like us, he's a very dangerous man indeed. Sometime after I've settled into my role as Dig Support's new wunderkind, we receive a dinner invitation. Commandant Terrellan wishes to entertain, and be entertained. The news knocks our work utterly askew, because that latter entertainment means he wants the science to make a little presentation on the current state of our knowledge about Kiln. Some line managers might just call a meeting, but Terrellan was obviously used to a certain level of decent society back home. Just as he'd had me over for a snack and menaces after I got off the barge, now he's having a whole formal dinner like the mandate bigwigs still indulge in back home, though loved a whole lot more in his day. A faintly antiquated thing, in the same style as his wardrobe. The invitation is not a blanket potluck for the whole department. We actually get little printed cards through, reproducing Terrellan's own chop and signature, as though this is some optional event we might have difficulty fitting into our busy social calendars. It's a little twee, a little quaint. For a brief moment I both like Terrellan more and feel a little sorry for him. Then I remember the example tank and all the other cautionary tales I've heard. Just because the tyrant dresses like a clown doesn't mean he's funny. Obviously Primat is going, along with Feep, or possibly it's Fob. I'm not just being mean, the three of them really do look quite similar. Same hair, same lemon-sucking expression. Vesikan from archaeology is on the invite list too. Aside from the baldness Primat mentioned, I know very little about him. I'm not sure whether his job is easier or more difficult than ours. The hard sciences snob in me suggests he's in a far better position to just make things up, but that is frankly uncharitable. Helena Crone, head of Dig Support, receives an invite too, and as the newest curiosity, so do I.
He's digested the journals, then,
Crone says. It's her, Acosta, Ilmus, and me in the hot, close room with the data-crunching servers, going over the latest analyses so we can get our quota done before Crone and I have to dress up. Each time a barge turns up, it uploads the latest literature, Ilmus explains for my benefit. Oh, we don't, get a sniff of it when it does, but it goes on the stack. The Commandant's stack. He gets to everything eventually. He takes time over the long words, Acosta growls. He's less convinced of the Commandant's erudition, or just sore over not receiving an invitation. And now he wants our opinions, probably, Crone adds. Are we allowed to read the journals ourselves? I inquire hopefully. You'll get precisely what he decides to tell you about whatever topic's got his goat, Acosta tells me flatly. And he'll make sure to report it to you in such a way that you'll come back with whatever opinion he wants you to have. It's like the mandate in miniature. Enough, Crone says, because this sort of unorthodox talk makes her nervous. She's been head of dig support for some years now, and apparently that's a trophy worth clinging on to. We're all dressed to the nines when we arrive. Domestics, the Labour division who do the menial stuff up gantry, have printed us out fresh clothes of Terrelan's preferred vintage. Engineer Calren is present as a helper, unzipping a screen for Primat's presentation. While she's engaged in annoying him with specifications, Feep elbows me down the table so that he can take the seat next to her. I end up between Crone and a lean, angular individual who I think is Terrelan's guard lieutenant. They, I'm not sure of their gender, although their personnel record certainly will be, have a black metal hand, foot, cheek, and half their jaw, all polished up for the occasion. With Primat's leg, Clem's hand, and the other cases I've seen, that's a lot of replacement parts per capita in the camp. Clem's prosthesis is the result of a stint assisting Vesikan's archaeology team out in the field, his arm a recent donation to the planet's biomass. It's probably not even rotting, unless the biosphere has bootstrapped its way into metabolizing the proteins. Primat's leg is the result of inadequate decontamination, or overachieving adaptation, meaning one dissection subject turned out to be considerably less dead than was previously advertised. The lieutenant's badges of honour occurred in earlier days, when the local biosphere was flexing its not exactly muscles against camp security. I don't want to think what the turnover on the Labour side was like back then. The local wildlife wasn't keen on being excluded, and there were plenty of punchy species out there willing to engage in their own cross-biology research about what was and wasn't edible. Once everyone's seated, we finally start eating. The good printed food, just like Terrelan served me when I first arrived. It's a particular treat, and far better than the science are normally given, only rolled out on special occasions. And that's daft, I know, because it's all printed and it's all molecules. Everyone could eat synthetic caviar every meal without it impacting on anybody's budget. But instead, the food printers are heavily regulated, and every stratum of inmate here on Kiln has a particular menu for what we get in the labour block, what science and engineering, meaning Calren, are given, what the guards receive, and what Terrelan enjoys. Unwritten sumptuary laws enforcing an entirely artificial scarcity, because literally everything we have here is artificial. It's a command decision, just like rationing decontamination for the excursion teams, and made for the same reason: carrots and sticks. The way men like Terrelan maintain society and order. Terrelan makes the conversational running, as anticipated. He has indeed been reading the journals, and we're subjected to a succession of, "I encountered a fascinating proposal recently," and "I see that it's been suggested that—" Each nugget of wisdom comes shorn of its original authors, as though the insights are Terrelan's own. And Acosta was right. Every topic turns up artisanally crafted so as to evince a very precise response, with we nodding dogs echoing whatever Terrelin considers to be the correct thoughts on the subject. I look at the Commandant and decide that he's not even doing it deliberately. He's going to walk away from the table convinced of his own penetrating intellect. All his clever dinner guests agree with him because he's so right and so bright, rather than because he puts us all in rhetorical armlocks and literally has the power of life or death over everyone in the room. The greatest privilege of power is being able to overlook that you're even wielding it. Then the main course is over, and, to go with the dessert, Primat is set to perform the most ludicrous pantomime ever put on in the name of science, for her audience of one. She talks through Kilnish biology, a skating summary, and then a handful of new observations that post-date the last formal departmental luncheon. The words she uses aren't actually that small, and Terrelin nods along, if not an expert, then an educated amateur, up to date with the literature. Then she departs so violently from any semblance of rationality that I almost leap to my feet and flip the table. Well, obviously not. I'm no longer that young or that foolish. But Crone grips my wrist as though I'm about to, which is obscurely flattering. It's a man, the thing Primat demonstrates to us. Well, I exaggerate. A man who might have arisen from the Kilnish creatures we've been studying. 2 legs, boneless, hydrostatic, and yet somehow there's a midway crease that gives the illusion of a knee. Arms, terminating in a clutch of outgrowths, 4 rather than 5, because, remember, this is alien, and there's an opposable digit in there, but weirdly that doesn't much offend me, because something built these ruins, and something needed to be able to manipulate the world. There are countless Earth examples of how to evolve one body part so that it works to press against some other bit of you. There are beetles, even, whose heads have become thumbs to pincer against the outgrowths of their thoraxes, making their bodies into a hand for the purpose of picking up and throwing away romantic rivals. The Kilnite thumb is just about the only part of the charade that isn't ridiculous to me. She's given this mythical man some tentacular growths off its shoulders, perhaps some symbiotic vine organism like we saw covering the ruins. It has a head with big round eyes, featureless black because the photoreceptors of Kiln are derived from the same light-drinking structures that power their photosynthesis. They're positioned where human eyes would go, though, because philanthropic orthodoxy states that's the perfect place for eyes, or else our eyes wouldn't be there. But it's the mouth she's had to really reach for, because Kilnish critters don't have one. No jaws here, because jaws are a modification of specific elements of fish anatomy that never arose on Kiln. So she's given the mockery a folding beak, like the worm end of that first critter I was tasked to study. But the way it folds creates a kind of chin, and the line of a non-existent smile. It's a hypothetical view of those who raised the ruins, a human of Kiln, the hidden people of the tuber woods who have kept just out of sight all this time but might be discovered any day. To her credit, Primat isn't saying, "This is it," but she's saying, "This is what we think, and it'll be something like this." As though maybe tomorrow this travesty will walk out of the woods, but it'll have 3 or 6 digits on its hands rather than 4, and the tentacles will be from its head, not its shoulders, and Primat will issue the appropriate correction and apology. By this point, I'm pissed enough, in the other sense too, because there's wine, that I decide to step in and help her. I stand up, despite Crone's warning hand, and go over to the screen, then start pointing out bits of the Jenny Hanover creation Primat's mocked up. "Obviously," I say in my best professorial tones, "the intestines pictured here are an independent symbiotic organism, such as we've seen in several of the larger mobile life forms here. Food is ingested here?" A hand wave at the tucked-away proboscis that Primat's made look so much like a human jawline. "But the creature lacks the equipment to properly digest it,
so relies on its little passenger. I trace the worm-like outlines of the guts, which are now a thing of horror for all concerned. Similarly, these. And if she's given the thing tendrils, then why not tug on them? Are a separate entity. Likely it uses its leafy extrusions to communicate, linked metabolically with its host. Possibly this squid-like assembly is actually the controlling partner in the relationship. Yes, indeed, ho-ho, Steeplefingers' bright smile. Just like academia back home. I look around the table. Nobody's amused. Nobody wants their hypothetical Kilnish wild man to actually have Kilnish features. And right then, having quite forgotten where I am and what my actual status is, I keep crowbarring Kilnishness into the hypothetical wild man, lampooning how what we've observed would actually have to be formulated to produce anything like this. How, if you want a Bigfoot, then you have to accept that its big feet are going to be two independent crab-like claws that just happen to have attached themselves to the end of the legs. Obviously, I conclude merrily, given that our builders have evolved from the biology currently being observed, they must partake of it, even as they inevitably converge on the human form. It's just a group effort, that's all. Anthropomorphism by committee. I've whipped the veils away, and Primat's hypothetical native is exposed to be as ludicrous as a surrealist sketch of a face made out of fruit and flowers. Terrelin is stony-faced. He's scientist enough to understand the point I'm making, ideologue enough not to appreciate it. "Sit down, Professor Daghdev," he says, and I do. I have more wine. It's bad, tart and sticky. Printed wine is always horrible. I apply myself to it with academic rigour, though. I'm sufficiently unrepentant in the face of all their disapproval that it's evident to all I've been drinking far more than anyone realised, and possibly old Arton's actually a bit of a lightweight when it comes to putting away the booze. My outburst will be seen as something soluble in alcohol. I excuse myself afterwards, then bumble off to the high-class privies they have up on the gantry level. Get lost, wander around, blunder into where the on-call domestics are waiting, a man and a woman attired like oldie-worldy bellhops awaiting Terrelin's pleasure. A guard eventually finds me and redirects me to the table. I belch and chortle and present all that strain of muddle-headed boffin-esque buffoonery. As I'm led back in, Primat is talking quickly under the withering regard of the Commandant's lack of amusement, like someone trying to stitch a battlefield wound under fire. It's Vatican who saves the day, standing up with his own talk about the latest ruin expedition. He's been out at a new site, more complete than the one our dome was raised around. They burned and fumigated it to kill off the vegetation, as well as the myriad beasts and bugs that had made a home there, and now he pulls up plans of its interior organisation, the underground spaces, the deep shafts, and plans of how heat exchanges through its spaces across the wide daily temperature gradient. There's virtually a constant temperature as air is heated deep below and then cooled as it passes across reconstructed veins and fins. I sit there and want to say, termites, ants, wasps. Social insects never wrote a symphony or built a telescope, but they evolved to generate this kind of instinctual engineering. I know this is where Acosta's thoughts are too on the builders, that we're seeing intelligence in the instinctual workings of some nest of bugs or worms, or even something like the fruiting body of a fungus. Perhaps the whole business of the builders is even more of a will-o'-the-wisp than I think. Listening to Vesican talking about design, I'm more and more of Acosta's mind. We always underestimate the complexities that can arise from simple systems. And there's so much mix and match going on in Kiln's ecosystem, is it any wonder this sort of thing might just happen? Except then, Vesican starts showing the latest reliefs and friezes. People had kept saying art, but Acosta's grumbling convinced me it was all more faces in clouds pareidolia. I've never seen it, though. It wasn't ever relevant to the bioscience workload. Yet here, Vesikan is showing images of the most recent examples. Art. Not hung up or painted on, but made a part of the structure as it was raised. He demonstrates that some parts of these structures are built up as mounds that are excavated, but the higher sections are fashioned not from regular bricks, but from rods, folds, and other components that must have been hoisted into place with mechanical aid, or by very large hands. Then it was all smoothed together to look seamless. This is beyond the mechanical abilities of termites, surely. And the art was clearly planned before the building because it's constructed in pieces. Geometrical art. Circles and rays and angles. Mathematical proofs, Vesikan thinks, though he can't actually demonstrate any. And then there's the writing. Or he thinks it's writing. It was added afterwards, unlike the art. It flows in serpentine strips around borders and up shafts, little repeating symbols, a character set in the thousands, but definitely distinct. His list of the frequency of recurrence of related symbols suggests something other than random distribution. Not just life, but thought. Vesikan is no great speaker, stammering, correcting himself, bringing up the wrong images in the wrong order. Yet his message gets through in spite of his shortcomings. Everything that our biological sciences say can't be here on Kiln, his archaeology says is here. Or was. And if it was, then where did it go when it stopped raising these enigmatic structures? The wild man returning to the woods. I am quiet, and remain so, my sarcasm failing me. Vesikan charmed you, Primat observes. I could tell. You were like a man about to get into a fist fight until he started his circus. It's now after the meal. Technically, I should be back in the labour block, but I'm at Science's disposal and Primat hasn't disposed of me. Crone's gone back down already. Vesikan and Phoebe have returned to their own, slightly more salubrious quarters too. I am still acting drunker than I am, quietly wondering what she wants of me. Writing, I say, except it can't be. Why? Up shafts, I point out. In holes. Behind pillars. Some of those places you couldn't ever get in to read it without a periscope or an eye stalk. It can't have been carved in situ. Prayers, perhaps? Invocations stowed away for luck? For ritual purposes? She shrugs. Listen to you. All scientific rigour when we try to make the locals look like humans, but the moment there's a sniff of actual intelligence, you're insisting they think like us. You want to see it? What? New writing. Recent. She's playing some sort of joke, but I can't see the punchline, and maybe I am actually drunker than I think. She leads me to where the dome's curve makes me lean dangerously out over the gantry rail, until we're at a little windowless shed in the back of the Science's usual prefabs. I'd taken it for a guard tower from below, or a storage shed, or a spare privy. We go in. It's not any of those things. Inside there are 2 rooms, the one we're in and the one on the other side of the plastic glass. And behind that plastic glass is a ragged figure, sitting in a labour block jumpsuit which looks like she's been worrying at it with her teeth. It's Ilse Rasmussen. She's an old woman. Of course she is. She was one of the first on the ground here, the original owner of the shoes Primat's currently filling. And yet the age that hangs on every line of her is just the shadow of what it should be. The years that should have seen her in the grave, even with far better treatment than she's very obviously had. Her wiry grey hair straggles past the loop of cord she's used to restrain it. She looks at us with a calm intelligence. There are some hatches and vents in her chamber, but no exits or privacy. On the walls, even on her side of the glass that stands between us, is writing. Not quite the crisp, square characters Vesikan showed us, but something like them. An imitation or an evolution or a related alphabet. Symbols that are identifiably related to those in Vesikan's presentation, not just a bad copy, but pregnant with their own ineluctable meaning. A handful of characters, common enough to leap to the eye, that weren't in Vesikan's presentation. Rasmussen, lean, leathery, gaunt-cheeked, notes my interest. She reaches into a printed bowl and comes up with 2 caked fingers. She daubs on the glass. The receptacle is, I realise, for her biological necessities. Her inks are self-generated. Blood, excrement, chewed-up food. If this was Earth, her cell would swarm with flies, if any could get in. Instead, it's just her, cut off from Kiln and humanity, and the universe. She puts her cheek to the smeared barrier and speaks. I hear her, just. The sound conducted through the glass. She forms the words very deliberately, veiny eyes swivelling to fix on my gaze. "Join me," she says, the least attractive of offers, and then I think she adds, "A short path through a dry country." Carefully enunciated and yet devoid of meaning. She throws her head back and gapes wide. I hear the same hooting call from before as she bellows at full volume in there. It's strikingly loud, even through the glass. There's modulation in that call, information as maddeningly occluded as the alien writing she's aping. I feel perilously close to a cliff edge of knowledge, and, for the first time in my academic career, I shy away from revelation. Give me my ignorance. Keep me from the understanding that will turn me into the thing I see before me. We step away, falling over ourselves to get out of that place. I feel the scratchy, barbed gaze of Rasmussen scrabbling at my back as we leave. She went outside, Primat explains, once we've left the building. A lot. The air under the dome is muggy and still, but it tastes like liberty after where we've just been. She was the first to study the life here, Primat goes on, before they set up proper decontamination procedures. Accounts vary. It was before I arrived. They're always on the point of fumigating her, but Terrelin won't let them. He thinks she understands something and comes to stare and listen to her most days. It's creepy as fuck. By then, we've made it to her quarters, pushing through the sciences common room to reach the little sovereign territory she can lay claim to as head of bioscience. As we pass, I catch looks from Feep, Foop, and/or Fop, who are all rolling eyes and curled lips. I assume I'm doing the gentlemanly thing by taking her to her doorstep, but when she has it open, she just hauls me inside. She drops heavily onto her bed and takes her leg off, uncoupling it from its socket and then spraying the area where the flesh meets the plastic. "Fucking thing," she says vaguely, and then looks up at me. "You know, you came very close to being taken out and shot tonight." I do my how drunk I am act. I don't know how much I'm fooling her, honestly. "Yes, well..." She shrugs, setting the leg to charge, the drawback when you have something fancier than Clem's crude claw. She sits back on the bed, stares at me. I realised the charade of her leg was at least partly so I could slip out if I wanted to. "I'm not pulling rank, Arton. You go back to your bunk whenever you want. But I'd like company." Refreshingly frank, devoid of vulnerability, a business proposition as much as anything. I find I want company too. And join her on the bed. It's late when I head back down, and I have to explain to about 17 different guards how I was helping the science with some out-of-hours research. I suspect they nearly all know exactly what I was researching. A lot of it probably goes on here. Clem somehow knows to be awake when I come back in. He's blagged the bunk next to mine and waits until I'm settled before speaking. Someone else has hung something over the audio snoop to muffle it, and we're both fluent in murmur. "Did you manage to?" he asks. I pass him the little thumbnail-sized data square I palmed when I was blundering about with the domestics and pretending to be drunk. The man convicted of stealing, who they executed through exposure in the example tank, had hidden it there before they caught him. The filched samples were a diversion that spectacularly backfired. They never knew about the real prize. But Clem couldn't get to the goods either. Recorded on that little square sliver are guard rotors, as well as passwords and system backdoors that should be good until Calran updates the system. Clem and his subcommittee have a plan. The cause is alive and well on Kiln, and I am thoroughly back in the game. Chapter 10. One day the camp has a deeply unwelcome visitor. There's a rumour, afterwards, that it was something brought in for the dissection table which was insufficiently dead. Such things have, apparently, been known to happen, and it was another reason why dig support was given the privilege of operating the scalpel rig rather than the science themselves. Amongst the least educated and most credulous of the labour bloc, there was also a rumour it was something that had hit the laboratory slab entirely dead, but then we boffins, or rather the boffins and we, their hunchbacked assistants, had brought it back to life. Ludicrous. Except when you consider that the life-death boundary isn't actually so clearly defined on Kiln, the doubts start creeping in. But it's all nonsense, I swear. Nobody ever does find out for sure where the damn thing came from or how it got in. All I know is that maintenance and Mox Calran are both raked over the coals for leaving some hole open in the perimeter, even though no hole is actually found. Maybe it drifted in with excursions like a spore, then found an isolated corner and just grew into the macroscopic horror we all see by eating. I don't want to think what it was eating, honestly. The only certainty is that one day, suddenly it's here and it's our problem. A thing from Kiln is inside the compound. It sets up on the gantry level. No dallying with the hoi polloi down on the ground. It must have socially mobile pretensions for a monster. It's presumably an arboreal analogue monster on its home turf. Either that or it's adapted to living on scaffolding in record time, which is also not entirely impossible for Kiln. Basically, it looks like... Well, on Earth, we have delightful critters named sea spiders, which are mostly leg, to the extent that actual vital organs end up squeezed into those legs because the body's so small. And the legs are very long, with lots of hooks and things at the end. They exist to punish arachnophobes who thought that diving into the deep ocean would keep them safe from regular spiders, and look like the nightmare distillation of all the things people hate about them. But at least they do only live in the deep sea, and being there, they don't skitter about like monkeys in the throes of a grand mal seizure. Oh, and sea spiders have the decency to be bilaterally symmetrical and relatively flat. This thing is very big on being in the third dimension. It has a body that's all long spines like a sea urchin, with a lot of legs projecting off from this at all angles, studded with thorns and hooks. There's no front or back, or visible sense organs. Or probably all of it hosts the little independent units that gather sensory info. It isn't interested in being stealthy either. Just about the entire camp becomes aware of it at once, due to the appalling mad rattle and thrash of its progress across the underside of the gantry. Every limb just bashes against the metal until it finds purchase, and then yanks the thing bodily in that direction. From that, it should just go randomly round in little circles. But somehow this utterly directionless flailing results in the thing moving very swiftly along what certainly seems an intentional route. As though it's looking for something. Everyone scatters. Those below, for whom this chaos monkey spider thing is right overhead, dive for the dubious safety of the labour block. They should only be grateful the thing doesn't follow them in there, because if it had, the only pertinent feature of the block's architecture is the big front window, through which the guards could chortle at the labour being diced by all those hooks and spikes. Live human flesh is not what it's looking for, however. The guards are mobilising by now, but that's not as dynamic as it sounds. Just like the filth back home, they're all so terribly, terribly brave and good at standing up to actual danger, and so they all have to go armour themselves up, tell themselves how tough and strong they are, then work themselves into a proper mindset, maybe having a few cups of coffee and a sit-down before they feel up to the task. Anyway, security basically just vanishes into the armoury, and for a good 10 minutes this appalling thing is smashing about like an explosive sea mine possessed by lycanthropy and St. Vitus's dance. We of the science and dig support cower in abject terror inside the tissue-thin walls of our prefab as it migrates from underfoot to the actual walkways themselves. For a moment it's just running riot, and I have a second to hope it'll pay a visit to the Commandant to register some personal grievances on behalf of the planet, but of course his quarters are rather more solidly constructed. Then it's on our roof. We have camera images of it by then, captured from security footage. Those great meat-hook terminations on its limbs are doubtless powerful enough to peel back the thin metal of our hiding place like foil to reveal the trembling snacks within. It pounds about like thunder up there, prompting Crone to get out the ear defenders. Then it stops. For the first time, its headlong progress becomes utter stillness, and we know it must be about to carve its way in and eat us. It's finally found what it was looking for, and that is the best scientific brains of Earth, boxed up and ready to serve. It crouches above us. There are no cameras now, so we only have the treacherous little eyes of the mind with which to appreciate the full horror of it. We hear its hooks scrape as it shifts position slightly. I'm wishing it didn't have so many echinodermoid traits to its visual makeup, because starfish and their friends can do some spectacularly disgusting things to their prey by everting their stomachs and all that fun stuff. Now I'm imagining the ceiling splitting open, and the innards of this monster just oozing in through the hole to digest us all before swallowing, rather than doing it the civilized way round. Instead, there's another noise. In the almost silence, I don't immediately place it. I'm not primed for it, though I've heard it many times before. And thanks to Primat, I was recently introduced to the source. It's the muted hooting of Ilse Rasmussen in her shed out back. We hear the thing pick its way curiously over the roof. Suddenly all that mad frenzy has gone out of it, but the deliberate tap-tap-tap is almost worse. Rasmussen howls again. Her mic's off, so it sounds like she's up in the hills, far distant, the lone wolf of the Kilnish mountains crying for the company of the moon. And the thing answers. I don't know how it makes the sound for sure. Certainly not by using the human vocal folds that Rasmussen uses, but somehow it mimics her, maybe using the vibrating of its chitinous scales to eerily approximate her voice. Save that, of course, she was just making a nonsense hooting, and so it's making nonsense back. We all flinch as the thing jumps. A sudden scrabbling sounds above us, and then a boom as it lands on Rasmussen's roof instead. Then security are finally there. The lieutenant and a bunch of her people, all fully armed and armoured up, having told themselves the requisite sagas of their courage. And what they do is march into our lab, grab me and Parides Acosta, and haul us out. Oh yes, the usual. We complain, protest, demand to know what's going on, In return, we're given the gun butts to the shoulders and head, that persuasive answer security uses to so many questions. But it becomes obvious what we're for. We were the closest expendables, what with everyone else sensibly hiding under the tables in the labour block. And security, despite every technological advantage, want the thing to have some bait to focus on before they'll dare take it on. And naturally, we continue to dispute. We are not the expendables, we cry. We are fine scholastic minds filled with valuable insights. With the rather uncreditable implication that, look just a little further afield, there are more expendable minds out there for the discerning alien diner. Except we're up here, and everyone more expendable than us in the Commandant's plan is down there, and the guards can't be asked to make the trip down the stairs. So we go out, and there the thing is. I finally see it with my actual human eyes. The appalling, crouching legginess of it, bristling, eclipsing the prefab prison cell it crouches on. Its limbs crook, high-kneed around it. I have no sense of how far its reach might extend if it lashed them out straight. And inside, Rasmussen sings to it while it sways up there and sings back, matching her tone for tone. The horror is right there in me, but so is the science. I don't even protest anymore when they shove me forwards, though Parides does enough for both of us. We surely end up well within range of those ghastly legs, and the way it shifts its footing shows it's just as aware of that fact as we are. I'm only surprised the lieutenant isn't banging two pans together to call the thing to dinner. They can't get a good shot at it up on the roof, I understand. Or not good enough. The higher wall of the sciences block is in the way. They need the beastie to come down past the edge and down the wall, and then they can let fly at the son of a bitch. I demand that they stand down. I mean, they don't, obviously, but the sheer temerity of it actually gives the lieutenant pause. And into that pause I crowbar a great tirade of incensed man of science talking to brute with gun. Because we are witnessing something here. We are seeing a human and a thing from Kiln communicate. Maybe. If it isn't just some weird parroting adaptation that Rasmussen has unwittingly triggered in the thing. We are observing a unique interaction never before witnessed. This is science. Expanding the boundaries of human knowledge and the raw bleeding edge of discovery. My words are cut short when Parides grabs me and bundles me to the ground, ending up with his considerable weight on top of me. Whether security's plan would have worked in its original state is unknown, but with the added bonus of me shouting at the top of my voice, we've most definitely got the monster's attention. Its wave of hook-studded arms thrashed the air just about where I was before Parides grabbed me, and then the guns go off. I'm absolutely sure they're going to shoot us through sheer wild enthusiasm, but it's not just a mass machine gunning. Security make it hard for themselves. They go in at a weird angle and start taking pot shots carefully aimed into the thing's body. It turns out that body is quite vulnerable to targeted force, and on the 9th or 10th hit it cracks open, with most of the legs falling off. These thrash and writhe about, and security move in to club them to death individually. It's at about this point I realised that the whole monstrous composite, when it was intact, was only about the size of a monkey or mid-range dog. In my mind, it had been huge, even looking right at it. The hideous spindliness of it had fooled me into making it vast, sky-spanning, while it was in fact far smaller than I was. Whatever mysteries it brought now die with it, and Rasmussen's next expectant hoot goes unanswered. I realise, as we lie there, that the weird care security had taken when picking the thing off must have been because they didn't want, under any circumstances, a bullet hole going through the wall and making a channel between her and the outside world. The hermetic nature of Ilse Rasmussen's confinement must remain inviolate. Once the killing is over, they decontaminate the upper gantries with a furious will, of course. Everyone still in the science block ends up trapped there for 2 days while it's done. Parides and I have a similar visitation on a personal level, with the usual bowel-disrupting side effects. We don't talk much during it. It's not exactly a congenial environment for a chat. I thank him, though. Sometimes you need someone to pull you out of the science of things before it kills you. The other reason we don't talk is that, of course, there would be people listening. And at that moment, both of our heads are full of some upcoming festivities we're looking forward to. Something intended to really shake up the way things are done around here. We've both just been deployed as live bait without a second thought, after all. It's just the sort of thing we need, to remind ourselves why we're about to do what we will. It's hard to hold a proper revolutionary subcommittee meeting under surveillance. Yes, back home we worked out a range of subterfuge for passing on messages, but that limits the cut and thrust of enthusiastic debate which the movement was always built on. You need speeches and plans, complex things communicated eloquently. You can't do that with a handful of code words, touches and gestures. Plus, as the contents of the Labour bloc arrived in shifts, sometimes years apart, different classes of dissidents know different secret signs. Clem hasn't let this dispirit him, though. He's been a leading light in the fight back home, trying to prise the mandate's fingers from the throat of the people, as he called it. In practical terms, it meant that his brand of revolution was there to catch the others when they fell, give them their final marching orders when all other, less overt ways of opposing the regime had failed. The fight back home was always decentralized. There were legal types trying to loosen the bolts of the laws which held everything in. There were also scholarly fellows like yours truly, pushing at the acceptable bounds of human knowledge where they so clearly conflicted with observed data. These genteel flags were waved languidly by the relatively privileged, who nonetheless got slapped down hard for it, as Ilmus, Parides, and I had all found. For an institution keen on its laws, the mandate is not at all averse to destroying the law-abiding when they dissent. The next level down was the protest, the walkout, the petition, the go slow. Borderline illegality, often hard to prove. Moments of group resistance relying on the size of the herd to protect them from the predatory police. And these, too, cracked and spilled their share of prisoners into the cells, as well as fugitives onto the streets. After all, these were the hardline fighters, people like Clem. Ilmus only ever got as far as stage 1 before they fell foul of the fragmentation barges. Parides was definitely at stage 2, low-level organising and activism on the knife edge of the permissible. By the time he was caught, I had already been playing more dangerous games. I was Clem's man on the inside for years, sneaking him information and sympathisers, listening to the speakers he smuggled into the underground meets. Understanding that I had been placed in a position where I could either just play the mandate's game, take my wage and close my eyes to the rest of it, or I could fight. It might seem odd that a mild-mannered academic like me was also an active worker against the mandate, but you've got to care about truth, haven't you? I won't say that the speeches didn't move me, but it was the intellectual dishonesty of the whole orthodox thing that galled me into action. Science, as a creed, should care about truth. It shouldn't be bent for political aims. You shouldn't say there's a wild man of Kiln when there's clearly nothing of humanity about the place. And on such hills I die. That doubtless sounds stupid, to you who tell yourself you will take up arms when they starve your children, when they rob you of your goods, when they come for that demographic which includes you. But it's deviation from truth that lets them do these things. It's the lies at all levels, which mean when they come for you and yours, the others won't lift a finger, because they've believed the lies spread about you. It is the lies that starve your children, because you believe the stories about general shortages, even though the grandees of the mandate feast off gold plates every day of the year. And it is lies about science which cut most deeply, telling you that this or that group of people are naturally inferior, or another group has an innate ability to lead. That there is sufficient genetic distinction to make the call, when in actuality we share the vast bulk of our inheritance with mushrooms. Or else that, because of this kinship with mushrooms, our leaders are justified in keeping us in the dark and feeding us shit. So I went to war for the truth, and joined those seeking to bring down the mandate, and look where it got me. Top of the world. In the end, it's Clem's key people meeting in that crappy little space alongside the reclamation plant, crammed in shoulder to shoulder and speaking in impassioned whispers. Someone has monkeyed with the audio sensors out in the main space, in case anyone ended up making a speech loud enough to actually hear. For the benefit of the video, and direct eyes through the transparent wall, we've mounted stuff up under blankets to make it look like we're still abed. High-tech chicanery it is not. Clem's immediate second is a lean, small-framed woman named Armiette Grail, another of my resistance contacts from back before, shipped out on the same barge as Clem. Ilma Citrian and Parides Acosta are both present, eyes flicking between me and Clem. High-value recruits, because dig support has privileged access to areas of the camp off-limits to most. Crone is absent, a careful time server who's never going to put her head over the battlements. Her life on Kiln isn't much, but she's clawed out her little space as head of dig support, and she's not going to jeopardize that for anybody. She's made it very clear that, as a scientist, she wishes to remain as ignorant as possible about everything going on. Also absent is my earliest Labour acquaintance, 1611 Kiev of excursions. I look for him. He seemed like a capable sort of man, and everyone gives him a senior survivor's modicum of respect. He's been approached, I'm told, and rebuffed the recruiters in no uncertain terms. Kiln itself is quite enough for 1611 Kiev, without sparing brain space for revolution. Along with Parides, Ilmus and Armiette, there are a handful of other organisers from the Labour, names skipped through in a blur. Then one real surprise, and Clem's secret weapon. I see a short, saggy man with a bald patch, who I last saw playing tech monkey for Primat at the dinner. He's immediately marked out by his uniform. No collar-bolted overalls for him. He's staff. He's engineering. The one-man tech support who keeps the science running. And he's one of ours, apparently. I'm told by Clem later that Mox Calran's overworked role means he spends way more time down on the ground than up on the gantries. He's seen a lot of bad stuff, so he's sympathetic. I also reckon he's snubbed by most of the other staff and doesn't get invited to anybody's departmental lunches. Perhaps it's that which pushed him over the edge. And me. There are a lot of suspicious eyes then. I'm new, and suddenly I'm at Clem's plastic right hand. He gives a low introduction to my history as a dissident scholar and revolutionary activist. He expresses his faith in me. I hope I'm worthy of it. But he's right too. I never broke. If it was me who'd sold him, when the police finally kicked his door in and hauled him from his squat, it wouldn't just have been the barges. They sentenced him as a menial of the subcommittees, never knowing they'd caught one of the leaders. Although the impact on the revolution's efforts was about the same. Clem's oratory wins over the strangers, but I sense a few cracks still, between me and my actual old friends. We've been cheek by jowl in the lab, getting on, but that just means certain topics are omitted from the conversation for politeness' sake. Parides' eyes bore into me, and he's made it plain he hasn't ruled out my complicity in his arrest. Ilmus doesn't stare, because they don't do well with direct eye contact, but there are trailing threads of doubt from our earlier conversation that neither of us have been able to tie off. And though I know the authorities never broke me, I also know it was because they hadn't bent me that much, and everyone I was involved with had already been behind bars. I can't claim to be a paragon beyond the possibility of doubt when there was just nobody left for me to name by the time I couldn't run anymore. Clem and his people have been working on a plan for a while, long before I came onto the scene. That's what I cling to. I turn up and slot in, providing them with extra hands up on the gantries right when they need it. While the subcommittee's nominal heads of department speak to us, I have to piece it all together from out-of-order snippets and veiled references, running to catch up because they're all ahead of me. The plan, as I reconstruct it, is a good one. Calrin heads up the technical element. He's going to set some timed sabotage that will jam the door circuits when the bulk of the guard are in their dorm, putting them out of the fight for more than long enough so that everyone else can do their part and secure the compound. The manpower element, most of Clem's hands-on supporters, will storm the gantries at 3 separate points under the direction of a solid, broken-nosed woman named Alaxi. Storm them with what, I wonder? With the guns they've put together over months by clandestine use of the various printers. It's a masterstroke of careful logistics. Each printer has limits on what it can turn out, and none of them is going to quietly produce a lethal weapon without tripping 100 telltales. A gun is just a series of mechanical components, though, each unobtrusive on its own. A weird, artificial echo of the way life works on Kiln. So yes, even before I arrived on the scene, the revolution had guns. Primitive weapons that will shake themselves to pieces after a few shots, but every guard they can take down will arm the revolution with something better. Armiette was always a communications specialist, running messages for Clem from cell to cell. As manpower fight for the gantries, her team is set to make a beeline for the orbital link to make sure the Commandant doesn't sabotage it himself or send a message locking the ship up above. The vessel currently in orbit is uncrewed, patiently awaiting the day when Terrelin and his fortunate fellows are allowed to go home. The codes to activate its systems are in the data I just smuggled to Clem, pirated by a brave domestic who ended up in the example tank. He hadn't cracked, or they hadn't asked the right questions, and so he'd become a martyr. Well, here we are with the codes. If Armiette can get to the terminal. Her task is to talk the ship's systems into sending down shuttles. I'm introduced to another couple of Clem's longtime allies who have the relevant aerospace skills to guide the ship to Earth, or at least our home solar system in general. I'm assured they can operate the suspension facilities aboard. The lap of luxury compared to the fragmentation barges. As many people as the ship can fit would be able to go home right then. I wonder if I'll be amongst them. I know Clem won't be. His work here won't be done. The intention is for Clem to stay on with an armed crew, ready to take the next prize. For another ship will turn up from Earth with the next shift of guards and staff. So he'll take that too, and send another shipment of desperados back towards Earth. But what will this succession of pirated transports do when they've reached their destinations? Clem is already outlining solar colonies where there might be revolutionary sympathizers, places to go that aren't just delivering people back into the hands of the authorities. Although by the time anybody arrives, that kind of thinking will be decades out of date. We just have to hope there will be a safe port somewhere for a ship full of people returning from the extrasolar camps. That's Clem's big rhetorical moment. I think he's using it to cover the utterly fucked maths of the situation. The return of convicts condemned to the camps will shake the mandate, he says. Being sent to the exoplanet to slave out your days on an alien world is a threat that looms large in the heads of every sane dissident. Nobody returns from the camps. But when we come back, word will spread across the mandate like wildfire. To Clem, the whole complex exercise is not an end in itself, but the prelude to a greater revolution. And yes, the maths. It is utterly balked. Not the engineering or comms side, or anything to do with taking over the camp, but the people logistics. The actual number of people coming in on the fragmentation barges versus our capacity to get people back out. We'll never empty the camp unless the mandate falls and they stop sending people out here. And even then, we'll probably never manage it. There just won't ever be capacity in the ships, and most of us will die out here, just like the mandate planned. But it is resistance. It is fighting. It isn't just knuckling under until we die. Clem fields questions, waterproofing the joints of the plan. It's good. Minimum exposure, playing on the ingrained routines of the camp. We know where the guards will be because they're creatures of habit. We have weapons and equipment. Everyone with appropriate skills has a role that makes use of them, plus an understudy if anything happens to them. Mox Calran, Armiette, and Alaxi, head of the manpower team, all reel off their duties, the timings, the subordinates. I have sat in these meetings before. I've seen a fair number of attempts at revolutionary action, from graffiti to hacking, protest marches to full-on armed insurrection. This is good. It's precise and well thought through. It all goes about the way you'd expect. Chapter 11. On the chosen night, we're all ready. Or at least those of us in Clem's circle are, which comes to about a third of the Labour bloc. And, because of the way things are, what with the panopticon of this space, we're ready in bed, ardently feigning sleep. Those who aren't in on it, like Helena Crone, are presumably actually sleeping. If the gods do pay their screens more than a passing glance, they'll hopefully see no difference between these two vitally distinct traits. And maybe some of us fierce revolutionaries do actually end up falling asleep waiting for the off. Maybe, in fact, yours truly needs a kick from Parides Acosta to remember what he's doing and where he is. It's very hard to lie in bed after dark in a prolonged state of acute readiness. I am playing it for laughs, yes I am. I'm laughing because otherwise I'd weep. Clem has a little hand-built communicator, audio and a couple of telltale lights, no screen. Like the guns, it's been constructed out of innocuous pieces the Labour bloc printer might be expected to spit out for routine maintenance tasks, plus a few components half-inched from the gantry level. Under the covers, like a naughty child playing games after curfew, he waits for Calran's signal. We, those of us who haven't dropped off, wait for Clem's. Clemish Baruda, the revolution's truest son, the ablest man who ever helmed a subcommittee. I remember how he'd been back on Earth, that angry combination of impassioned rhetoric and practical action. They caught him, like they caught everyone, but they didn't break him before his deportation date came about. If they had done, then I'd have been on a far earlier barge than I was. I had another year safe in my professorship before the big academic crackdown came, the one that snatched up illness and Parides and sent me scurrying into the cracks and gutters until my own comeuppance caught up with me almost one further year later. Good old Clem. Clem gets his signal. It tells him that, 1, Calran has control of the doors up on the gantry level, and 2, the surveillance feeds from the Labour bloc are looping old footage. Not something that would fool serious scrutiny, but Clem's people in domestics assure us the guards are complacent and don't care. He jumps dynamically out of bed, puts on his overalls and strikes a heroic pose. Or I imagine he does in retrospect, after Acosta's wake-up call. The guns are unpacked and handed out. I'm not given one, but then I don't want one and wouldn't know what to do with it. It's not like firearms experience is common outside the security forces or particularly hardline subcommittee veterans. Clem raises a plastic gun in his plastic fist. He has everyone's eyes. There's no shout before we vault the barricades, no sizzling rhetoric, just a hard, flat injunction to follow your section heads and follow the plan. Don't fuck up, basically. We separate into our various elements. Acosta and I are with Armiette, heading to take control of the comms and send our stolen codes to the ship above. Ilmus is with manpower, looking to secure control of the gantries and make sure everyone stays locked down up there. Ilmus doesn't have a gun either. They look wan and frail, and I'm desperately worried for them. They never had that 11 months of tough education on the run like I did. They're not a rugged revolutionary and were never a physical presence. I want to be fighting alongside them, my oldest friend here, but Clem isn't going to rejig his plan for my preferences. All I can do is catch Ilmus's eye and try to communicate some amount of luck and resolve to them through that unspoken moment of connection. There are plenty of people awake now who aren't part of the plan. Some of them want to join in, others just want to be told what's going on. The sharper ones spot the guns and clam up, and maybe just pretend to have been asleep all along. Clem springs the labour block door. Once we're out, then the line will have been crossed. Because we can fool all the cameras we want, but there are plenty of actual windows looking out into the open space of the compound centre, and the only cover on the way to the stairs is the sanitised and overstudied ruin at its heart. The clock that will run until we're spotted will have swift-moving hands and a loud alarm. Armiette is the last out, and she locks the labour block down after her. We don't want people who aren't our people wandering around, causing trouble or tipping off any untipped authorities, either deliberately or accidentally. Best they all just keep to their beds and awaken to a glorious new tomorrow with a change of regime and an injection of hope. Hope. That's what Clem has taken from extrasolar deportation. It seems as insane as Kilnish biology. Hope, drawn from the necessity that the mandate can only have a limited presence here. There are no instant reinforcements coming from the next star system over, after all. If we take the camp at Kiln, we can hold it forever. Or until a barge full of troops turns up from Earth in half a century's time, and would the mandate even devote the resources? Clem was sent to an alien world that chews up people without ever having evolved jaws or teeth, and somehow found a positive. We spread out across the compound, flowing either side of the ruins, to which everyone gives a wide berth. Superstition? It's not like there's some cryptic alien that's somehow hidden in that ceramic-like tomb and evaded a decade of study. We are on a desperate course of action, though. I don't know if anyone amongst us believes in horseshoes, four-leafed clovers, or black cats, but even I, the arch-rationalist, have no wish to tempt fate. We head for the ladders first, and the big manpower squad that's going to keep order goes to take control of the cargo lift. This is loud, and so we want people up top before we activate it. Armiette's team and Clem's and one other take a ladder each and begin scaling. Up above, Calran has done his work, or at least he's told Clem he has, which means the doors to the guards' quarters, their linked bunks, armoury and surveillance suite, should be sealed. Doubtless they'll be able to force their way out eventually, but eventually is a long time in revolutionary politics once the people are on the streets. For a given value of people and a given value of streets. The Commandant is sealed in too, in his bed or else working late at his desk. I choose to imagine the latter, and, as it turns out, I'm exactly right. All's quiet above, and we hit the communications suite even as Clem and the others move to get eyes and guns everywhere. There's one man there, one of the guards, and he is the unluckiest son of a bitch out of the Kiln labour camp staff. I still think of him, honestly. I don't know who he was or whose wife he slept with, but he was absolutely not expecting any of this. We caught him with his hand down his waistband as he was watching some pirated porn someone had smuggled into the last data freight. Not just porn, but an eyebrow-raisingly specific kink that makes me wonder whether he ended up on an alien world for entirely personal reasons. Subduing him, therefore, turns out to be easier than expected, and Armiette starts on the comms. We hear the first shouts outside, and we take it for Clem and his people clashing with the handful of idling sentries who got the graveyard shift on tonight's rota. It's not, in fact. What we're hearing is the first sign of everything going south, but we don't realise. Our security man in the comms booth may have been caught with his pants down, but he's the only one. One of Armiette's people reports that manpower, Ilmus included, is in the lift and on their way up, now the alarm's been raised. One of the teams has control of the lift head. Everything's going smoothly. That's a lie, but told in good faith. The mouse has its rodent incisors in the cheese, basically, and is just wondering what this moving metal plate is under its feet. Snap. Suddenly there are guards coming in even then. At first it looks like just a few, and probably most of us think they've been displaced by Clem. Maybe they're coming to hole up in comms, or maybe they even think they can call for help from here. The first couple, eager sods as they are, run into Armiette's guns and back out hurriedly. There's perhaps 0.4 of a second when we're congratulating ourselves at being so good at revolutionizing. Then they storm in, mob-handed, and leading with bulletproof riot shields, and we're fucked. The guns go off. At least one of Armiette's people is holed by the ricochet, because whoever made those shields wasn't pissing about, and the guns aren't exactly military grade. Then Armiette's gun manages a couple of seconds of sustained fire that puts them to the real test. It's as much of a hazard for everyone else as it is for the guards. But then the sheer kinetic force knocks one man off his feet, and the bullets go straight into the unshielded man behind him, and it looks like we're in business. Armiette takes a riot round to the face, though, breaking her jaw, knocking her out, and our business enters a rapid closing down sale. Parides roars and launches himself forwards right into someone's reinforced knuckles. He goes down so fast it's almost funny, and they just step over him like he's a drunk on the street. Security moves in with truncheons first, boots as a follow-up. We're kettled in. I do my best and rush at the shields, grabbing the top of one, then just drop with all my weight, yanking the thing down. If I'd had a couple of hard lads at my back, then they could have crowbarred the opening into something useful, but nobody's in place to follow up. The man whose shield I grabbed ends up lying on me, the shield between us, and me pressed into a splayed position like a cartoon bug who's been hit by a book. That's my contribution to the fight. I'll hear snippets of the rest later, about what goes on outside. Ilmus will tell me that Alaxi's group, the big manpower detachment, end up halfway to the gantry in the lift before the power is cut. Some of them try to climb, but most of them are stranded. Clem and the others up top try to fight, but the guards were waiting, armed, ready and in force. More of them come in from outside, replete with their expensive protective gear that's so much better and less necessary than the crap they print for excursions. And, from his desk, working late, the commandant watches it all. Calran did indeed secure the barracks, except the bulk of the guards hadn't been in bed. They'd been out and hiding, armed and armoured, with gas grenades and clubs, and theoretically non-lethal guns. Because someone told. They knew exactly what the plan was. Any actual success on our part, transient as it was, came because we were too eager and ended up in places, comms for example, ahead of schedule. We had the numbers even so. Even with the action limited to those selected people of Clem's. There were more of us than there were guards, but they went for anyone with a gun first, and after that we had nothing. It wasn't as if the guns were any good anyway. At least one of them blew itself apart, I'm told, killing the woman using it and the person next to them too. Knowing where we were going to be, they got in between us and divided us. Yet we could still have won. I, Arton Daghdev, armchair general, really believe so. If we'd had battlefield discipline and better fallback plans and more cohesion, and if Clem, or someone, could have looked down on the camp from above, paused time like in one of those strategy games, then given instruction from that godlike position about how to react to these new circumstances. If, moreover, we'd all had the same iron drive as Clem, to throw ourselves into the teeth of the guards until our numbers overwhelmed them. The truly revolutionary unity of purpose that everyone speaks about in subcommittee meetings, but nobody has on the streets. While the guards are welded together by the mandate's single purpose to control, we are all individuals seeking individually to resist. And so we break under their hammer. We splinter into ever smaller groups, or else get crushed together in too small a space. They contain us, and they break us. All Clem's planning is undone. Someone snitched, because someone always does. The mandate knows 100 ways to turn a person, a great arsenal of methods made up of equal parts carrot and stick. And to someone in the labour camps, deprived of everything, under threat from everything, the runtiest root vegetable or the feeblest twig will suffice. Dawn comes to Kiln, that flat, lemon-pale light. Even filtered through the dome, it speaks eloquently of all the light years between us and home. An inimical sun, for all that it's a close cousin of our own, as such things are reckoned. It finds us kneeling around the compound, with wrists plastic-tied behind us, and a blow to the head for anyone who dares look up from the ground. I've taken 2 blows to ensure that Ilmus is there, and whole. Parides, too, with a crooked nose and the beauty of a bruise flowering about his eye. Armiette is in agony, her jaw untended. Clem they have separated, because of course they know who our leader is. They've taken his hand away, leaving him with his cut-down overalls and the puckered skin of his stump. They'll come with sentences soon enough. Because this is the mandate. They can't just waltz out and dispense casual brutality. All brutality must be judicially assigned in proper sessions. No less brutal, but it comes at a bureaucratic remove that somehow lessens you as a person. On Kiln, we're all half-number anyway. So says 2275 Daghdev. But I don't see this. Because, while it's not all about me, some small part of it nonetheless is. Apparently, I've managed to get under the Commandant's skin just enough. And so, before the mass handing out of fates, the guards come and pick me up, and then haul me off for something more bespoke. Chapter 12. And so, on that same flat yellow morning, I am the guest of the Commandant again, in less congenial circumstances. I'm not offered tea. I don't even get to sit down, though my standing up is as much due to the support of the guards flanking me as to my own efforts. I have a livid bruise on my temple and a splitting headache from my skull being caught between the riot shield and the hard plastic floor of the comms hut. I can't quite claim I properly went down fighting, but there had been fighting and I had gone down in its general vicinity. I have swung a punch in my time and suffered the sore knuckles to prove it. The year I spent on the run back home was not a punch-free experience. But while it's not the first scrap I've gotten myself into, it also isn't the first time someone has handed me my arse. Hence, I'm not sure my hard-won brawling experience has been a particularly worthwhile acquisition. Terrellan settles himself behind his desk, pins me with his reptilian regard, then checks off some items of footling bureaucratic bookkeeping on his screen. Before him, disproportionately hideous by association, is Clem's plastic hand and forearm. Eventually he notes me staring at it and looks up at me brightly. All very brisk, even acting a little surprised to see me still there. "Yes, Professor? Is there something I can do for you? Extra pillows for your bunk, maybe? A better reading lamp over your prison bed?" He smiles thinly. I never saw so thin a smile. You could open your wrists with it. "I gave you a chance," he says. I stare at him. I admit to no chances given. He rolls his eyes and stands languorously. Striding up, he looks me over with his dead little eyes. Within arm's reach, if my arms weren't secured behind me. Possibly I could headbutt him if I'd been really committed to the overthrow of the mandate. But with the way my head feels, I don't quite have the zeal for it. "Why do you think I asked you to dinner with the others?" Terrellan purrs. "I knew you'd have been made part of whatever nonsense was going on by then. I'd left you enough time. That was your golden opportunity to pipe up, Professor Daghdev. To slip me a note over dessert. To tell me that something was going to happen, and thereby confirm your loyalty and preserve your privileges. You do understand that you have been very privileged here. The lofty position you secured amongst your fellows by virtue of your erudition." He really does sound a little hurt by my ingratitude. "You mean dig support?" I get out. "I mean dig support," he confirms. I must look incredulous, as though I want a dictionary right there and then so I can show him the definition of lofty, and indeed privilege, and how neither of them mention acting as a skivvy for a team of glorified undergraduates at this point in my academic career. He lets the point go. He knows he's right. I know he's right. I was handed a genuinely cushy position, and I could have held on to it by doing nothing more than keeping my nose clean. Holding Primat's test tubes while watching men like Kiev and Clem go out into the alien world and sometimes come back. But what sort of a man would I be if I did that? I'd be one up on whoever the hell shopped us to the Commandant, is what I would be. There are always lower depths. Dr. Crone failed too. She said nothing, Terrellan notes. But then she was also not rounded up with you and the others. She was still in the Labour bloc, locked in fact. He waits, letting the pause roll out like a tongue to see if I'll step onto it. I know Crone wasn't in on it, which is why she didn't have anything to say at dinner. But if I mention that, then I may be flagging her up as someone the dangerous revolutionary Arton Daghdev wants to protect, ergo damning her. Or else I'm confirming she's irrelevant, hence saving her. I don't know which, and Terrellan's face is giving no clues. Then the silence has stretched too long, and the tongue is retracted. I don't know whether I've done the right thing by doing nothing. You're lucky, Terrellan says. He sees the shift in expression I can't keep down and chuckles softly. Oh, not because of your doctorates and diplomas. We're not so short on qualifications here that I need the searing heights of your insight. But you're new. Your part in this business can only have been limited. You're hardly a ringleader. You are merely a bookish man who couldn't keep to the straight path of academia and who has allowed his resentment at his correction to boil over into foolish acts of rebellion here on Kiln. But it vexes me, Professor Daghdev. Because yesterday you were someone who had the chance to contribute to expanding the frontiers of human knowledge. And now, you are just a waste of potential. So, you will not be sentenced to death, as will some of those more instrumental to this uprising. But nor will I simply consign you to your fate with the bulk of your fellows. I feel your betrayal, Professor. I feel it personally. And he does seem to. This isn't some sarcastic rhetoric from a cold and detached man. Terrelin cares about the science within the narrow parameters that doctrine permits. I was, for a brief moment, within arm's reach of him. An assistant, an asset, a collaborator in the mockery that the mandate calls science. Or so he hoped. And now I have put the knife in by becoming a part of what Clem cooked up. I want to tell him that I was on the subcommittees long before I was on the fragmentation barges. I should throw down the gauntlet, demand to be put against the wall with my fellows, say something dramatic and pithy that will ring in the confined spaces of his head for all eternity. Except my own head hurts, and I feel sick with fear and failure, and we've lost. I just stare, not quite at him, as if even directly meeting his gaze will set fire to my aching skull again. Terrelin reads my mulish impotence correctly. You will be assigned to excursions, he tells me. But before that, I'm going to give you an opportunity to study Kiln firsthand. I twitch, quite violently, in the grip of the guards. The man in the example tank appears before me. But that's not what Terrelin means. It's something arguably worse. Do give my regards to Professor Rasmussen, he says sweetly. I'm sure you and she will have much to talk about. They march me out and along the gantry. Below, the compound is mostly clear. Sentences have been handed out, and people hauled off to whatever fate the judicial discretion of the administration feels they've earned. And I am about to get what I, in my personal offending of the Commandant, have earned. In short order, I find myself in with Rasmussen. Right there, in the shed, up on the gantry level, with the mad woman and her daubs. I don't even have the publicity of the example tank, but am hidden away. If I bang on the wall, they'll hear me over in the science. But my former comrades will hunch their shoulders and turn away, just as they would if it were Rasmussen herself, hooting and ululating her mindless creed. They might not even guess that the venerable academic's prison has become a love nest for two. I look up and see I have her interest. There's a mesh barrier between us, and she prowls back and forth on the far side of it like a tiger. Then she clings to it, fingers hooking at the fine screen. It seems flimsy enough that she could just tear it down if she wanted to. She's a wasted old woman, gaunt and filthy in torn overalls. Labour block chic, but flapping loose at the collar because she has no bolt to secure it to. A prisoner now, but of course she used to be staff. She was the original. If she had one of those steel pegs in her, it would say, 1, Rasmussen. She puts her lips to the mesh and breathes through it. It's fine, but not fine enough to keep her out. Nothing to blunt the smell or the contaminants. And though my nose is all about the smell, my cognitive centres are very much on the other things coming through. I retreat in my head, because I cannot retreat in the room. I argue with the patent biological fact of her, insisting that it can't end this way. This is an alien world. It can't infect us. Except Primat already laid it out for me, the inexorable logic of it, the adaptability of Kilnish life, attacking all the lock-and-key systems of Earth biochemistry like a burglar with a set of picks, twisting molecules into shape after shape until something fits. The minuscule pioneers of Kiln remain alien. Different structure, different heredity, the product of an evolutionary journey wholly other. All they need is that one tiny sliver of overlap in the circles of our mutual Venn diagram, though. That's all the leverage required to start interacting in malign ways with our cells, with our bodies, with our poor, vulnerable human brains. Is this the lesson of life across the universe? That it'll always find a way to get you? Telling myself that Kiln is a special case is a weird kind of balm, even though Kiln is where I am confined. I build the theories in my head to blot out the sounds Rasmussen is making. The biology of Kiln is so obliging. We thought we knew about organisms hitching a ride back on Earth. Parasites have been a major driver of evolution and diversity, as hosts do their best to promote a hostile environment and the infestors adapt in turn. On Earth, anything that's going to live off the fat of another critter slims down, becomes the bare minimum there is to be. They carve themselves a very specific niche and live their best, least life. One host species, or a cycle of very specific hosts, one worm to one fish, to one bird, to one mammal, which may in fact be us. And the wrong parasite ending up in the wrong host can be fatal for both, as the host still sickens but the little passenger can't get itself passed on. That was our understanding of the lifestyle, less the sweet-to-do-nothing flaneur and more the laser-focused knife-edge desperado with one marketable skill. On Kiln, however, they voted against living with demarcation. The things which lived off others became more complex here, added hooks and limbs and faculties. They don't sneak in through the windows of hosts like burglars. They knock brightly on the door, like hyper-persuasive salespeople with a suitcase of toys and gimmicks. Let me in, and I'll offer you all these handy-dandy biological processes. And if they can't form a semi-mutual relationship with this species, then there'll be another one along in a second. It's madness all the way down. Even with the microscopic life, a fistful of molecular processes bound in a tiny articulated sheath, there are hosts which are really good at getting energy out of the system and turning into something usable, and then there are the beasties that attach to and leech off them, lending them senses, motor functions, defences, and all the rest. That's the biological multi-tool I'm up against here. That's what I'm breathing in, from Rasmussen's lungs to mine, no matter how much of this tiny box I put between us as my shoulder blades try to dig through the wall. Those bolt-on life companions act as a series of middlemen between the alien horror of Kiln and the safe home counties of Earth. A sequence of ever more convincing hats and false noses, until what comes knocking at the doors of my cell membranes could almost pass for my cousin. Until it takes its face off to reveal the eldritch hideousness beneath. So yes, I'm trying to use science to deal with the situation, and stop myself spiralling into a hysterical panic, but I don't think it's working. Rasmussen is in my body now. She crawls invisibly on my skin. She seethes in my lungs, the kiln of her seeping through the boundaries of my alveoli. She rides the rush of my blood from lungs to heart, from heart through my body, as though she's an invading army using the local transport networks to get where it needs to. Just tiny quantities of her for now, skirmishing with my immune system and setting up its own revolutionary subcommittees in backwater parts of my body, cordoning off ghettos where things are done differently, burrowing down into the slums of my physiology and setting up seditious little schools to teach the naive young earthborn cells different ways to live. And I, in this scenario, am the mandate. I am the authoritarian state trying to impose my rigid will on the chaotic whole. This is how it must be. I know there are other ways, just like the mandate knows there are other ways. And just as those other ways of governance would result in something that wasn't the mandate anymore, So these new metabolic pathways would result in something that wasn't me. Even as the haunted husk on the far side of the mesh is no longer Ilse Rasmussen in any real sense. The parasitic choir has sung seductive songs to her and swayed all her earth-made parts from her control. I watch Ilse Rasmussen as she decays. Her skin seethes with rashes, her mouth with words. She scrabbles at the mesh, and hoots and shrills inhuman sounds, as though what's in her throat bears no relation to what's in mine, over and over, insistent, varying as though she's trying to find the precise combination of nonsense sounds that will unlock my ears to her meaning. Until I eventually break and shriek back at her to stop, to stem the tide of her gibbering insanity, because I can feel it eroding my mind like the sea devouring a crumbling coast. Then, "You hear me, Doctor? You understand?" Actual words, mandate standard, rise up inside her. Disinterred from the grave of her humanity, clad in rags and paraded out before me. "Cure yourself, Doctor. Cure. I'm so alone." And more. Desperate pleas for me to take up permanent residence as her maniac-in-chief. Impassioned demands that I hoot and holler and howl with her, because how happy we'd be. I think of the case with the earth parasite trapped in the wrong host, killing the creature it inhabits but unable to fulfill its function, a dead end that helps nobody. Poor lethal germ. If only the tick that carried it had bitten a rat rather than this huge, useless human, then the microbe would be able to pass itself on properly, and you wouldn't be dying of Lyme disease. I try not to listen to her. I turn my face away so as not to breathe her in either. But every inch of me itches, and I don't know if it's in my mind or if her parasites are on my skin, trying to unlock me. I retreat inside my head to conjure the humanoid Kilnite that Primat had trotted out for Terrelin. I can solve the problem, I tell myself. Even with the hooting, noxious monster that is Rasmussen, I can find a way to square the biological circle. Then they'll have to let me out. Terrelin will decontaminate me and reinstate me, all forgiven. I'll have what he needs, and be the scientific hero of the extrasolar camps. And is the whole thing as stupid as I made it out to be? What, after all, does a sentient, ruin-building alien look like? Strip it down to its essentials, based on our best understanding of how biology works. If I reject Primat's faux conclusions, what can I build in their place? A creature that has eyes, as we have eyes. Kilnish life has complex photoreceptive organs, not all that different from the camera eyes that Earth vertebrates evolved, or that Earth cephalopods evolved entirely independently. And the light that falls on Kiln is fundamentally the same light that falls on Earth. And they must have had hands, or at least some means of manipulating their environment, capable of both heavy lifting and fine detail and control. Tentacles, pincers, inflatable pseudopods. I've seen a lot of Kilnish creatures with grasping limbs, which are often an entirely independent symbiont that's latched on where it can be most useful. Creatures need to manipulate their environment. Pull things, push things, grab things. So fine. They must have some way of getting around, too. So maybe a molluscoid foot, or else a serpentine writhing, or legs. All of these are to be found on Kiln. So why not 2 legs? Why not 2 arms? It's an Occam's razor solution after all. 1 leg is silly, and 1 arm lacks anything to lever against. 3 legs and arms requires additional resources. So obviously 2 of each is the most efficient solution, just like the scientific philanthropists say. I skate clean over all the examples where evolution doesn't home in on the most efficient way of doing things, just settles for good enough and builds on that. In the face of Rasmussen's intolerable closeness, I become an absolute convert to scientific orthodoxy. Yes, obviously 2 arms, 2 legs. And why not a head at the top, where those eyes can get the best vantage point? Then stick the mouth right underneath so it can see what it's eating. Well, 1,000 reasons why not, but at the same time, why not? Crouching as far from Rasmussen as I can get, I try to picture a Kiln in all scientific rigour, and my abused imagination gives me Primat's image and nothing else. Part 2. Égalité. Chapter 13. I'm practically ready to sign off on the mandate's wider scientific remit consultation paper by the time they pull me out of there. It's been not quite 2 days. If they'd left me for 1 more, I'd have been painting the walls with my own byproducts too. A community art project, and shouldn't I be honoured to work with someone as eminent in her field as Ilse Rasmussen? Because, by the close of my confinement, she's starting to make sense. Not her words or her abhorrent scrawlings, but her, the language of her, that leaks out at every joint and from the inflamed skin around her eyes. She moves, and it speaks to me, entirely distinct from her wordless caterwauling or the occasional coherent sentences that come, clipped into orphanhood, from her lips. The itness of her that creeps in to become the I-ness of me. I'm pathetically grateful when they haul me out, not because it was intolerable in there, but because it was becoming tolerable. There was a part of me that had acclimatized, or had been acclimatized, had accreted little additional friends in my brain or my gut or my lungs that had begun their invasive work. I had become infected by her. She'd actually quietened over the final few hours of our shared sojourn. My company seemed to soothe her. Now she is distraught again as I'm taken away. I'm given the most thorough decontamination of my life. Or no, the second most thorough. The guards who come for me are in thick, rubbery protective gear from head to foot, almost comedy caricatures of mandate stormtroopers. They strip me naked and throw me in the airlock, then gas the crap out of me. Literally. I suffer explosive disembowelment via the rectum as just about my entire gut contents expire, Earth-type and alien both. I vomit and retch. They jet me with caustic, searing sprays until my skin is raw. And this, I understand even as I'm tortured by it, is mercy. I have not been condemned to die a lingering death. I have been rapped over the knuckles to a precise judicial degree, and now my sentence is commuted to hard labour here in the labour camp. There's something fitting in that, after all. The Kilnness is stripped from me before it can take root, before I can sprout, run mad and die. Or else before I can run mad and live, boiling over with that fecund life as Rasmussen does. Then they give me clean overalls, the luxury I could weep, and march me out into the sight of the entire complement of the camp. Oh, and it's not some special privilege just for me. I am by no means the main event. I'm just jostled into the main bulk of the crowd. But I am marked now. I understand now the double game the Commandant is playing. Yes, he wanted to give me a proper little gut punch for his personal feelings of betrayal, but he's an efficient man. He can multitask. I've not been on public show, after all, in my durance up with Rasmussen. It was a private hell for two, voyeurs not invited. So nobody knows what I've been through. To them it all looks like special treatment. Again. and we were most certainly sold out. Someone in that crowd of sullen malcontents is, as the vernacular runs, the narc what done it. So all those suspicious eyes instantly turned to me, the Commandant's pet, brought onto the team by Clem just in time to learn all the details and then spill them. I try to find illness in the mess, but it's hard to scan so many faces who are looking daggers at you. You can go blind like that. We're here, I see, for one more formal exercise of power, because the Commandant's had his fun with me, but for some, it's worse. They've given Clem the full exposure treatment. He's been in the example tank these 2 days, invasively infected with a shot of Kilnish microbiota and left to stew. Something very different to the mere passive diffusion I was trying to hold my breath against. You shoot someone up with a cylinder of even random Earth microbes, and it's not going to go well. With Kiln germs, it's like Earth microbes with a doctorate in invasive fuckery, and the concoction has gone to work with will. There's stuff growing on him, out the edges of his eyes and from under the fingernails of his one hand. I see his stump sprouting too. He hoots, hollers and roars, but this is muffled because his mouth is full of plate-like growths. From above, Rasmussen's faint voice keens back at him, a terrible and meaningless dialogue. Clem's eyes roll, and he finds me in the crowd. His mouth twists like rubber, quite unlike a human thing, as he tries to push out some message. I try to communicate back to him that it wasn't me. I didn't sell him out. That's my priority, though. He has other things on his mind. In his mind. The guards set up a filmy plastic corridor from the example tank to an opaque chamber set into the struts at the foot of the gantry. I can see ducts leading up from it to a couple of points above, and I know there must be buried conduits connecting it to the labour block's reclamation plant. We don't waste much Earth stock molecular mass here on Kiln, but what we can't reuse, we have a very definitive fate for. Clem is hauled out by guards, wearing the same heavy-duty gear as my earlier escort, clubbed unconscious before us, and then dragged into that plastic-walled box. Then the guards come out, and, in the fullness of time, so will Clem. But he'll appear as a fist-sized dense block, because that little chamber is the camp's incinerator, and it's only a mercy they clubbed him into oblivion before they threw him into it. It's only a mercy the walls of the hut are opaque, too, or else we'd have seen the alchemical transmutation of human flesh into ash, to be compacted into a brick and then buried. So runneth the funeral rites of Kiln. Another reason for the name, I suppose. Armiette and a handful of others are just shot, old style, before the bodies are fed back into reclamation. They die clean, after all. Clean and earthly, fit to return to the communal circle of life. Communal, my bastard mind says, not communicable. I want to weep, but the decontamination wrecked my tear ducts. And my mind, off the leash and desperate to haul me away from the horrors I'm seeing, wants to know why they don't all get the infectious treatment. Slam them all in the tank, shoot each one up with a different cocktail and watch them cross-infect each other. For science. Of all the damn things in this grotesque world, my mind hooks onto that as the crack in the logic of the mandate's argument. The shooting is a form of mercy. If Terrelin wants to make a point to dissuade further attempts at insurrection, he has a powerful tool available. Ancient empires lined the roads with their crucifixions, after all. It wasn't just the one. But Terrelin has rationed himself, as though the mandate gave him a cruelty quota and they'll dock his wages if he exceeds it. One body at a time in the tank. One, plus Rasmussen in her high castle, calling each to each. The bizarre leniency of it sticks in my mind like a burr, like something the decontamination couldn't remove. After the last echo of the shots has died away, they give over the disposal of the remains to us, the co-conspirators. I am put to hauling Armiette's corpse, taking her arms even as Parides Acosta takes her legs. He stares at me past his broken nose, as though he's trying to accomplish by spontaneous combustion what the incinerator did to Clem. Any spontaneous denials on my part would have the inappropriate feel of theatricality, the pantomime of, "He's behind you." And maybe it was him, anyway. It was someone. It always is. Anybody could have given us away. Clem's rebellion went the way of absolutely every other uprising I've ever read about or been a peripheral part of. Someone talks, and then the crunch comes and everyone scatters in their own distinct direction, and we lose. The mandate wants us to believe we can't fight its authority, and, though I don't believe that, I admit it has all the material evidence on its side. They glare at me, my comrades, all of them. They accuse me silently. I elide each stare but mark each face, knowing that one of them, more than one perhaps, protests too much. My mind works like a fever, and I try to pick out who did it. A hopeless task, though. The only people I can cross off the list are being loaded into reclamation or spat out of the incinerator right now. And even then, it's not beyond the mandate to muddy the waters by executing their own informant. Calren, I think. Mox Calren. Clem's own man on the inside. The engineer. I don't see him here. He's not been busted down to labour. But probably he is too valuable just to kick into the teeth of the planet. Not that it even has teeth. The raptorial arms, then. The siphoning proboscis. And it almost seems too obvious that it would be Calren. Surely Clem was certain of this dubious man before trusting him with any weight. Was the turncoat a turncoat all along? Clem must have had better judgment than that. After everything, the incineration, the shootings, and the bodies going back to the mulch, it's me and it's them, the air reeking of our mutual suspicions. The guards are watching, and right then that's probably the only thing stopping me from being lynched on general probabilities. I want to tell them about the 2 days at Shea Rasmussen, but who's going to listen and who'd believe? People start to move away. Aimless at first, but a few shouts from the gantry apply the spur. It's a labour camp, not a loiter camp. And I realise I don't actually know where I fit now. I'm off dig support, I can reasonably assume. The Commandant mentioned excursions, but while everyone was being given their new marching orders, I ended up having shit flung at me by a madwoman. A heavy hand lands on my shoulder that's still tender from the beating I got. One of them, anyway. Either from being pressed like an olive beneath the riot shield, or when they manhandled me to the Commandant, or from him to Rasmussen, or when they yanked me out of there in their heavy gear, or finally dragged me from decontamination. I got a punch, or a slap, or a kick at every stage, the punctuation to my custodial sentence. The bruises clasp together to form their own composite organism of aches and pains. I turn, flinching, to see who it's going to be. It's Kiev from Excursions. He looks on me without love, and I try to say that it wasn't me, I'm not the traitor, but the words jumble in my mouth until they're just froth. Behind him, the Reclaimer chunters happily to itself as it deconstitutes Armiette Grail and the rest. But Kiev wasn't on the subcommittees, and has nothing to do with the revolution. Fighting for better futures isn't his style. He's all about the present. Kiev is a man who intends to survive Kiln, even though nobody survives Kiln, and most particularly not anyone assigned to excursions. I realise the utter lack of love in Kiev's face is nothing to do with any high political ideology, loyalties, betrayals. It's because I'm a troublemaker, sent to make his life more difficult. One of several such troublemakers, in fact. They couldn't exactly send every insurgent to excursions. They just don't need that many excursionistas. As Kiev assembles his work crew, and his peers do likewise, I work out that some kind of sorting has gone on, possibly just randomly. A bunch of us have been shunted onto excursions, while the rest ended up at the bottom of the heap in general labour. The split seems arbitrary. Ilmus is here with me on Kiev's team, though I know they were the most peripheral of revolutionaries. Parides Acosta is on another excursion detail, but Alaxi, who led manpower halfway up the cargo lift and no further, is just cleaning privies in the camp. There is, I suppose, a limit to the amount of time even a man like Terrelin will spend on making the punishment fit the crime. Only I merited a special touch, and that because I was his new golden boy fresh off the fragmentation barges and theoretically untouched by the grime of insurrection, so my betrayal was so much the keener. So all of the excursion crews have received an influx of post-insurrection new recruits. Enough, in fact, that a quantity of excursionista veterans have been moved off the camp's least wanted assignment to something safer to balance the numbers. We actually did some good for someone in an elliptical sort of way. Hooray for the revolution. If I had a little flag, I'd wave it in Kiev's sour face, and then he'd rightly shove it up my arse. There's little attempt at introduction. Those people I don't already know, I'll have to find labels for on the job, or sneak a look at the little stamped characters on their bolts. Some of them I'm familiar with already, of course. My comrades in arms from our doomed uprising stare at me with that same open hostility. Was it you? And already more than half are convinced of the answer. Crone isn't amongst us. I spot her heading up the ladder, and see my silence apparently helped her more than my actual help would have done. She's still head of dig support, though her team has been slashed to ribbons. I'm wretchedly glad I didn't manage to screw things up for her. Kiev looks us over. His regulars, the people he's been left with, cluster behind him, staring at we failed revolutionaries with utter loathing. I think I understand it then. Kiev is sent out to dangerous places to do difficult jobs. He had a team of people he'd whipped into shape to give him the best chance of coming back with most of them intact. Now that team's been gutted, and we clueless bumblebodies have been dumped on him. We're inevitably going to make mistakes, and out in the wilds of Kiln, mistakes get you killed. That's what I read into his look. And I'm absolutely right in all respects, but I'm also wrong. I've not fully factored in the Commandant's malignity, and there's one whole extra reason why Kiev and his people have cause to hate us. I'll find out very shortly. "Get inside," Kiev says shortly. "I'm not shouting." As though even straining his voice might be the final straw that comes back to screw him over out there. He turns without another word, stomping into the labour block. His people shamble after him, and then the fresh meat is shuffling in their footprints, cowed and beaten, bruised and grieving. I suddenly can't bear it anymore, the utter isolation. I feel so cut off and lonely I could start howling like Rasmussen did when they took me away from her, desperate for connection. I snag Ilmus's arm. I think they're going to slap me, but I hold on. Pinning them there, even though the guards might stride over to add another dose of brutality to the heavy regimen I've been on since that night. "I didn't sell Clem," I managed to say, scanning their face for any sign of what they might believe. Ilmus Hitrin's face is blank, as though they've retreated so deep inside themselves that nothing they think can raise a ripple on the surface. Their arm, under my fingers, feels cold and limp, stringy with bad nutrition, unresisting, unwelcoming. dead. I wouldn't, but someone did. They segregated me to scapegoat me. Ilmus, please. Words peter out against their stony facade. I become aware of movement. It's just us two left behind, and the guards have noted it. I'm always causing more trouble for other people. A twitch runs through Ilmus like an electric charge. Their face jerks, spasming out of their control. For a moment, I think I'm forgiven, or else they've made up their mind I'm guilty and we're just going to have it out right here like a divorcing couple, or a pair of ineffectual pugilists. But then they pull away, twisting from my grip and ducking into the labour block. They look back, though. There's still some thread of connection left, from all our long association back home. And so I have no closure, neither good nor bad. The guards put me in their shadow, so I hurry after Ilmus before they can punctuate me any more. Kiev stares at me flatly as I arrive. "Honoured you could join us, Professor," he says. In being last in, I've given myself one more reason to be singled out, but right then, who's counting? I just hunch and look down, correctly judging that now is not the moment for some scintillating academic repartee. Kiev squares his shoulders like a man before the firing squad, opens his mouth, and then the guards come in. It's quite the roller coaster of emotions for me just then. Abject fear, because they were supposed to just shoo me in at the door, but here they are, and surely they've come to hit me again. Either of their own notion, or because Dr. Commandant Terrelin has prescribed 3 beatings daily until morale improves. And then hope springs. Yes, actual hope. Because there, flanked by that escort, is Nimel Primat, joint head of the science. I understand in a sudden blessed flash of euphoria. I am forgiven. I am reinstated on dig support. My unique scientific insights are in high demand. It was all a cruel hazing on the part of the Commandant. They weren't ever just going to throw me away like trash. The guards march Primat in and deposit her amongst us. Then they turn on their heels and march out. Yes, she and I are on a more equal footing once again. But it's not that I'm raised up. It's just I've managed to drag someone else down with me. Chapter 14. Nobody knows what to do with her at first. And I'm being a slow student right then. I don't clock why she's there, even though it should be spectacularly obvious to me. Nimel Primat, left there by the guards as though she's driftwood and they were the tide. Standing lopsided, not looking at anyone, one hand clutching at the elbow of the opposite arm, the other gnarled around the head of her stick. Kiev just waits, expecting instructions, some special turd of a project from the science deposited on his poor excursions crew. But Primat continues to stand there. The silence lengthens like a piece of stretched plastic film, deforming and thinning until, inevitably, it parts. It finally becomes clear to Kiev, and all of us, that the Commandant has breached that inalienable class boundary, here on this alien world. He's plucked Primat from her post up above on the gantry and hurled her down in flames to the dirt below. Kiev's eyes flick, from Primat here with us, then through the transparent wall to the departing guards, to the upper reaches of the gantry, where the Commandant has his lair. He moistens his lips. I half expect him to tug his forelock, produce a cap from somewhere so he can doff it or wring it in his hands. The working man confronted by the mill owner's daughter. "Right then," he says. By now, this corner of the labour block has separated out into 3 groups. Kiev is backed by 10 people, those in his team luckless enough not to have been reassigned to less murderous duties after the influx of failed revolutionaries. They stare at us like gorgons, hating us to a degree that seems entirely out of proportion to the additional catching up they're going to have to help us through. Because, as I've noted, that's not the real problem, as Kiev will shortly explain. I'm one of a quintet of failed revolutionaries sentenced to excurse with the excursionistas of Kiev's crew. Similar reassignees will be going through the same rough induction elsewhere. One group at the far end of the labour bloc, even now in fact, where I glimpse Parides amongst them. But it's we five who are Kiev's problem. And there's also Primat, of course, who's beyond all the pale there is, utterly friendless and alone. Kiev slams a palm down on the nearest table, cleared of the breakfast I never had, repurposed from being the bed I didn't get to sleep on. The modular and pragmatic life of the labour bloc. "You all listen up," says Kiev. 1611 Vertigio Kiev, grey, broad, and with what humour he ever possessed pressed and steamed out of him by years of surviving. Back at the start, when he accosted me here, I read him as a senior factory foreman type, the sort who gets the job done but mostly thinks about retirement, save that Kiev won't ever be given the chance to retire. The only thing years of good service will bring him is closer to death, his ability to roll with the planet's blows eroded day by day. His personal name, which sounds as though it should belong to an aging pimp or theatrical impresario, is something I only find out later. It made me wonder what his story was, because he had to have done something to be sent out here after all. But in the camp he isn't any kind of dissident, theoretical or practical, and I realise I'm not sure just what precise brand of wrongdoing suffices to get you assigned to the barges. I try to reappraise Kiev now, consign him to some particular bin of criminality. Was he violent, fraudulent, larcenous, arsonous? It doesn't matter, of course. What he is now is my new boss, and he's having none of any nonsense we're peddling. With his regular crew at his back, he faces us down, we revolutionaries who hadn't turned enough of a full revolution to end up facing the firing squad. We shuffle, jostle and scowl right back at him. In that moment, despite whatever suspicions they might have, I'm right there with Ilmus and the others, dragged into them by the gravitational pull of Kiev's disdain. "You don't realise," Kiev tells us all, "how you've fucked us over. Us and all the other excursion crews." I am absolutely keeping my mouth shut. Nobody wants to hear the wit and wisdom of Arton Daghdev right then. One of my compatriots hasn't read the room, though, a man called Booth, and I vaguely recall him from the subcommittee. One of Clem's technical team, and maybe it's that illusion of being valuable and skilled that gives him the confidence to speak now. "I'd have thought you'd be glad of us," he spits in Kiev's face. "Misery loves company, right? So we're dragged down to your level, so much the worse for us. How's it any worse for you?" Kiev nods philosophically. Actually smiles a little, a man conceding a good and valuable contribution to the discussion. He hits Booth in the face midway through the nod and smile, jarring as a song starting on the offbeat. Then they're all on us, lamping anyone who stands still for it. Booth gets by far the worst of it, a solid and sustained kicking. The two of my fellows whose knee-jerk reaction is to go to his assistance cop most of the rest, knocked down or rammed face first into the flat of a table. I'm given a solid sock in the ribs that, through some unerring desire for appreciative company, manages to locate a whole set of bruises from my last beating. I just defend myself after that, taking it on the shoulders, the forearms, shielding my face, gut and groin as best I can. Going on the run and then getting caught gains you plenty of experience in what to do when you're in no position to fight back. Valuable skills. If I'm ever reinstated, I'll teach a class in them. Kiev's people aren't interested in actually bludgeoning us down, just in slapping some frustration out of their systems. Then suddenly, Primat's on the ground with a high, shocked cry. She'd been standing against the wall of the labour block, staring into space like she'd gone catatonic, odour of gantry-level inviolability still just about clinging to her. Except someone took a run-up a bit enthusiastically and clipped her, and she went straight over, ending up on her hands and one knee. A leg stuck out at a painful-looking angle. The false leg, of course, except the strained bit with the angle is a real stump. I twitch, wanting to go and help her up, but I don't. I am already standing under a great big arrow with collaborator on it in lit-up letters. I consciously decide not to add to it. It's not a moment I'm proud of, as I watch Primat awkwardly haul herself upwards. I also notice Kiev assessing the leg and fully realising he's been saddled with one more complication to screw him over when his team is in the field. The interruption has served to end the impromptu beating anyway. We separate out into our groups again. Kiev's crew, we newcomers, Primat. The guards, who'd pause to spectate and kibitz through the transparent wall, lose interest and move on.
"You fuckers!"
Kiev shouts at us.
"They reset our gas chamber clock!"
He glares. We look collectively blank, because we haven't been on excursions before and don't know the knife-edge economy they operate on.
"To punish you,"
Kiev explains, more controlled now.
"You've maybe killed some of us, you fucking Jonahs. So any one of you so much as opens your mouth about the glorious necessity of resistance, or the cause, or any such fucking thing, is going to get left behind in the outback."
It's that phrase which lets me place and date him. Glorious necessity of resistance. I re-evaluate Vertigio Kiev all over again. When I was a kid, and my stepdad brought me to my first subcommittee meeting, that was the buzzword phrase du jour. I realised that Kiev must have been at least peripherally of the cause himself once, and that once was a long time ago. I wonder what he'd done, where they'd had him before they shipped him out here. What struggles and defeats have fallen into the spaces behind that hard, flat face. A disillusioned revolutionary is a dangerous thing, like a cache of yesteryear's explosives that might never go off or could explode all on its own. I don't quite understand what he means. Gas chambers, clocks, this specific way we have crapped on his life from a height. It's obviously an excursion thing, meaning it'll be our problem soon enough. But right then, nobody on their side is explaining, and nobody on our side wants to risk a punch in the face by posing the question. Something goes out of Kiev as he stands there. It's his anger. If he'd been a man to hold it in, nurse grudges from embers to open flames, then he'd have been dead long before. The rage fills him up and then leaks out at the seams until it's just a weathered, sour man standing there, determined above all things to survive. From the point of view of the intellectual revolutionary in me, surely that's not enough. He's been sent somewhere that always kills you eventually. So what sort of victory is surviving just one more day at a time? Except I, the intellectual, have also been sent here, and I too want to live. Yesterday I wanted to overthrow the commandant and liberate the people and get on a ship to go home. Today I'll settle for living until tomorrow, and tomorrow can look after itself. I find myself converting very rapidly to Vertigio Kiev's philosophy. "Right then," Kiev says, "get them suited up. We're breaking ground on a new site." There's not even a groan from his people. It's just the usual for them. Except they have to teach it to us. Attached to the compound, through some big sliding doors, is the flyer dock. This is actually where the guards came in from when they broke apart our insurrection. The guards who were supposed to have been locked in their barracks. It also houses the flyers that Excursions uses, because the vanished Kilnies didn't set up all their ruins within convenient walking distance of where the labour camp was going to be. We are given our suits that will stand between us and the hostile territory of Kiln for the duration of our field trip. They are to protective gear what the fragmentation barges are to spaceships. Paper outers. Cheaply printed hoods fitted with masks and filters. Kiev's people grudgingly show us how to put them on and engage the headgear systems. Then they tell us not to do it yet because the gear has a definite lifespan and we'll need it on the ground when we're actually being exposed. Exposed to what? To everything that is Kiln. That fantastically opportunistic biosphere that says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and I shall find a way to infiltrate their biology and make them my own." The flyer, at least, is intended to make multiple journeys, but it's still made up of slipshod printed parts, a ship replaced piece by piece until even Theseus wouldn't recognize it. I can spot the points where this design, or perhaps this individual craft, is running into trouble. The ill-fitting components with seams, mould lines, and sprue stubs discoloured and standing proud of their sockets. None of it gives me any confidence in the engineering. I want the whole thing sent back to the factory and the designer shot. But I'm standing in the factory, and the designer doubtless had a nice, comfy office back on Earth until they retired some decades ago, safe in the knowledge they'd never have to travel in one of their god-awful creations. The machine has a rotary skirt covered with mesh screens that look like they're aching to be caught in it. On top is a depression like a covered bucket seat, and there's a long tail for what might laughably be called stability. The whole thing looks like a cross between a dragonfly and an upside-down helicopter. Once we're up in the air, it makes a sound like screaming children, and our suits have no ear protection worth speaking of, or rather worth shouting over. The precise pitch of the shrieking tells us more about density gradients in Kilnish aerial plankton than any number of statistical analyses, as thousands of tiny lives are sucked into the rotors and chopped apart. Kiev, piloting, has the sole seat moulded into the frame. The rest of us go in the bucket, jumbled together with our gear. If we crash, or even hit serious turbulence, we're going to leave a trail of displaced excursionistas all the way back to the labour camp. I sit crammed between Booth and Primat. Booth is feeling at loose teeth, one eye already swollen half shut. My own handful of new bruises are no more than garnish on the rest of me. Primat, by comparison, is fine, unblemished. Except she's not. She escaped being beaten on, but she's a hell of a long way from fine. She hasn't said a word or acknowledged another human being since the guards brought her in, obviously still in shock at how mightily she's fallen. Kiev's people haven't exactly been forthcoming with the introductions, and it's socially awkward to peer intently at the tiny letters on someone's collarbone bolt. I take stock of the people I do know, my collaborators, and who might therefore be classified as potential allies. Even though every one of them started the day suspicious as hell about my involvement in the failed coup, Kiev's beatdown served to put us all on the same side. My square peg got well and truly rammed into the round hole we're all stuck in. So we have the punchy and now punched Booth, and we have Ilmus Itrin, formerly of Dig Support. There's a heavy man with a scarred face named Shua, and a small-framed woman called Frith, both from General Labour and both of Clem's Revolutionary Subcommittee. Then, of course, there's Primat, former aristocrat and not in any way affiliated with the subcommittee or its doomed activities. I tell myself I don't know why she's here, but I do. I'm just refusing to acknowledge it because I've got quite enough burdening me right now. Clem's death, and Armiette and the others, are still a raw wound in my head. the shadow the Commandant has contrived to cast over my good name, such as it ever was. The fact that I'm now on this death trap of a flying machine heading out of the camp's dubious safety and into the very definite danger of Kiln's hinterland. In the scheme of things, Primat's presence and my responsibility for it is something I am just not able to acknowledge right now. And in any event, the horrible torment sound of the rotor below us makes saying anything to anyone a trying endeavour. Primat doesn't seem ready to talk anyway. She won't even look at me. Instead, Ilmus shunts their way in between me and Booth, and even that makes the flyer wobble alarmingly. Ilmus had taken a fist to the gut and went down very quickly when things kicked off between us and Kiev's people. If you can call such a one-sided kicking off. Going down straight away is, in my experience, a risky stratagem. If it's only a bit of high spirits, then you've shown them your belly, and maybe they'll leave you alone. If it's a fracas, or, Lord help us, a real fight, then you get trampled. Ilmus had made the right call, though. Kiev and his excursionistas had just wanted us to know how far down the pile we stood. Ilmus shoves their mouth right into my ear, breath hot on the side of my face, like they're auditioning to be my next lover. Now things have soured between me and Primat. Not that my brief encounter with her could ever really be classed as romantic. Their hand is abruptly clenched tight around the collar of my overalls, a grip carefully positioned to be hidden to just about everyone else. The flyer jolts as Kiev alters course, and for a moment the sky outside is shadowed by a kind of whirling brown smog. The flyer's hood is far from hermetic. Just filmy plastic over a couple of struts. Supposed to be secured about the edges, but the fastenings have already gone in 3 places. We're all breathing Kiln air. I could bore you about the airborne microfauna and the things that eat them. Kiev has a satellite map showing the densest swarms, and his job is mostly circumnavigating them to avoid the thick concentrations that would clog the rotors and bring us right down. He's keeping to the higher air, because there's a whole band closer to the ground where it's like soup. I now have a good look at those thronging regions below, because we're flying at a tilt, and Ilmus has me right up against the edge, all friendly-looking to the outside eye, but I can feel their muscles bunched in preparation. They're going to try and throw me out, and give me a high-speed introduction to those busy lower-air strata. Kiln kills everyone eventually, but it kills you a lot quicker if you impact into it at terminal velocity. "It wasn't," I hiss. They can't hear me, so I try to print the words on my face. But a lifetime of guarded expressions works against me. "Tell me," they hiss in my ear. "You sold us out." They'd been here a year longer than me. More than enough time to become fully attached to all the people the Commandant had executed today. Not just the horror of their deaths to deal with, but the absence of their lives. I'm a tourist by comparison. I wanted this conversation before, but I don't now, over the noise of the rotors. I glower at them, dare them, ready myself to grab them right back if any hoisting is imminent. They don't quite have the courage of their convictions in the end. I want to tell them to go quiz Crone when we get back, ask about the dinner and my lack of outselling despite that ideal opportunity. I also want to say that whoever was keeping Terrelin informed must have been deeper in Clem's confidence than I ever was, part of the plan for far longer than I'd had the chance to be. Ilmus bares teeth at me in a vicious snarl, fighting themself more than me. The tears in their eyes could be anything. I just stare. I have no words I am willing to bellow over the noise, no secret wink or handshake to establish my innocence. I just have this face, that Ilmus knew for years before being sent out here ahead of me. I absolutely might have sold them out then. I might have sold everyone out now. But I didn't. I see them tilt and balance their position about what they can live with, even as Kiev does the same with the flyer to get it back on the level. I know illness. They never liked navigating shades of closeness. They were your friend or they weren't. No hearty backslapping and then bitching behind your back. So they have a choice to make, concerning me, with no right answer. I watch their face fight itself over me, knowing that if I'm a treacherous son of a bitch, then trusting me will just leave them open for the next gut punch. I clasp their hand where it clenches on my overalls and watch them crumble. Watch them visibly shake their suspicions free and decide they're my friend still. Unless it's all a masterful act. Unless it was actually illness all along. I don't want to think like that, but my mind's like a corkscrew sometimes, and has room for all manner of clashing suppositions within it. Soon after that, we start descending. Chapter 15. We fall in juddering stages through the air, breaking through those denser strata in the lower atmosphere. Bands of microorganisms drift in the exhalations of the forest like horizontal blankets of faint black smoke, along with the creatures that eat them and quarter the busy air like gnats with sieves and blankets. Or else they wallow through the aerial soup, vast as whales made from plastic bags and cellophane. If the flyer hits one of those, then, as they say, we'll have a technical problem. The Kiln air whale will have a problem too, because it might be a collective of cooperating parts, but it won't enjoy being shredded through our rotor skirt. Neither will the skirt. Losses all round is probably the motto of humanity's contact with extrasolar life, and more than likely the motto of my life going forwards. This is going to be grueling, uncomfortable, and dangerous. I may well not survive. And yet there is a thread of excitement in me, old as I am. These aren't exactly the circumstances I'd have chosen, in which to stand out in the alien wilds and actually see the objects of my study in their natural environment, but it's the best offer I'm going to get. I'll take it. Except I glance at Primat then, who presumably also did this at some point before, and who donated a limb to the cause. She does not seem consumed with scientific excitement, unless it looks a hell of a lot like misery. Kiev's veteran excursionistas are hooding up, fitting their filter masks and checking each other's work. We newbies follow suit, as it were, fumbling at the fastenings. Booth, beside me, manages to tear his paper suit as he tries to seal it all up, and weeps with frustration as the shoddily printed material just parts along invisible seams. I do my best to help him, but likely only make matters worse. The veterans watch us impassively. Someone probably just won a sweepstake. I've done the maths, by the way. The camps have been in operation around 70 years on Kiln. I am 2275 Daghdev, and there are around 300 of us in the labour block. So, 70 years and 2,000 dead. That's 3/4 of a dead labourer a week. And I think to myself, that feels like a finely calibrated number. It's enough death to serve as a rod to keep people down, but it's not so much death that people lose all hope, shading into that dangerous territory where they might as well charge the guns because they've got nothing to lose. And while some deaths are internal and disciplinary, you can absolutely bet the majority of them are from excursions. In fact, the weeks when no deaths occurred are likely when the crews weren't out breaking ground on new sites. And you can bet those that have occurred didn't just tick steadily along like a clock, but went from spans of silence to the machine gun staccato of a Geiger counter suddenly discovering uranium. Because when Kiln wants to get its teeth in, it has a real wide mouth. But right now it's Booth's problem. We use sealant and patches to repair his torn suit. A woman called Greeley, who seems to be Keith's lieutenant, steps in at last to show us how. Her expression doesn't suggest she has confidence in the repair measures, though, or in us. And surely, you're thinking, we should turn around and go home. His suit's already compromised, no matter how much duct tape and sticking plasters are applied. Except these suits just plain aren't that kind of hermetic, as I hope I've made clear. It's not about maintaining the unbroken sanctity of our human bodies. It's about acceptable levels of contact, slowing the assault just about enough. Acceptable wastage. Keeve jockeys the flyer about as we go through this rigmarole, then ends up holding us steady-ish in the air.
Greeley, he spits over his shoulder. Pick a team for the throwers. Clear us some space.
Greeley makes an internal calculation. How much efficiency does she want to lose now by including the newbies, in the hope that we toughen up and prove useful later? She looks at Booth, but he's still blubbering, convinced he's going to drop dead the moment he steps out. She prods me in the chest instead, and then does the same to Primat beside me, after which she calls out 3 of her regulars, so at least not all of us will need our hands held.
What are we throwing?
I ask, to show I've been paying attention.
Flame,
she says flatly.
You're kidding.
We are about to step out into a priceless alien ecosystem, untouched by human hands or feet. An opportunity for study never to be found again.
Ha ha!
No, really. She unclips something from a locker and shoves it into my hands. A bag, a hose, and a long plastic rod so that the bad Bernie stuff theoretically comes out at a safe distance from the mook who has to use it. This flamethrower is as cheaply printed as everything else, even down to the fuel. I want to remind you that the only thing between us and big lungfuls of Kilnish microbiome is basically paper. Greeley hands out similar portable death traps to the other chosen. Me and 2 others also receive long plastic poles ending in hooks. They look singed. I recognize the look of printed material that's structured to be flame retardant, only not very well. It's always a temporary measure, but then that's what cheap printing is all about. The whitish plastic has gone piss yellow towards the end and full brown around the hook, its surface tacky and honeycombed.
What the hell is all of this?
I demand.
Time to move,
Greeley tells me. I point out that it can't be time to move because we're still in the air. She just looks at me. Down below, the canopy of enormous black rosettes is unbroken. They're not robust enough for us to touch down on, and there's no clearing. I realise that's what the flamethrowers are for. A volatile pry bar to make enough space on the ground for the flyer to land. Abruptly, the whole flyer is tilting, slewing in the air until everything in the bucket ends up at our lower end, or else, if you're a veteran and knew this was coming, is left clinging onto the straps and handles. Not being a veteran, I assume the whole thing's going to crash, but this is actually ace pilot Vertigio Keeve being considerate to his about-to-disembark passengers. We're meant to go out over the lower rail, and this lets us drop down without the inconvenience of passing through the rotary belt and coming out as Hamburger. The truly terrifying part of this whole plan is that it's obviously something Excursions worked out in the field on its own. The actual design of the flyer does not mesh with the environment it's been sent into or the job its crew need to do. Greeley clips plastic lines to the rail, and we abseil down in 2s. A new and unpleasant experience for both myself and my partner in descent, Primat. The pair of us punch heavily through the edge of one of the huge sail leaves in a spray of dark fluid, and then plummet into the void below. I land on my feet, just about. She lands on her foot, and her artificial substitute skids out, causing her to wrench her hip badly. Her shockingly loud cry echoes from the bulbous tubers that pass for tree trunks on Kiln, and things listen. Irrational, I know, but I feel I can hear them hearing us, paying attention, deciding whether we're interesting enough to find out what we taste like. All those exotic earth proteins, like sugar sprinkles, which might or might not be bad for their teeth. She shoves me away when I try to help her. She's groping through the paper of the protective gear and the cloth of her overalls, trying to feel out the leg's little calibration controls because it's skewed in its socket, the knee pointing inwards. I can hear her breath, amplified by the filter mask, ragged and frustrated. I want to say something, but she doesn't want to hear me. Unlike, it seems, the whole of Kiln. We stand in a tattered patch of sunlight from where we broke through the photosynthetic rosettes. That's our allotment of sky, and everything else is shade. The other two couples are nearby, each in their own sunbeam. And at our back, it's the ruin. Possibly it's the one that Primat was showing me drone pictures of not so long ago, before Clem's uprising. From this angle, it's hard to tell. And, despite everything, that little worm of excitement moves in me again. I want to stand there and look, listen and feel. I want to smell, though that's not exactly health and safety recommended under the circumstances. And I want everyone to be quiet so the natural soundscape of Kiln can creep back in. I am a scientist, after all, not just an anarchist. Discovery. Even if my name won't be on the research paper when it reaches Earth in however many decades' time. Except all I hear is the screaming children sound of the rotors, and Greeley shouting at me to snap out of it and get to work. Greeley, now that I see her on the ground, and not just as a face squished into the crowd in the flyer's bucket, is a sad, slope-shouldered woman to whom everything in life seems to have been a grand disappointment, most especially me. Greeley picks a tree and positions the pair of us at the end of an arm of people facing it. "Pull the lever when I say, then run." That is the sum total of her instructions. "What do I do with this?" I'm juggling the hooked pole with my flamethrower, which means I'm constantly in danger of depressing the incinerate things lever with a knee or elbow by mistake. I see belatedly that everyone else has just chucked their poles aside. Apparently the hooking comes later. She gives the word. We pull the trigger, aiming our flames over the outer rind of the swollen barrel trunk. Parts of it crisp into blackness, and we see seams blister and split. It doesn't feel like we're getting anywhere, though. Primat and I also forget the run part of the plan, so it's just the two of us left after the rest have legged it. Then we see the great round boil of a plant bloating outwards as something inside it undergoes catastrophic heat expansion. Then we understand why the running is important, except Primat can't run well enough. I see her limp and realise it's going to be the death of her, so I grab her, bundling her along as best I can, and then just hurl the pair of us down. A half-second later, the singed tree explodes. Fragments of rind scythe overhead like shrapnel. Some of them actually end up embedded in other trees. For a moment I wait for the chain reaction that'll clear the entire forest and leave only the ruin for future study. But Kiln life is more resilient than that. The exploding tree has cleared just sufficient space for Kiev to bring the flyer down, and there's more than enough wild left to oppose the human presence that has at this moment dared to intrude here. I roll off Primat, who groans. Greeley is standing over us. "I said run," she tells us, which is 100% the entirety of the concern she's going to show. Then she and the other regulars are off to help Kiev unload. Our near miss has apparently won us a few moments of idleness. I put out a hand for Primat, who's not too proud to take it. Her look to me starts off furious and accusatory, and I brace for words of a similar nature when she opens her mouth. Whatever she tries to say gets tangled up in there, though, and there are tears of pain and shame in her eyes. I finally allow myself to understand. I mean, it's not even the rudimentary rocket science of the fragmentation barges, but I've been intentionally avoiding the implications of her being here. Because of me, I say. That's why you're here. Because of us. You knew what was going on, she said. You knew. Like revolution is an STD and I got it all over her when we slept together. Which I guess I did. I didn't think at the time that the liaison would figure into anyone's calculations. That I was making her ideologically unsound by association. And if I had thought about it, maybe I'd have seen it from the other side, from a position of hope, because of course we were supposed to win. Maybe her link to me would have become a lifeline rather than a lead weight tied to her ankle. They thought I was part of it, she says tiredly. Whatever stupid games you were playing. They thought I was smuggling the data, the parts out. All the shit you did behind my back. Didn't want to think the Labour could have managed it on their own. And so, it all came down on me. They called me a ringleader, for fuck's sake. Because of you. I should apologise, but I'm not quite there yet. And she should explode like the tree. Attack me with a hooked pole, just generally curse me out in front of everything. But I can see she's already past that. Husbanding her strength for living. Your suit's torn, she observes, and she's right. There's a parted seam at the armpit on mine, and on hers there's a little rip at the hip. Our hoods and filters are intact, and that's probably the important thing. But it's not a delight to discover your future health and well-being hang on a word like probably. Keith hollers at us to stop slacking. I catch Ilmas's eye as they disembark from the flyer, burdened with kit. They've been partnered with one of the regulars. Hopefully that means they're insulated from the worst cack-handed rookie errors Primat and I will doubtless make. The job is a raw, animal piece of work, not science. Human presence getting tooth and claw into the resident alien and tearing it apart until we get to what we're after. The ruin is in there somewhere. Like a sculptor chipping off every part of the stone block that doesn't look like the elephant, we burn, cut, and hook away the rampant growth of plant analogues that disguise the ruin, treating it as no more than a growth of the forest. It's amazing the drone algorithm ever picked it up. Except, from above, the ruin leaves that telltale signature in the composition of the canopy. Keith and one of his regulars go at the more flame-retardant bits with chainsaws mounted on spindly exo-arms that are constantly coming apart at the elbows. The gold we're mining for is the distinct species of vegetation that Primat says grows only on ruins. Or not species. The specific combination of symbionts that make up this particular visual signature, which all exist independently elsewhere with other partners, as though the entire biosphere is one big polyamorous love-in. If it had been them coming to us, they'd have been appalled at how repressed, one-note and boring all us Earth-types are. Anyway, being repressed and boring Earth-types, we spend the day hacking at it all, carving and scorching away the living part of the ruins so we can get to the dead beneath. We're only interested in the dead. The dead can speak to us in a way the living can't. A safe and controllable way that won't lead to anyone being hastily shoved in the incinerator to control rampant infection. Dead is the default way we learn from things. Ask any scientist. There's a limit to what you can learn just by watching the rat frolic around the maze. Eventually you have to cut the sucker open and section its tissues. If a lion could speak, as the saying goes, we couldn't understand it, but we could sure as hell anatomize its larynx. There is a lot of kit to unload from the flyer. Tools and even some automata. There's a thing like a weed strimmer that you throw, grenade style, and then it scythes down everything within 10 feet of it with little monofilament whips. Which means only Kiev and Greeley are trusted with them, because that everything definitely includes human ankles. There are little acid charges calibrated to kilnish tissues, which eat through the more robust stalks and branches. Mostly it's human sweat and toil, though. This sort of thing is hard to properly automate, while humans are good at adjusting and adapting on the job. That's part of it. More than that, though, it's expensive to automate, which would require a highly trained crew of valuable technicians and operators running your fleet of shiny machines. Because once you invest in automation, you have to take care of your junk. With labourer-class people, not so much. It's cheaper to have a half-assed crew of expendables that you know you're never going to have to return in good condition or risk losing your deposit. Earth has a lot of surplus people, and the mandate can afford to run its transportation policy with extreme prejudice. As we continue to hack away, my mind goes back to our dinner with Terrelin and Vesicon's presentation. His determination to crack through to the mind behind those enigmatic alien scrawls. And at last we expose the not-quite-ceramic of the walls. And there it is, the writing. Or the pictograms, the pictures, the abstract art. Looking at it there, I can't say which it is. None of us can, save that it says intelligence to the human eye. Encoded intelligence. The past speaking to the present, even if it's in a language we'll never understand.
Chapter 16. We don't even know how the lost Kilnies did it. There are no tool marks. The attachment points where the vine-like, plant-like living sheath clings on seem to avoid it. They dig their fibrous claws in everywhere else, but do not efface the cryptic histories written there. I instantly discern distinct characters, and I know that the science has catalogued countless individual symbols. Each ruin has a particular set that overlaps partially with others, a language with localized and generalized elements. Perhaps. Or else these pictures represent physical things and aren't an alphabet or character set at all. Pictorial renditions in a stylized tradition that means nothing to human eyes but was blindingly obvious to its lost makers. Or it isn't a visual tradition at all, and alien fingers felt through the meanings of these raised markings to understand them. Raised, not incised. It's easy to overlook that, and the implications didn't occur to me back in the camp, in the sciences labs. The alien scribes cut away everything but the meaning, somehow. Or else. I stare at the abstract squiggles and blocks, imagine them growing there, pushed out by carefully cultivated fungal hyphae painted onto the surface of the ruins, which themselves are mysterious in construction. Too few bricks and separate pieces. The foundations are constructed grain by grain, and again I think about termites, wondering if the whole implication of intelligence isn't a hoax. Or it's grown whole from some bizarre cross-disciplinary alchemy disowned by both biology and geology. Huge, rounded pot buildings in imitation of the tree boles, and tall, fronded spires like nothing on Kiln, but recalling earth seaweed reaching towards the sunlit surface from benthic anchors. Some of it is breaking apart now, with the stony substrate having fractured long ago, but still held together by the obscuring cloak of the vines. Until we came along. we vandals, destroying what we seek to study in our greed for answers. Except we are not the science, incentivized to trot out pat explanations cut from an intellectual cloth to suit the commandant's doctrinal purse. We're excursions. Our goal isn't to find answers, but to survive until evening so we can return to the luxurious safety of the labour block. Whenever the work ebbs, because some stage is done or a technical problem requires emergency on-site maintenance, the forest encroaches. Kilnish life has no dedicated ears, but a kind of lateral line system of sound receptors. The exploding tree, the descent of the flyer, the chainsaws, these things left a hushed vacuum. In the gaps between our noise-making, the forest finds its voice again, from a murmur to a gabble, to a kind of omnipresent rush of sound, like a crowd of people in an echoing place. It's not at shout-out-loud volumes. Kiln is quiet by Earth standards. Instead, there's an insidious, constant conversation over us and through us. Whispers and mutters, buzzing and rumbling, a dozen ways of making sound. Little winged things flit past us, making a weird, hopping progression through the air with sounds like the static of a dead radio channel. Something out in the forest is crying out, "Ha, ha, ha," like it's finally seen the joke on the way home from the comedy show. Live, multi-stranded things, like intertwined and inflated rubber gloves with two long fingers, fumble over each other underfoot. They whisper, as they extend and contract to ooze over the ground. It's a disturbingly irregular motion, unlike any Earth thing. After a while, we Earth people start talking over the whispering, because otherwise the sounds are just close enough to speech to put the fear in you. Even the trees seem to talk. The great rounded vases of them rumble softly as some part of their composite being makes itself known to the world. We finally break to eat the plastic-sealed leathery bread they printed us for packed lunches. Ilmus drifts over to me, eyeing Primat warily. No need to make introductions, obviously. We all shared a lab back before things went south. The former science head just sags, not onto the blackened ground like most of us, but onto a chunk of tree she can use as a wobbling stool. So she knows she'll be able to actually get back up to her feet again. She looks grey and worn out, every part of our physically demanding job being that much more of a travail for her. Around us, people talk. Around them, the forest complains bitterly about our presence. "Kiln is loud," Ilmus says. And though it isn't really, compared to the engines and industrial processes and mandate policy announcements of Earth, it sure as hell doesn't shut up. "You've noticed," Primat starts, then tails off, watching to see if Ilmus is just going to turn away and snub her. By then we're all sufficiently comrades in adversity, though, so she's bold enough to go on. "You notice too that it's not just metabolic function? They shut up when we arrived. And now they're used to us, they're talking again." "Talking," Ilmus notes. Not very scientific, Doctor." Primat shrugs. In that moment, freer than she's been in years, because the requirement to walk the Commandant's ideological tightrope has been taken from her. "It's speech. Or they're communicating something. Trees talk on Earth, but they do it biochemically, through the root matrix. Here they actually talk, audibly. They have various motile parts they employ, literally employ, like hiring and firing employ, to perform non-vegetative roles for them. On Earth, some plants produce food for insects, even form hospitable dwelling structures for them to live in, so the insects will defend the plant from more damaging herbivores. Here that's magnified 1,000-fold. Every living thing has a whole job market going, a suite of functions it prefers to outsource rather than deal with in-house. As I chew over the rubbery rations, I watch the forest. Beyond what my ears pick up, there's other speech going on that we're even less equipped to detect and analyse. The air is misty with chemical signals. Little creatures raise photosynthetic sails that flash briefly with metallic colours as they adjust their structures to refract the light. Strange vibrations pass through and under us, surely the long-distance telegrams of unknown beasts or plants, or some hybrid thing that makes a mockery of the distinction. The bush telegraph of the wild man of Kiln. Primat has used tape to seal her paper suit at mid-thigh and co-opted one of the smaller cutting tools to slit both paper and overall to expose her artificial leg. She picks at her knee with the point, finding it fouled with dirt and the airborne drift of particulate life. Which shows how much good our protection is actually doing, I suppose.
"What did you do?" Ilmus challenges her. "You throw the commandant out of bed or something?"
Primat's eyes flick to me. I am tactfully silent, and Ilmus doesn't pick up on what seems like glaringly obvious subtext. They were never the sharpest about that kind of social small print.
"Some of Keeve's people think you're here to tattle on them," Ilmus goes on.
Not quite confrontational, but not conversational either.
"I said nobody sends the bioscience chief to play informant. But I didn't see you at our meetings either. And Baruda never mentioned you, not like—"
They stop before they say Calran, our one man on the inside, in case the extent of his involvement in our councils hasn't been fully understood by the authorities. Primat flexes her leg joint by joint, a weirdly uncanny valley sequence of movements. She's obviously preparing an answer, and I wonder how much it'll drop me in the shit, and what Ilmus will think about my going off to earn extra credit with teacher. Except it's not all about me, of course.
"This idiocy of yours provided an excuse. I was caught just close enough to accuse and be incriminated. One of my underlings made a play for my position."
Primat's tone is flat and angry. But the anger isn't just for me.
It was coming for a while. Terrelin was getting sick of me trying to walk the line. It happens to every science chief sooner or later.
She looks up at the pair of us at last, with something of her prior prickly temper.
"You know the old saying, your work is both scientific and orthodox, but